The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll have it's on the order paper. No, but you can just say it moved. Yeah. My Lords, the hybrid sitting of the House will now begin. Some members are here in the chamber, others are participating remotely, but all members will be treated equally. I ask all members to respect social distancing. If the capacity of the chamber is exceeded, I will immediately adjourn the House. Business of the House, the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, on behalf of my noble friend, the Leader of the House, I beg to move the first motion standing in her name on the order paper. This motion will allow us to take all stages of the European Union Future Relationship Bill later today. My Lords, if the provisions in the bill are to come into force before the end of the transition period, royal assent must be notified during today's sittings of both houses. And I'm grateful to the other members of the usual channels for the constructive discussions we've had about how best to use the short amount of time available to us today. It was agreed that the priority should be to enable as many backbenchers as possible to take part in the second reading debate, which is what we've done. The arrangements for the consideration of this bill are clearly not in keeping with our usual practices, and I want to be clear that I would not want our proceedings today to be taken as any sort of precedent as to how legislation should be considered in the future. We have jointly taken a pragmatic decision across the main opposition parties and kept the convener informed how best to use the limited amount of time available. I'd also like to inform the House in order that our main debate on the bill can start as planned, that if this debate, including any votes on this motion or amendments to it, extends significantly beyond 1 o'clock, the second business of the House motion will not be moved, and the debate on the coronavirus regulations will not take place today. I beg to move.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Amendment, Lord Adonis? Not moved. My Lords, we now come to the second amendment in the name of Lord Adonis. I call Lord Adonis.
My Lords, can I first of all say on behalf of, I think, the whole House, how grateful we are to the staff of the House for the exemplary arrangements they've made for our meeting today in the most exceptional circumstances. And I also thank the Noble Lord, the Chief Whip, for the courtesy which he's shown to me and to the House as always. And I pay tribute to the usual channels who have done the best they can to make, let's be frank about it, the best of a bad job today. However, we should be aware, my Lords, which is the reason why I make no apology for moving this amendment, of the enormity of the step that we are taking today. What we are essentially doing is giving the government power in one of the most important matters that will face us in this generation, power to legislate by decree. There will be no committee stage on this bill, no report stage, no ability to move amendments on third reading. We will just have one debate, then a guillotine, then a vote, and then all 80 pages, 40 clauses and 5 schedules of this bill of enormous importance to the whole future of the United Kingdom becomes law immediately with the royal assent signified before the end of the sitting. Now, my Lords, if this were an act of God or some emergency with which we had to provide immediately, like, for example, the pandemic, then one might understand the need for legislative arrangements of this kind. Though I would note that when we passed the Coronavirus Act, which gave huge sweeping powers to Her Majesty's Government, we actually gave it significantly more scrutiny in the most difficult of circumstances, including the need for members to participate in unusual ways. We did give it more scrutiny than we're giving this bill today. And it's not only, my Lords, that this is an act of the government, not an act of God, but even given the fact that they only reached an agreement on Christmas Eve, my Lords, it was still possible for there to be significantly more scrutiny of this bill than we're giving it today. The government could have called Parliament back on Monday. We could have had 3 days' worth of debate on this bill, which would have enabled a normal committee stage and a normal report stage to take place. So, my Lords, whilst recognising after discussions with noble lords that given the constraints that we're under, which, as I say, have been imposed upon us by the government, but we are nonetheless under them, that we can't have a normal committee stage. I'm not moving the first motion, but I do think it's very important for your lordships to put on record the fact that we deplore these arrangements and we do not regard them as in any way acceptable. Now, I note that the Noble Lord, Lord Ashton, said that this motion and our arrangements today shouldn't be regarded as a precedent. My Lords, it will be regarded as a precedent. Let's be clear, precedents are things that happen before. That is what the meaning of the word precedent is. You can't do something and then argue it's not a precedent for the future. It is a precedent, and I can tell him, because I've sat on that bench too, that ministers in future will be salivating at the powers which your lordships have given the government today over the most important piece of legislation that this Parliament will enact, and they will cite it as a precedent for similar arrangements which are without precedent before today, my Lords. There is no precedent. I've consulted the clerks who are learned in these matters. There is no precedent at all in the, as far as we can tell, the 800-year history of the House of Lords, but certainly not the modern history of the House of Lords, for suspending both the need to have gaps between the intervals for the consideration of bills, the committee stage and the report stage, and suspending the committee stage and report stage entirely, which removes the power to move amendments. There is no precedent on a piece of major contested legislation. Your lordships have only ever done that historically in respect of emergency legislation which has the agreement of the opposition parties, notably terrorist legislation, where there is an obvious and sometimes compellingly urgent need to do it. A piece of legislation like this, my Lords, has never in the history of this House been considered in the way that we're considering it today. And, my Lords, the issues which we're talking about are not small. Those of your lordships who listened to the opening speeches in the House of Commons today will have seen the gravity of the issues that are being considered. Indeed, if I may put in a plug for my leader, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, made a forensic speech which went through in detail all of the big issues in this agreement which need to be debated, need to be tested, and at the moment are unclear. The Erasmus programme, workers' rights, the ability of artists and professionals to travel across the continent, what's going to happen to financial services which are outside this treaty, business services, the nature of the security partnership. My lords, you just need to read the headings for each of the 40 clauses in the bill, which relate to matters as big as any which your lordships have ever debated and legislated for, to see the importance of the issues at stake. So it's not just, my lords, as the noble Lord, Lord Ashton said, not in keeping with our usual practices what's happening today, which I must say is the understatement of the parliamentary year. It's the job of the noble lord to try and keep our proceedings in as low-key as possible. What we're talking about here, my lords, is something that the House should regard as totally unacceptable. We are where we are. Today is the 30th. The bill does have to become law, so I'm not proposing that we reimpose a committee stage, but I do think it important that we put on record the fact that these arrangements are unacceptable, my lords. They will be regarded as a precedent for the future. They are treating the general public, who are looking at our proceedings and expecting us to legislate with scrutiny, they are treating the general public with contempt, my lords, which is the reason why I think it's right that we do put on record the fact that we deplore these arrangements, and it's with that in mind, my lords, that I beg to move, as an addition to the Chief Whip's motion, that this House regrets the gross abuse of the parliamentary process and lack of any opportunity for effective scrutiny that has been necessitated by the failure of Her Majesty's Government to enable Parliament to meet in a more timely manner and to make other provisions for the rights of Parliament to be upheld. My lords, I beg to move.
The original question was that the first motion, in the name of the Lord Privy Seal, be agreed to, since when a second amendment has been moved by Lord Adonis, as set out on the order paper. So the question before the House is that the second amendment, in the name of Lord Adonis, be agreed to. My lords, I've received no notification. However, I suspect that yes, Lord Stonham would like to speak.
Thank you. My Lords, as a member of the usual channels, I have to accept my collective responsibilities of that mechanism. I have to say, though, that I am unhappy with the cavalier way that Parliament is being treated over such an important part of legislation. We should never have been put in this situation, and there are remedies if we wanted them, or if the government wanted them, to avoid it, but they've decided not to. The situation is where we are, though. I think we have to accept, as indeed Lord Adonis has said, we will be facing a situation when we discuss this, when the Commons, after 4.5 hours debate, will have probably passed the legislation by a huge majority. And we will then left with 6 hours to discuss it. We thought it was important today that at least those that wanted to in the House should have that opportunity. So that's why the longest session obviously should be available for the second reading. But frankly, if the whole issue of Europe and the deal is about getting back control, this is about getting back control for the government. It's not about getting control for Parliament, and that's why we should all be very concerned. We would have liked at least 2 days for the debate. We also asked for a full day's debate to follow once we've had time to discuss and to analyse the details of the debate. And I'm grateful for the Chief Whip conceding a day, but I have to say a day on Friday next week is too soon and inadequate. I think we have to, and I accept that what the Chief Whip has said, that this is a special situation. He's told us that it will be no precedent, and he's assured us of that in the usual channels, and I accept that with good grace. I have to say, though, what this leaves us with is a situation where our select committees are going to have to do a great deal of heavy lifting. Our European Committee and our trade agreement committee are now going to have to look at the legislation clause by clause, and we should be having regular reports back from them on the progress of that so that we can subsequently do our due diligence both on this legislation and on the deal. Having said that, I also would like one final comment that doing it in one day, sadly, is going to require a lot of people in this chamber. And I think one of the things we're going to have to look at the new year, given what's going on outside with the COVID pandemic, is looking again to whether we should actually be encouraging people to be in this chamber, certainly of these numbers, and looking at that for the future. But for today, I think we accept in the usual channels that the deed is done. There's going to be a big vote in the Commons. We regret the lack of scrutiny that we're going to have, but I very much hope that as the Chief Whip is accepting there's no president, we will get the opportunity to scrutinise this bill and the deal through the work of our select committees in the coming months.
Baroness Hayter.
The noble lady for allowing me just to raise a question, if I may, of the Chief Whip. I'm aware, I have sympathy with the noble Lord Adonis with his comments about precedent. This is the second bill in a row which this House has considered under the fast-track procedure. There was the bill immediately before the Christmas break, a trade bill which I covered, which was all stages taken in one day because the government knew it didn't have the correct procedures in place for tomorrow. So therefore, I think that is a degree of sympathy. The question I wish to ask is linked with what will, as my noble friend Lord Stoneham had indicated, the necessity now for there to be detailed scrutiny after we come back in January. In the drop-in call yesterday, Lord True contradicted the explanatory notes of the bill today. The explanatory note stated in paragraph 99 that the government believes, I quote, "The bill is not suitable for post-legislative scrutiny as it implements an international treaty." Lord True said to Lord Fawkes, who asked the question, that he reassured him that there will be opportunities for there to be scrutiny. So can the Chief Whip outline to us that there will be sufficient debating time and government time in January for us to debate the component parts of the bill? And will the government facilitate committees of this House scrutinising the various components? And linked with that, Liz Truss and Lord Grimstone have said repeatedly that every trade treaty will come with an economic impact assessment independently verified. Lord True told me in a letter in May, on the 19th of May, the government would capture the widest possible range of analysis from economists and academics to businesses and civil society groups to, as he put it, represent all parts of the United Kingdom. And he said we will continue to keep Parliament informed with appropriate analysis. Will the Chief Whip outline when we expect to see the impact assessment? So vital to understand, as Lord True said, the various impacts that will be felt across the different parts of the economy.
Baroness Hayter.
My Lords, there's something in what my noble friend Lord Adonis has said about the inadequacies, thanks, I think, to the drawn-out negotiating technique chosen by our government, which ends up with an agreement which probably could have been reached many weeks ago, leaving us this very inadequate way of dealing with an important bill. In normal times, the Commons having sent us a bill, we would have scrutinised it, test whether it fulfils the roles set for it, ensure it's workable, there's transparency and accountability. But that is not, sadly, what we have the chance to do. As I say, I think partly because of the government's own delaying in the negotiations, whether because they were afraid of the ERG or your Lordship's House. I leave to others to conclude. But what it does mean is that the House today does have to take exceptional and extraordinary action. And I think particularly in the amazing work of our Select Committee on the Constitution that kindly did look at this, and particularly at the fast tracking of it, and agreed that there was indeed a case for, or accepted absolutely the case for taking exceptional and extraordinary action, that it was necessary in this case. Basically to make sure we don't crash out without a deal, nor indeed find ourselves with legal uncertainty when there is a gap in law between the end of the 31st and the beginning of the 1st of January. We do need a statute book that works on Friday morning. I, of course, particularly regret not being able to get into this bill. Don't I love all that negotiations and amendments and grouping? No? Okay. Well, I quite enjoyed them anyway. And what was important, particularly over the internal market bill, is how much change this House made. And we did send back a much improved bill, partly because of the hard work and the commitment and the knowledge of the members of your Lordship House. And having looked at the bill, which I only saw at 12 o'clock yesterday, you know, there really is a lot there that we would be able to get stuck into with the sort of scrutiny we normally do if we had the time. But that's not where we are. The treaty we can't alter anyway, not a jot or comma of it, because that is agreed by 27 governments. And we shouldn't pretend, therefore, there is anything we could do other than stop it in its tracks and have no deal, which I know none of us would want. So, in fact, the bill, those of us who have looked at it, of course, takes the deal and drops it into legislation. And given we cannot alter that deal and have to drop it into legislation, the truth is, even with a committee stage, even with a report stage, even with a third reading, there would be nothing that we could do that would alter that treaty. And I think that the degree of realism perhaps is worth bearing in mind. So of course we're not going to be able to do what we should do, but as everyone's accepted, it has to get royal assent tomorrow. And it seems to me the important thing is that we can do the other function that this House is so renowned for, not just detailed legislation, but the influencing of public opinion, of the government and of the Commons. And the most important thing we can do that today is via the debate. And I hope we can therefore get on and hear as many of your lordships as possible with their views on the treaty. And I think that is something we can do. So I think we have to let this business get on. I would like to thank not only the usual channels, but all the staff that have enabled us to do this and to be here today. They're giving up their Christmas holiday in case you don't get holidays, members, so you're not giving it up. But they are giving up their holidays to be here and to do all the work, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude. We have to leave, I believe, with a deal, and therefore we have to do this bill today. We therefore will be supporting the government motion, but will not be supporting the amendment to it.
My Lords, before I call the Chief Whip to reply, is there any other member in the chamber who wishes to contribute to this debate? If not, I call the Chief Whip to reply.
My Lords, I would like to echo the previous speaker's remarks on the staff who have helped us be here today. They have to do it, we do it for fun, and and because actually it is a serious job that we have in front of us. And as I made clear in my opening remarks, we had to make a difficult decision about how best to use the time available to us. I'm turning specifically to Lord Adonis's amendments. And you can tell you, as the Secretary of State for Transport, you wait for weeks for an Adonis amendment, and then two come along at once. But that's why I'm particularly grateful that he has not moved the first and ruined my joke, really. But seriously, he and a lot of other noble lords have asked why the House was not recalled earlier than today. The deal was agreed late on Christmas Eve, and the bill and its associated documents then had to be finalised. So today is the soonest the legislation could have been considered, also bearing in mind that we're in the middle of a pandemic, so we had to use hybrid proceedings, which involves speakers' lists beforehand. Otherwise, of course, we would have excluded many peers who wanted to speak. And if I could just say a quick word about the timing, about before and after. The reason that we have to finish today on this sitting is that the UK and the EU need to exchange notification of completion of procedures for provisional application early on Thursday the 31st of December. And this exchange cannot be done until the bill has received royal assent, as the passing of the legislation is a necessary procedure for provisional application. So we were very much stuck in a gap between being able to do it when the bill was ready and the associated documents, and having to do it at a very quick pace. If we did as the noble lord would like and had a provision for a substantive committee stage, the time available for second reading would necessarily be reduced and far fewer backbenchers would be able to take part. As I said, our proceedings today cannot be open-ended. Royal assent must be notified to both houses today. My lords, we've heard that many noble lords don't like the deal, and there have been criticisms of the negotiating process. And I expect that we will hear more later on today. But I do ask the House to consider what alternative would be if the bill does not complete its passage through the House today, which the noble Baroness Lady Hayter referred to. And if I could say a word about precedent, I did say in my opening remarks, and I now repeat, that the way we have to consider the bill today is not in keeping with our usual practices. And the House rightly takes pride in its role as a revising chamber. But, my lords, today time really is of the essence. And I consider these circumstances to be exceptional. The noble Lord, Lord Purvis, is actually quite right. A bill was fast-tracked in exactly the same way the day we rose for the Christmas recess. So I don't know where that leaves us. He's right that there is a precedent, or Lord Adonis is right that there isn't a precedent, that it hasn't been done before. It has been done before. The more important point, I think, is that I have stated on behalf of the government that we do not consider today to be a precedent. So that can be referred to. Of course, this House is able to, it's a self-governing House, to reform its procedures, but I can say now, again, that we do not consider that other bills should be, in normal course events, should be done like that. Now, there have been many bills that have been fast-tracked, and it's up to the House at each time to do that. But I think it's important that, and this is what was discussed in the usual channels, that I make it quite clear that this today is not regarded as a precedent. So, my lords, and also the noble Lord, Lord Purvis, asked me some detailed questions about the post-legislative scrutiny, and I haven't got details of an economic impact assessments. If it's okay with him, I will get a proper answer to that. I don't have those with me now, but I will obviously write to him and tell him where we are on that. My lords, I do understand the noble Lord Adonis's views about the usual procedure of the House, but in these exceptional circumstances, I would respectfully ask the noble Lord to withdraw his amendment, bearing in mind, as he says, we are where we are.
Lord Adonis.
My lords, can I congratulate the noble lord on his sense of humour? Though just to add that if his idea of fun is meeting here on the 30th of December, then I am the fat controller. On the issues that he raised, firstly, and other speakers raised, and I thank the Noble Lords, Lord Purvis and Lord Stoneham and my noble friend Lady Hayter for their contributions. I defer to nobody more than my noble friend Lady Hayter on the importance of scrutiny. She has probably herself contributed more hours to the scrutiny of European legislation than almost all other parliamentarians put together, except for one or two ministers. However, I think it's right to observe that what's at stake in this bill, my lords, which is very important for people to understand, is not simply, as she said, the taking of a treaty and the putting it into law, but all of the follow-on requirements, including the requirements for parliamentary scrutiny. Because the bill was only published yesterday afternoon, I've only had one opportunity to read it, my lords, but I've counted eight separate Henry VIII provisions in this bill, which give the government sweeping powers to legislate by decree over and above the bill itself. My lords, for example, clause 29. Existing domestic law has effect on or after the relevant date, with such modifications as are required for the purposes of implementing in that law the trade and cooperation agreement or the security of classified information agreement. Now, my lords, when you read the schedules, what's clear is that the government has a power which is hugely exceptional to modify legislation in order to bring it in its own judgment, with no parliamentary procedure at all, to bring it into conformity with its own view of the treaty. Now, I'm absolutely sure that if we'd had a committee stage, my lords, we would have been after those provisions with a vengeance, and my noble friend Lady Hayter would have been leading the charge. Now, I'm not moving the First Amendment, so a large number of the remarks that were made don't apply. We're not going to have a committee stage, and I'm not proposing that. In terms of the precedent, my lords, it is true that other bills have been enacted in one day. I was careful to say a bill of this contested magnitude, and there has been no bill which has confers on Her Majesty's government and on the state powers and changes of policy of this magnitude, which we've agreed in this accelerated way. And therefore, my lords, I think I would wish, if I may, to turn the Chief Whip's argument on him. He has said to us that this isn't a precedent. It is literally a precedent, my lords, because it will precede anything that comes hereafter. But if it's not a precedent, my lords, then I can see no reason why my Second Amendment, which deplores the process but allows it to continue, shouldn't be agreed to. On the contrary, I suggest to your lordships that it's all the more important that we enact this amendment, which deplores the absence of parliamentary scrutiny and our usual practices in considering this bill, for the very reason that if we are on the record deploring it, my lords, it is all the less likely thereafter that it will be regarded as a precedent. So I think these issues are hugely important for the whole way that we conduct our parliamentary affairs, my lords. I think it is right that noble lords should be on the record as to whether they think that these arrangements are satisfactory, and I therefore beg to move.
The question is that the Second Amendment in the name of Lord Adonis be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a remote division. I instruct the clerk to start a remote division. My lords, the remote voting period is open. Members are now invited to record their votes using the remote voting system. Members will have 10 minutes to record their votes. I will make an announcement when the remote voting period has ended. Clear the bar. My Lords, the remote voting period is now finished. I will announce the result as soon as possible. Result of the remote division. The question was that Lord Adonis's second amendment be agreed to. There have voted content 125, not content 323, so the not contents have it. The question is that the first business of the House motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. The question is that the second business motion in the name of the Lord Privy Seal, My
Lords, on behalf of my noble friend, the Leader of the House, I beg to move the second motion standing in her name on the order paper.
Question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion to approve the health protection coronavirus restrictions all tiers excuse me, England Amendment number 2 regulations and 2 other instruments. The time limit is 1.5 hours. Lord Bethell.
My Lords, despite all the pressure we are under, I'd like to take a moment to celebrate some good news. The Government has today accepted the recommendation from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA, to authorise Oxford University AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine for use. This follows a rigorous clinical trials and a thorough analysis of the data by experts at the MHRA, which has concluded that the vaccine has met its strict standards of safety, quality and effectiveness. We have hundreds of thousands of doses ready to go and 100 million on order, enough for everyone. On January the 4th, the NHS will start administering doses to a revised list that reflects many of the interventions by noble lords in this chamber in recent debates. Whilst the vaccine project is an international collaboration, we should take a moment to recognise the contribution of the British life sciences sector and to reflect that this easy-to-administer, affordable and mass-produced vaccine offers Britain a way out of this disease and will make a huge impact on the global response. But, my lords, in the meantime, the news from the front line remains grim. While the November national restrictions drove cases down in most areas, it is now clear that cases are rising again at a worrying rate. Across the whole country, cases have risen 57% in the last week, driven by the highly transmissible new variant. The number of people testing positive for COVID-19 has increased rapidly, and a growing proportion are the new variant. Data from the 29th of December showed that there was an enormous 53,135 COVID cases across the UK, half of them the new variant, an increase of 272,551 over 7 days. NervTag has concluded that the new variant demonstrates a substantial increase in transmissibility of around 70%, and the R value appears significantly higher, with initial estimates of 0.39 and 0.93 higher, a massive margin in epidemiological terms. In September, we introduced the tiering framework, which we built upon and refined in December. This is designed to provide a flexible and responsive system which allows areas to move up and down the tiers as case rates changed. And it proved effective, with many areas containing transmission. But despite our efforts, the new variant has changed things. It forced us to establish a new tier, Tier 4, and to move regions such as London and the majority of South East into this higher tier. My lords, the good news is that there is no evidence at this stage to suggest that the new variant of the virus is likely to cause more serious disease, that our current testing regimes will not detect it, or that a vaccine will not respond effectively to it. For this, we give thanks. But the bad news is that there is no data that it causes less disease. The new variant accounts for 60% of cases in London and is growing around the country. As always, we are seeing increased infections lead to increased hospital admissions and to increased loss of life. I need hardly remind noble lords that this is a time when the NHS is facing enormous challenges, from winter pressures, from its commitment to elective procedures, and now from the new variant. And that is why, my lords, we have introduced the Tier 4 staying at home measures we are debating today. As in the November lockdown, people in Tier 4 areas must stay at home and not travel out of Tier 4. They may only leave for a limited number of reasons, like work, education, and for caring purposes. People elsewhere are advised to avoid travelling into Tier 4. In Tier 4, support and child care bubbles are the same as in all other tiers. However, all non-essential retail and indoor entertainment will close. International travel is restricted to business trips. The clinically extremely vulnerable in Tier 4 areas should do as they did in November and stay at home as much as possible, except to go outdoors for exercise or to attend health appointments. However, we have listened to noble lords in this chamber and the public also about what is important for the way people go about their daily lives. So unlike under the November restrictions, communal worship and a wide range of outdoor recreation is permitted. The restrictions imposed in Tier 4 areas are hard, but necessarily so. They are designed to reduce transmission of this new variant so that the NHS is not overwhelmed and we can return to normal as quickly as possible. These stricter rules are in line with other major European countries. In addition to Greater London, other areas have now moved into Tier 4. This includes Cambridgeshire, the rest of Essex, Norfolk, Suffolk, West Sussex, Hampshire, Southampton, Oxfordshire and Waverley. These changes took place on Boxing Day. We have balanced the economic impact of greater restrictions on business with measures to protect public health. These restrictions are impactful on business in the short term, which is hugely regretful. But, my Lords, we should be clear that they will be economically beneficial in the long term because we will be able to get back to normal quicker. We are also mitigating the short-term impact through financial support schemes. On the 19th of December, we had to take the horribly difficult decision to reduce the Christmas bubble exemption. I know that this meant that the majority of us could not celebrate in the way we would choose. However, given the increase in transmission rates, it would have been irresponsible and reckless to provide too great a window for increased social mixing and the inevitable increase in transmission this brings. Therefore, the government had to ask people across the country to make further restrictions to their Christmas plans. Although this period has been difficult, we now have clear hope. With the rollout of the vaccine underway, we can start to plot our path out of the pandemic with greater certainty. But it is precisely because of this hope that we cannot give up now. That is why my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, will be making a statement in the House later this afternoon. He will be addressing future tiering arrangements in response to the new variant. And my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, will be making a statement in the other place on the return of schools and universities. The sacrifices we make now are crucial to getting back to normal and ensuring that next year Christmas will be much more normal for every family in the country. I want to commend the hard work of the NHS teams who have worked on the front line, including our own Chief Medical Officer, the scientists developing vaccines and other therapeutics, those in the life sciences industry seeking to mitigate the impact of this epidemic, and also to express the sympathy of all of us to all those feeling under pressure of any kind: financial hardship, domestic strife, health concerns, educational worries, mental health pressure, or just the worry of loved ones and an uncertain future. To all those, can I say, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and with new scientific advances being made every day, we are making concrete steps every day. But in the meantime, we must dig deep. The end is in sight, and until science can make us safe, it is our duty to put in place these new rules that will help us to keep this virus under control. My Lords, I commend these regulations to the House.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. I call the next speaker, Lord Scriven.
My Lords, we're at the point of a national emergency. If things continue as now, the NHS will fall over in the next few weeks. The virus is moving at frightening speed, yet government has not kept up. The time for government to follow public health and not public opinion is now. Hope is on the horizon with vaccines, but short-term action is more important to keep people alive than extenuating future positives. These regulations were too little and too late. Today, the government has to go further. The balance between the economy and saving lives is difficult, but you cannot contribute to the economy if you are dead. Government policy based on balancing the splits in the Tory party over lockdowns has to stop. The number of new cases, people dying, and the stress on the NHS shows further action is required now to slow the spread of the virus, keep people alive, and protect the NHS. The government has to follow sage advice and implement a lockdown until R is well below 1. Evidence shows that secondary school pupils do spread the new variant, and therefore action is required on secondary school openings. Not to do so will endanger public health. To mitigate the educational issues of young people, a COVID-19 premium must be implemented, given to the schools so young people get the support they need to catch up. This should be in place for the whole of this Parliament and not just a payment to schools for the next few months. The NHS is getting to the point of not being able to cope. So I ask the Minister, when will the promised insurance policy Nightingale hospitals be open to take, say, in London, 100 COVID-19 patients rather than transferring people over 300 or 400 miles? People seek decisive and evidence-based leadership from government. Not to do so is the biggest gift for the virus. These regulations haven't stopped the speedy spread of the virus and deaths. Further action is required now.
The call next speaker, Baroness Finlay of Llandaff.
Dame Deirdre Hines' report of the 2009 influenza pandemic recommended raising public awareness and understanding about the key characteristics of a pandemic and core response measures. Yet we learned little. A failure of public communication through excessively optimistic mixed messages has led to deepening distrust. Some reporters, such as Fergus Walsh, have explained the scientific and clinical reality well, but we need clear, consistent messaging across the UK, sharing uncertainty and true risk. For example, that the B117 variant infectivity in effect adds more than 0.4 to the R number. The current reality is proving even worse than the modelling predictions for the coming months for bed shortages, overloaded services, staff infections and exhaustion. And second-time infections are now presenting as antibodies seem to be short-lived. Yes, the vaccine is brilliant news. It should prevent fatal infection, but infection control measures will remain essential long-term. We do not know how long the immunity will last, whether those immunised will still get infected, be viral carriers and spreaders, nor how rapidly further mutations will develop, leading to the need for new modifications and new vaccines. Will the government collate immunisation data from the NHS number with diagnostic data long-term to understand the epidemiology as it evolves? Mixed messages and false hope fuel mistrust. Control will only be achieved by collaboration with the public when they understand that vaccination is not a quick fix.
My Lords, it is ironic, is it not, that on the very day we are considering the EU Future Relationship Bill, which should, in theory, make government far more accountable to Parliament, we're also considering yet more restrictions, retrospectively, which suggest that in practice we're moving in the opposite direction. If I was speaking in the bill debate later today, I would applaud the Prime Minister's and Lord Frost's achievement. It is immense, not least because it was secured in the face of sustained scrutiny by your Lordship's House and the other place at every single step of the way. My Lords, I do not mean to detract at all from the fantastic progress made in finding a vaccine, and I welcome today's announcement that the AstraZeneca vaccine has been approved. It is, of course, wonderful news, but equally welcome would be a new approach by government to engaging with parliamentarians such as Mark Harper in the other place on cost impact assessments, for example, an issue so ably addressed by my noble friend Lady Neville Rolfe in the debate on her regret motion earlier this month. My Lords, difficult decisions have had to be made. Doubtless, more lie ahead of us. That is why I would urge the government to make this New Year's resolution, to trust Parliament more and to treat it with the respect it deserves. That is the best way, indeed the only way, we're going to emerge from such a testing time as a renewed and reinvigorated parliamentary democracy, able to embrace the exciting opportunities afforded to us by our future relationship with the EU.
Lord Hunt of King's Heath.
My Lords, I remind the House of my membership of the GMC board. While we meet, my Lords, while the NHS is under huge pressure with a record 53,000 COVID cases reported yesterday, yet the government's record has been one of delay, indecision and vacillation. The errors in the spring were compounded by the government's decision to ignore the advice of SAGE given in September for a 2-week circuit breaker. Then on December 2nd, a consensus statement signed off by SAGE warned that additional mixing to be allowed at Christmas could have a large impact on prevalence, again ignored by the government. On 9th of December, the Health Service Journal was reporting a rise in admissions, yet still Christmas plans remained unchanged. On the 14th of December, the Secretary of State updated the Commons on the new variant associated with the faster spread in the southeast of England. The next day, the Health Service Journal and the British Medical Journal called for the government to respond to this worsening situation by cancelling its plans to allow household mixing over Christmas and tightening the tiered restrictions immediately. This was ignored. On the 16th of December, Boris Johnson dismissed concerns raised by Sir Keir Starmer. Then, my lords, 3 days afterwards, we saw the U-turn, which sent thousands of people on overcrowded trains exporting the new variant far and wide. My lords, has the government really finally learned its lesson? I hope this afternoon they will show they are prepared to act decisively. I also hope, with the fantastic news today of the approval of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, the government is able to raise the weekly vaccination rate up to 2 million a week, as Professor Neil Ferguson has recommended. I also hope to hear from the Minister what plans they have to reduce the immediate pressures on the NHS. And can he tell me, are the nearly additional 30,000 doctors who were brought onto the GMC supplementary list really being used sufficiently to help the NHS? Thank you.
Bernice Walmsley.
My Lords, last time we discussed restrictions, I asked the Minister whether volunteers would be used for non-medical tasks to improve the speed of testing and tracing. The Minister dismissed the idea. Now they're asking for volunteers to marshal patients in vaccination centres. Will he now recognise the important role of these public-spirited people and tell us what resources will be given to St John's Ambulance to organise them? The government spoiled Christmas for head teachers by insisting on the last day of term that schools should open on time next week and that all children and staff should be given the rapid test. And yet virtually no time, money or person power has been provided to enable them to do this. Whilst I believe that keeping schools open safely should be a priority, what is the government doing to support heads and teachers? Will there be enough testing kits provided for schools to use? Will staff be given priority for vaccination to give them the confidence to return to work? Will volunteers be recruited to help with the testing to allow teachers to teach? My Lords, children's education is vitally important, but many of them have lost weeks of classroom time intermittently, not because of lockdowns, but because of serial COVID outbreaks in the school and the need to go home for 2 weeks over and over again. If the imminent announcement by the Secretary of State for Health does not introduce strict measures to stop the virus in its tracks, and if the government does not implement an efficient vaccination rollout, this stop-start education will continue. The effect on our children's education is not just whether or not we open schools, but whether or not we win the battle against the virus. Does he agree?
Lord Balfe.
My Lords, we keep on hearing about the end of this tunnel at which there's some light. It's an extraordinarily long tunnel and the pinprick of light seems to be very small. I've asked the Minister in the past whether or not he still stands by Professor Ferguson's prediction of 4,000 deaths a day, which has never been withdrawn and never got near, and also whether he's willing to widen the pool of experts that the government relies on, because there are many experts who are casting doubt on the figures and on their interpretation, not on a one-off basis, but very regularly. And I would like to see those people actually inside the government tent that is producing the projections that we're asked to live with. In particular, I'd like to ask the Minister, will the Department publish an updated table showing deaths by age and by previous condition? Are we still dealing with people aged on average 84.4 years old with underlying conditions, or is the disease spreading to a lower cohort? I think we need to know more what the impact of it is and a bit less about the numbers. As has been agreed, the numbers have gone up because the number of tests have gone up, among other things. And the second thing is, can we have some idea of hard plans for vaccinations? Not just that they're there or they'll be used, but what are the plans? When is it expected that all the over 80s will be vaccinated, the health staff, the over 75s? Can we have a plan for each area and something that we can hold the government to account against? Thank you.
Lord Billamore.
My Lords, congratulate the government. The Minister just announced the MHRA clearance of the Oxford University AstraZeneca vaccine. I congratulate Kate Bingham and the Vaccine Task Force. It was a phenomenal example of collaboration between business, universities, the government, international collaboration, Sweden, Britain, and of course, India has a contract for 1 billion doses to the Serum Institute of India, the largest vaccine manufacturers in the world. Could the Minister assure us that we will be making the most use of all hands to deck in terms of vaccinators, including retired doctors, nurses, wherever we can get volunteers, and also using all possible premises, including workplaces, as long as it's under a safe supervisory environment. My Lords, with regard to rapid COVID tests, there was an excellent article a day before yesterday in the FT titled "Rapid COVID tests are being used more widely. Can they be trusted?" And yet here we had the example of Britain and France using the COVID tests, the rapid tests, to unblock the 48-hour blockage of movement. Here it saved so much by enabling the use of these tests. Can the Minister confirm that on Tuesday, usage has been granted for public to use these tests on their own? Will that be available now, these rapid flow tests, to the public? And Professor Sir John Bell, Regis Professor at Oxford University, said testing asymptomatic people is an enormous priority. If there's no testing, they don't get caught. Every successful positive test you get is a win. Surely that gives validation to this. And yet you have others who say that you're going to miss half the cases. And Professor Tim Petto of the University of Oxford said they're not perfect, but that doesn't stop them being a game changer for helping detect cases of infectious disease. Would the Minister agree with this? And also the Slovakia example, where we've shown very clearly that that test that was employed throughout the country led to 60 to 70% reduction in the rate of infection across Slovakia. So to conclude, there is no perfect test. Everything is a compromise, according to Joe Martin at Queen Mary University. So the best otherwise will be the enemy of the good.
Baroness Royal of Basildon. Lord Greaves.
My Lords, I speak from the sunny, snow-covered East Lancashire uplands, where I'm a councillor, and I have to say that the general feeling amongst people as a whole here, I think, is one of dismay and gloom. Since last March, we've been in a continuous period of lockdowns, the Northern Intervention Area, more lockdowns, more Tier 3, and we're now threatened with Tier 4. And apart from a few weeks in summer, it's been a year of total gloom, and frankly, it has not been working. In spite of heroic local efforts, it hasn't worked since August. We need more proper tracing. We need the community testing on a large scale that was promised, and we need proper support for people in isolation. But even when we get the vaccine, we need alternative approaches based on putting it in the hands of local people and giving people faith and confidence, working for hearts and minds and not just telling them what they've got to do. It is quite clear to me, from looking at detailed statistics for the whole of Lancashire and all the councils every day since March, that the real stimulus and catalyst for the big increase which we've seen since the middle of September has been the return of the schools. And unless we tackle the problems in the schools, we're not going to tackle this virus, however much vaccination there may be. I would suggest that staff in schools, all staff in schools, should be top priority for the vaccine, that schools should not return until the end of January, that we should scrap the examinations this summer already, that the kids who need laptops at home should actually get them, and more controversially, we should scrap the present school year, reset it, and start the present school year again next September.
My Lords, I am delighted, as are others, I'm sure, by the news of the Oxford vaccine, and I hope it will lead to a return to normality. In my 2 minutes, I'm going to focus on one issue alone. Do these restrictions work? Do lockdowns work? Well, SAGE, and this was referred to by the Noble Lord Hunt of King's Heath recently, SAGE said, and it's apparently running the country now too, they were certain that 2 to 3 weeks circuit breakers would crack the growth in cases. They said this back in September. Well, they did it in Wales, and cases rose rapidly shortly afterwards. We had a month's lockdown in November. It ended not a month ago. Cases went up, or are going up now anyway. Huge damage is being done to the country, to livelihoods, to the economy, to suicide rates, to young people and their future. So, do these restrictions work? Well, I'm very grateful to my noble friend the Minister. I got a response yesterday from him where I asked whether they worked, and he said, evidence suggests more stringent interventions tend to reduce the reproduction number. The lockdown imposed in late March and change in behaviour resulted in a rapid reduction in the reproduction number. We continue to review the efficacy of measures. In other words, we don't actually know whether they work. Leicester has been under essentially lockdown since July, and they're almost certainly now going to be properly locked down into Tier 4, as my guess, later on today. So it just doesn't appear to work. We don't know about this new variant. My noble friend the Minister agreed with it, said that only just a short while ago. We don't know if these restrictions work. We are trashing our future on risk-averse scientific advice from scientists who actually don't know either, and on failed modelling. And I regret to say that the government is losing the confidence of the public because of these changes, because of it keeps changing its mind. And I also regret to say that people are now ignoring government advice and diktats because they no longer believe what they're being told by the government.
Bears, Jones and Walscombe.
My Lords, nobody could disagree that it's been a hard year for anyone governing a country with the pandemic and, of course, with the heavy load of Brexit. But this government, from the very start, handled things badly, and they were prone to dither and delay and not make up their mind when they were advised to, but later when it was actually too late. And part of the problem has been that they've treated this not as a public health problem, crisis, but as an economic crisis. Now, clearly, there is impact on the economy, but it is not the primary reason for actually trying to push back on the pandemic. So time and again, instead of locking our borders, advising people to stay home, the government has actually done the other thing. They've advised us to go to work, to eat out, to help out. And actually, also, of course, with their support of Dominic Cummings, actually reduced public confidence in the government as a whole. So really, I think the government has itself to blame. We've heard from other noble lords that there were 53,000 cases yesterday. Now that is more than France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland and Portugal combined. All those countries together actually have fewer than we have. And COVID has reminded us, it's done some good. It's reminded us of the value of community, collaboration and working together to find solutions. And quite honestly, the government really ought to be doing this as well. But dithering and delaying means that they haven't. So I'm going to give them some idea. They've got to start helping the most vulnerable people. So the people who are clinically vulnerable but are told by their bosses that they have to go to work. The hostile environment against migrants has to be ended. It's now a threat to public health. So we should end NHS charges for migrants, close detention centres and abolish no recourse to public funds. And finally, the government really has to get a grip on schools. It's obvious that closing them is going to be the short-term option, and I very much hope the government starts to listen to their experts and do things in time.
Where's Watkins David?
My Lords, I am by nature a libertarian, believing that individuals should by and large be responsible for their own behaviour. However, I fully support these regulations, but do not think at the moment that they go far enough with the current R rate and the COVID-19 challenges. Nursing staff, of whom you know I am one, play an indispensable role in delivering health and social care services and have gone far up and beyond during this crisis. The challenges presented by COVID-19 have been exacerbated by existing and severe staffing shortages in our healthcare sector. We are now seeing the highest recorded cases of COVID-19 in the UK, with a number of trusts and areas reporting to be at breaking point. With the added pressure of winter and unprecedented demand on the service, there are not enough healthcare staff to care for people across the system. These pressures not only exacerbate workforce issues, but put patient safety at risk. For this reason, having spoken to Dame Donna Kinnear, the Chief Executive of the Royal College of Nursing, and considered other briefings, including from the Confederation of the National Health, I believe that we need to introduce as an emergency tomorrow night some kind of curfew in order that people do not go out in pairs, meet others in pairs, get alcohol from off licences that can be open in order to protect the few beds that we have available in the health service at the moment, and to ensure that we do not make things worse in the next 24 hours.
Lord Harrison Harringay.
My Lords, on Christmas Day, there were 578 COVID-related hospital admissions in London. 16 weeks earlier, there had just been 2. That became 38 4 weeks later, and after another 8 weeks, 124, and it's now 578. Exponential growth. And the total number of inpatients in London is now just above the peak on the 8th of April. And if anything, these figures understate things. The threshold of illness to be admitted to hospital is now higher, and more people are dying in the community without ever entering hospital. And the virus is now more transmissible than it was. So, of course, these measures are needed. The question is, are they, or I should now say, were they, sufficient? Throughout the whole of this year, the government has dithered, responded too late, and then acted inadequately. 5 wasted weeks at the beginning. No monitoring of those entering the country. The chaos of test and trace. Dither and confusion continue. Will the schools reopen next week, the week after, or later still? Over-promising and under-delivering yet again. 1,500 soldiers to help test the nation's school children. That's 1 soldier for every 20 schools. It's a joke. Ministers chasing headlines, not listening to those who have to deliver on the ground. Contracts given to cronies who fail to deliver but still walk off with eye-watering profits. Contrast the VIP channel to riches with the businesses going under forever because the chaotic cycle of lockdowns and never being provided with adequate bridging funds for them to survive. And the failure properly to compensate those who are expected to quarantine or self-isolate. It's no surprise that some do not follow the rules. A litany of failure with the worst death rates in Europe and probably the most damaged economy. My question is simple. How can the noble Lord defend it?
That's Mackintosh Pickering.
My Lords, I join with my noble friend in thanking all the NHS staff who worked over Christmas and will work over New Year. And I applaud the fact that the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine has been approved for use. Will my noble friend ensure that the double dose of whichever vaccine is used is rolled out as was originally believe that it should be, that both doses will be given to the most vulnerable as a matter of priority and to NHS staff, many of whom have not yet been vaccinated, to protect the NHS beds and staff as best we can. Will he tackle as a matter of urgency the apparent hurdle to enabling GPs and other recently retired staff, and I declare an interest as my brother falls into that category, who are willing to serve but appear to have a problem with indemnity and other barriers which seem inconceivable, who are prepared to swing into action to roll out vaccination and presumably help with triage at hospital admissions. As the Noble Lord Scriven mentioned earlier, will he look carefully at the role that secondary schools appear to be playing in England at the rampant spread recently of this latest mutant infection? And will he consider taking action such as Wales and Scotland have done to actually delay the return by more than the 2 weeks potentially envisaged? And finally, my noble friend said, and I think I quote him correctly, that economically the restrictions set out today will be beneficial in the longer term as it will enable us to get back to normal quicker. Yet there is very real concern amongst the hospitality industry that many establishments will simply not be in a position to reopen. Will additional support be considered at this time as a matter of urgency? Thank you.
As Altman.
My Lords, I too welcome the approval of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine and commend the work of scientists as well as those on the social care and NHS front lines. Can I ask my noble friend the Minister, whose dedication and courtesy I always appreciate, whether he can confirm, as was already suggested by my noble friend Lady Mackintosh of Pickering, the potential stories of medical and nursing staff who have volunteered to return from retirement but are unable to get to work due to bureaucratic delays of various kinds. Without extra staff, clearly the automatic response of calling for ever tighter restrictions will not cease. We have Nightingale hospitals that can't be used, and we need vaccines to be administered. Yet again, we are debating retrospective legislation which has imposed further draconian restrictions on people's lives without trusting them to be responsible. Yes, some are being irresponsible, but that is a small minority. Yet against the backdrop of COVID cases rising and winter pressures on the NHS, plus our ageing population, clearly there are reasons for concern. But as many noble lords have stressed, recent history and examples from around the Western world suggest lockdowns and tiered restrictions have not defeated this virus. In Wales, the 2-week circuit breaker has not defeated the virus, as my noble friend Lord Rowbotham said. I echo the calls of my noble friend Lord Shinquin for the government to ensure more engagement with Parliament, and from my noble friend Lord Balfe for better data and context for those data to allow relevant comparisons, a proper cost-benefit analysis, including impacts on other forecast deaths resulting directly from the tier restrictions, such as cancers left undetected or inadequately treated, and strokes, heart problems, or suicides. I am delighted places of worship have remained open, and I do have tremendous fears about the impact of school closures on younger people if that is decided again.
Worcester.
My Lords, I'm going to speak about the wearing of face coverings on public transport and to ask the government what they intend to do about the attacks on public-spirited individuals who attempt to encourage non-wearers of masks to comply with the law, and what advice they can offer to members of the public who believe that the law should be obeyed but are deterred by the threat of physical violence from confronting the lawbreakers. Yesterday, the Evening Standard reported the case of a train passenger who was attacked with a knuckle duster and put in hospital after he asked 2 men to wear face masks. He was kicked as he got off the train at Barnes Station and was then beaten up on the platform. He suffered a punctured lung and multiple broken ribs. In an earlier incident in October, an NHS worker confronted a group of 2 men and a woman on a district line train and asked them why they weren't wearing masks. He too was attacked, punched several times on the side of the head, and then thrown off a train and onto the platform at High Street, Kensington. I suspect that a number of your lordships may have remonstrated with non-wearers of masks on trains, tubes or buses, and been rewarded with mouthfuls of vile abuse for doing so. I recall my noble friend Baroness Taunton recounting such an incident in your lordship's house, and I certainly have. If we ask public transport workers to support us, they tell us they have no powers to enforce mask wearing. That goes even for Transport for London bus drivers who won't refuse boarding the non-mask wearing passengers. So my appeal to the Minister is to take whatever powers are needed to get the law enforced, issue new instructions to public transport operators, and help all of us who support the policy to stay safe from the spread of the virus, but safe also from the threat of the thugs.
Lord Lucas.
My Lords, I offer my unreserved congratulations to the government, to their scientists, to the National Health Service on the signal success of getting to the point where the Oxford vaccine is available to us. We are entering on the last phase of this struggle, and I in no way share the gripes of those of my colleagues who have expressed them. I think the best that can be said for them is that if they'd been in charge, they might possibly have made different mistakes. I think the government's record has been one that we will look back on with, if not with pleasure, at least with confidence that the government has done as well as anyone might expect under the circumstances. When it comes to the vaccine rollout, I join with the noble Lord Billamoria and my noble friends Lady McIntosh of Pickering and Lady Altman in being concerned that there are some signs that the rollout is being held up by an insistence on good practice, which is appropriate in normal times, but not now. We really must not let the best be the enemy of the good. Every day's delay is another day's deaths. I can't see what the difficulties are in, say, chucking this vaccine out to pharmacies. There's 65,000 pharmacies in this country. They're all used to administering flu vaccines. If they were administering 15 COVID vaccines a day, we'd be doing 1 million a day in total. It's well within our capacity to get this out, to accept a few imperfections in the cause of a much reduced tally of deaths.
My Lord, exponential infections with highest numbers of deaths, highest in Europe. Is government not seriously questioning what and where it has gone wrong, and what must now be done to mitigate further this country's distress? I share the many concerns raised by other noble lords, and my local Royal London Hospital with ambulances lined up like the lorries in Dover with patients waiting for after often urgent and emergency care. Can the noble lord, the minister, say why Excel Nightingale remain close to patient care? And if it is due to the 84,000 clinical staff shortage, what consideration is being given to recalling early retirees and utilising military medical corps for Nightingale to relieve some of these extraordinary pressures? My Lord, this tier and that tier clearly are not impactful in controlling deaths and infections. We know that. Surely, given the national emergency, we must consider immediate national lockdown. And I agree so wholeheartedly with Noble Lady Baroness Jones and Baroness Watkins of Tavistock, as well as Lord Harris of Haringey and many others. My Lords, this includes the schools. Our schools must also be shut down, and all the necessary support must be put in place, including to schools and families and businesses, because schools have rapidly spread the diseases and infection, particularly in areas like Tower Hamlet, Newham and Hackney and others. My Lord's, prevention strategy must continue, as others have argued, face covering available free, my Lord. These must be made free available on many of these institutions, including shops and even public transport. Maybe people will begin to take seriously their use. My Lords, testing and tracking and alongside effective communication with all communities must go hand in hand with vaccine becoming widely available for those who can and wish to take this up. My Lords, I congratulate Oxford team for this wonderful news, and long may this continue.
Lord Berkeley.
My Lords, there's a pressing need for credible testing and data if these tiers that are being proposed today are going to work. As long ago as March, the Director General of the World Health Organization said, we must test every suspected case. Test, test, test. And of course, the criteria on which the tiers are allocated, it says in the explanatory memorandum, paragraph 7.3, includes case detection rate as part of the criteria. But, my Lords, there's been the government has got a long history of failure on this. The system collapsed in September, the huge IT failure in October, and as my noble friend Lord Harris of Harringay said, the last 9 months has been a long history of chaos. In spite of costing 22 billion, the contracts which were awarded mostly it seems to friends and relations of MPs rather than local delivery, which is the obvious answer. My Lords, there was a wonderful example, a bad example of the massive failure of testing, as we saw a week or two ago in Kent, where it was quite reasonable, in my view, for the French government to require testing of incoming drivers. And about 5,000 drivers needed urgent testing, apart from a lack of toilets on the M20, but the chaos was on the testing as well. And in the end, the French fire brigade sent across 20 firemen with testing kits to help clear the backlog, as did the Polish army. My Lords, it took 9 days over Christmas to clear a backlog of just 5,000 testing needs. I'm afraid it demonstrates a total incompetence of the government on testing, and no amount of lockdown will work without a credible and efficient testing programme. Thank you.
Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
My Lords, I rise to support these regulations. I've been a strong proponent and defender of the principle of tiers in defending us from COVID. And it is, in my view, the correct strategic approach. And I thank my noble friend Lord Shinkwin for his kind words about my work on cost-benefit in this very interesting debate. I also congratulate the government and my noble friend the Minister on the vaccine programme, and thank Kate Bingham for her entrepreneurial flair in buying into several vaccine options. A key principle of investment, which she obviously understands, is to spread the risk. And that has enabled us on this occasion to be genuinely world leading. But with the economy reeling, we must have a rapid rollout of approved vaccines. Judged by what has happened so far, that will prove challenging, and I welcome suggestions that the military will be involved at an early stage. Like everyone, I am concerned about the situation in our hospitals, from Salisbury, my hometown, where cases are up sharply, to the outer reaches of the UK. I've been reflecting on what we can do to improve things, and I look forward to the Minister's comments. I have 4 thoughts and questions. First, information. We've been plagued throughout this epidemic with a lack of timely information and transparency. The latest example is not knowing hospital by hospital how many admissions there have been by type, age, condition, medical condition, postcode, COVID variant, and so on. Please can this deficiency be removed? Second, incentivization locally. If any of us is informed that we are at risk or live in an area where our local hospital is in danger of being overwhelmed, we will change our behaviour. Third, oxygen. I know from my son's experience in LA from Boris Johnson's in St Thomas's, and from the sad news this week from Woolwich that reliable supplies of oxygen and staff to administer it is literally the difference between life and death. Why have we not made better preparations for oxygen supply? And finally, staff. I was told by a friend at the WHO that the biggest problem in fighting this epidemic in the UK is availability of trained staff to help with COVID. What have we been doing to tackle this, if necessary, by bringing in retired staff?
Lord Walney.
Much of the criticism expressed by in your Lordship's House today has of course been cogent, but I have to say that I do not share the sense of certainty over the desirability of alternative options, or nor the sense of recrimination for in most instances of the government's actions so far. It is an extraordinary weight which government ministers and by echoing outwards all of us have in imposing the level of restrictions which I have supported and will support in future, but are creating huge pressure on communities, on families and on individuals, which will be felt in many cases for the entire lifetime to come of those who are enduring them. I want to use a little time that I have to ask the Noble Lord the Minister on the particular issue of people attempting to beat the deadline, which we saw happening in the week before Christmas, with that distressing sight of huge queues and overcrowded trains of people leaving the capital. But has the government made any kind of assessment on the level of increased spreading of the vaccine, which that behaviour has, in that particular instance and in others, has created, and what it can do to prevent the problem that people will act to beat these deadlines in a greater degree of harmful behaviour ahead of any deadline which is imposed in future.
Lord McConnell of Glencorridale.
My Lords, I want to make 3 quick points in the 2 minutes available, but also I'd like to say how much I appreciated the balanced intervention there from Lord Walney. And I do hope that we'll have a chance early in the new year to debate the overall strategy with more time for contributions. Firstly, I want to say, though, that I am totally opposed to the further mass closure of schools in any part of the United Kingdom. I do not think that the younger generation should be made to pay for the challenges there clearly are in public health for the rest of the population. I think it is not beyond our wit and imagination to provide appropriate ways in which schools can stay open and children can be taught using additional staff, volunteers, IT equipment and additional space, and that should remain a top priority for the government. And I'd like the Minister to confirm that the government still considers schools and other educational establishments as critical infrastructure. Secondly, I think it's very important that while vaccinating health service staff and vulnerable elderly people is no doubt popular and in many ways correct, it is also vital that we vaccinate other sections of the population. Those who have to work, for example, like bus drivers, or those collecting our domestic waste, those who have to work in our schools and our educational establishments, and those who are working in manufacturing in factories and other establishments where they cannot work from home, but may indeed be working very closely together. So I think the vaccination programme needs to be more diverse, and the strategy needs to take into account more additional factors. And then finally, I want to say to the Minister that I think it's absolutely vital that at the start of a new year, at the end of this week, we take a wholly new approach to coordination between the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. It has been a shambles and it has almost certainly cost lives. that the public messaging, the collation of evidence, the reviewing of rules, and the rules available for international travel have been so diverse and shambolic across the 4 nations of the UK. There is a need for leadership on this, a need for a new energy to have a more concerted approach. And I hope we will see that from all 4 governments at the start of the new year.
Lord Randall of Uxbridge.
My Lords, unfortunately, this pandemic is still incredibly potent, and it requires all of us to do our bit and continue to make those sacrifices. There are incredibly difficult decisions to be made, and although today's news of the approval of the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine is incredibly good news, none of us can afford to drop our guard against this wretched and dangerous virus, so I fully support the measures we are discussing today. I know there's going to be a statement later in the other place announcing more measures. I'd say no government will be introducing such measures without serious consideration. And I do hope my noble friend, the Minister, will be able to reconfirm that expectant mothers will still be able to have a birth partner present for birth of their babies, despite or whatever tier they happen to be in. I also hope that the statement also to be made on the restarting of schools will give that much needed clarity, as there's so much anxiety to teachers, parents and pupils alike presently. My Lords, there are plenty of people claiming we should have done that or not done that. I have to say, it seems to me there has not been any single approach that's been successful. You only have to look at other European countries. Circuit breakers are advocated in some parts of this chamber, but do not seem to have worked in Wales, for example. And some noble lords correctly observe that not everyone believes in these measures. I simply observe that well over 40 noble lords have signed up to speak in person in the chamber today, despite polite exhortations to participate remotely. I make no further comment, but my lords, we must not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I would agree entirely with the noble Lord McConnell about the need for unity across the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. But I would say we need to exercise more patience and forbearance if the sacrifice of so many is not to be wasted.
Lord Mann.
I'm here in July for the time by which everyone will have had the chance to be vaccinated. If you take a district like Basildon, 120,000 adults, why can that not be done within a 4-week period? Logistically, it's possible. And the barriers are the barriers I've seen previously, working very closely on public health, with the primary care trusts, with the GPs. The GP financial model does not lend itself, and neither does the primary care model, to volunteers. They would see 50 volunteers as being incredible. I could get 500 volunteers within a week, competent volunteers and trained up with ease. Venues. They'll be thinking of venues that they use rather than venues that are difficult to get hold of, because that's not what they do. And most critically, employing new people. Employing new people on short-term contracts has been a big barrier to scaling up. It is a big barrier. Indemnity, as has been raised before, that's what government needs to get in and facilitate. That's precisely what we did in Basildon, when we managed within 4 weeks to get the vast majority of heroin addicts into medical treatment. Within 4 weeks we had the majority. Why? Because we thought outside the normal bounds, and we got that financial indemnity using money to ensure that there was no risk there to those who were actually doing the treatment. I know of nurses, ex-nurses, other health professionals who would love to be involved now, but are not getting the opportunity. That must happen. And finally, in terms of the anti-vaxxers, this place, the Commons, should be vaccinated. The anti-vaxxers are far stronger beneath the surface online than we imagine, and crucially, religious leaders should be vaccinated and be seen to be vaccinated in the next few weeks.
My Lords, I'd like to start from these benches by thanking all those working in health and social care over the last few weeks, and especially those who've had no break over the Christmas holiday. Everyone has talked about Christmas being different this year, but for those staff on COVID wards, those on equally pressurised non-COVID wards, staff in primary care, in laboratories processing tests, those tracing contacts of patients, those working on 111 or running our paramedic services, this really has been a really tough end to an already tough year. And in Tier 4 areas where cases continue to rise alarmingly, everyone in the extended health system have also risen again to do everything they can to keep people safe, despite being exhausted. We salute you and we thank you. These three statutory instruments are, as has become common, already out of date when Parliament has a chance to debate them. Now, some of that is understandable. This pandemic continues to do its best to battle us at every turn. And make no bones about it, we are at war with COVID-19. The role of the scientists and medics is to warn us of the next skirmishes and battles. And the role of government is to provide the resources to defeat the next attempted incursions. Over the last few weeks, members of SAGE, of Alternative SAGE, as well as many frontline doctors and nurses, have told us repeatedly that we must act now to prevent further surges. And from these benches, we've been critical of the patchy nature of the tier system, and specifically the fact that this government has repeatedly introduced new arrangements, whether local or national, much later than the scientists and medical experts have recommended. Over the last 3 weeks, they have said that the government should take strong action now across England. And yet this morning, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care on Radio 4 has once again said that he will go against this, refusing to take that strong action to really get on top of the virus. Despite many reports across the country that health services are already under extreme pressure, with patients being treated in ambulances, in corridors, some hospitals again facing low oxygen pressure, others with high levels of staff sickness or staff in isolation, and others now converting more and more wards for COVID patients. My lords, this all seems horribly familiar. And to those who have been saying that we either shouldn't have any restrictions at all or they're not convinced by them, and that the needs of the economy should take precedence, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus from the World Health Organization reminded nation states just before Christmas that there is no excuse for inaction. My message, he said, is very clear. Act fast, act now, act decisively. A laissez-faire attitude to the virus, not using the full range of tools available, leads to death, suffering, and hurts livelihoods and economies. It's not a choice between lives or livelihoods. The quickest way to open up economies is to defeat the virus. End quote. So worrying news overnight reported in the Health Service Journal that patients from London and Kent with new high transmission, the new variant COVID, are likely to be moved into hospitals in regions with much lower variant levels of COVID. So what happens when those receiving hospitals in Devon, Newcastle, Sheffield and elsewhere are filling up with patients from the greater southeast, but their own local cases increase and there are no beds for them? And is there enough PPE available for hospitals for a winter wave larger than the spring wave we've already seen? There was a report before Christmas that NHS England had not yet signed any new deals with private hospitals because of arguments over costs. Now that some non-COVID services, including elective and cancer services, are beginning to be paused in these overburdened hospitals, are we using private hospitals to full capacity to make sure that those patients are not left behind? We are hearing that pressure is now being put on care homes in those Tier 4 areas to take both COVID and non-COVID patients from hospitals. Can the Minister assure those who live in or who work in care homes that there will not be a repeat of untested patients being moved into care homes, and that care homes have access to full testing, early vaccines and appropriate levels of PPE? And I'd like to build on the question asked by my noble friend Lord Scriven. Back in the spring, ministers said that the Nightingale hospitals are the NHS safety net, and the military delivered them in record time ready for use, for which both they and ministers deserve credit. Yet with the exception of the Exeter Nightingale, they lie unused. So can the minister say when and how they will operate? We keep being told that staffing is the problem, but surely when they were planned, there was an emergency plan to staff them as well. And if there aren't, what have ministers been doing over the last 9 months since they were built? As Andy Cowper of the Health Service Journal has asked, were they just theatre? Finally, the minister began with the news about the MHRA approval of the Oxford University AstraZeneca vaccine, which indeed is great news, and they are to be congratulated on the joint work, which started in January. The logistics for this are such that delivering 2 million doses a week if 50 million people are to be vaccinated by the summer are extraordinary. And I do hope that we will have a chance in this House to debate the detail of that with a repeat of the statement that the Matt Hancock is making this afternoon in the Commons. Preferably, can we debate it next Tuesday?
Thank you. My Lords, I join with other noble lords in giving wholehearted welcome to the approval of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which for once will actually be a game changer in defeating this horrible virus. And I thank and pay tribute to our scientists and indeed the volunteers who came forward to be tested. Crucially, my Lords, it means speeding up on vaccination. This is now a race against time. So I'd like to ask the Noble Lord, the Minister, how many over 80-year-olds have been vaccinated and how many care home residents? As far as the substantive issue before us today, as ever the government are behind the curve in control of the virus and our debates of them, but we will see when the likely statement is made later in the Commons, which will extend Tier 4. Major changes to Christmas provision were late but welcome, but devastating for many. The Prime Minister announced the changes on Saturday, the 19th of December at 5 p.m. Why wasn't guidance published at the same time to give people much needed clarity? People who were to attend funerals and get married the next day were desperate to know and very anxious indeed, not surprisingly. Why wasn't the government better prepared, given rapidly rising infection rates and identification of the new strain? This was known since September that we had a new strain. This was not news. The government knew that the three-tier system wasn't enough and should have had contingency arrangements and communications ready to go. My Lords, we all saw the scenes of chaos following the announcement. Packed trains leaving London. Does the Noble Lord the Minister accept that the appalling communication strategy contributed to this and will indeed have contributed to the spread of the virus? To say nothing of the issues raised, of face masks raised by my noble friend Lord Faulkner. What assessment has the government made of compliance over the Christmas period? What additional support is available in Tier 4 areas? Access to testing and income support. The need to incentivise people to stay at home who are on low incomes and whose jobs are in jeopardy. The 19th of December was totally typical of the procrastination, the constant over-promising and under-delivering, the opaqueness of information, the refusal to release sage advice in a timely fashion, a Prime Minister who seems incapable of taking timely decisions, and a pandemic out of control. Yesterday we learnt that all the hospitals in Essex were 48 hours away from having to refuse any more patients, COVID or otherwise. So if you broke your leg, you would be refused entry. This is because over 700 staff in South West Essex alone were being off with isolating and with symptoms. No strategy to get temps in from Tier 2, no vaccines for the staff, no lateral flow tests as promised in October. And today the leaders of the councils in Essex have declared a major incident. So how quickly and how will the government give Essex hospitals the urgent support they need? On these benches, my Lords, we support the regulations, but we must ask ourselves, as we have so many times before, can the Noble Lord the Minister tell us if this is enough action necessary to contain this virus, as the Noble Lady Baroness Watkins asked us and others? What's going to happen in the next 24 hours? How is the government actually going to seek to control people going out and celebrating the new year? This virus is indeed out of control. Yesterday, over 50,000 cases were reported. There are now more patients in hospital in London than at any time in the pandemic. Last week, 3,000 people died. So far, Tier 4 areas showed no sign of slowing down, and the nerve tag minutes of the 18th of December suggest that this strain could add 0.04% to the R number. This new variant means it will be harder to bring infections under control, so harder measures are needed. So will the government publish in real time the advice they are now receiving from SAGE? And as other noble lords have said, do they really intend to move people from London hospitals with the new variant virus to other parts of the country? I really would like a yes or no answer to that question. And that takes us to the Nightingales. Is it true that the XL Nightingale in London has been mothballed and its equipment removed? A yes or no answer again would be appreciated. White elephants, stunts, over-promising, getting the army and others to work their socks off, thinking they were helping their country, absolutely typical of the handling of this pandemic, where national interests and people's lives seem to have been secondary to political expediency, the threat of Tory backwoodsmen, and a photo call for the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. My Lords, it's very serious indeed. We need, for the sake of our country, to get this under control. So I will finish by talking about our children and our young people. It is shocking the way our teachers and head teachers have been treated with such contempt by this government. So I think there are 5 questions the noble lord needs to answer. What the science tells us about COVID in schools. What is the plan for next week that we do not know? Whether all students have IT for home learning. What is the plan and support for mass testing? And when will school staff be vaccinated? How much worse does this have to get before further action is taken?
Minister Lord Bethell.
My Lords, I'm enormously grateful to noble lords for an informed, thoughtful and passionate debate. These regulations are incredibly important, but they are clearly not enough to battle the growth of COVID in recent weeks. And noble Lord Harris was entirely right to spotlight the situation in London, which is particularly acute. In Havering, there is a prevalence of 1,500 per 100,000. My Lords, I remember being surprised when somewhere hit 200. We used to be happy with 4. 1,500 is an astonishing number, and I fear that's what we're looking at the moment, and that is the seriousness of the situation we have to face up to. My Lords, there are those noble lords who have suggested that we're not doing enough, and I would just like to answer a few of those questions in that area. In terms of testing, as noble lords who have been frequent to these debates will know, we could not have been more committed to our testing regime. In the past reported week, 10th to 16th of December, 92.6% of contacts were reached, 93.9% of Pillar 1 tests were within 24 hours, 91.1% of care home tests were within 3 days. 2,293,012 tests were done in that week. That is a colossal number, and it reflects an enormous commitment. The noble Lord Berkeley, is quite wrong when he describes the project in the Channel Tunnel as being chaotic. It was a remarkable achievement. I don't think any other country could have pulled it off. 30,000 tests brought together incredibly quickly on the roadside with a multinational team of hauliers under the most difficult circumstances, which helped get our trade moving. And I would personally like to pay tribute to colleagues from the DFT, from the military, from local police, from Test and Trace, and all those who made that possible. I'd also like to pay tribute to those who are pulling together tracing partnerships and the community testing regimes over the Christmas period, who have made enormous progress. In terms of the volunteers, a number of noble lords have quite rightly asked about volunteers and whether we could or should be using them more. And I'd like to reassure noble lords in the chamber that we are absolutely working our hardest to make use of volunteers where we can. A number of noble lords have asked about administrative problems. Can I just reassure noble lords that NHS resolution has brought in place clinical negligence schemes for coronavirus under the terms of the Coronavirus Act, which we debated here at the beginning of the year. And COVID-19 has been added to the Vaccine Damage Payments Act. NHS volunteer responders have delivered 1 million tasks to 123,455 unique clients, and that's the work of 360,000 NHS responders. The St John's Ambulance, who have had an absolutely massive impact, have delivered 200,000 hours of support and have very, very helpfully been involved in the training of 30,000 people to the administration of vaccine, and it is very much our intention to make use of that valuable resource. And of the 45,000 Bring Back staff team at the NHS, 2,700 have already been used, and many more are going to be deployed right now. In terms of the vaccination, can I reassure noble lords that the authorisation today is a complete game changer in terms of the scale and speed of the deployment. Not only is the vaccine massively more easy to take to care homes in particular and to GP surgeries, the change in the dosage pattern means not only can we deliver every single dose as it arrives in the warehouse, we do not necessarily have to book someone in for an immediate second dose. And that gives our deployment programme an enormous amount of flexibility and will lead to a great increase in our turnover. We will literally be delivering them as quickly as they can be manufactured. My lords, there are others though, who are concerned that we are doing too much. And can I just address those very, very quickly? My lords, in terms of projections, I have stood at this dispatch box and had the projections of the government and of SAGE and of PHE derided by noble lords as being fear-mongering. My lords, who could have possibly believed that we would have 53,000 new infections? And I think it's a little bit rich of noble lords to question the work of scientists and our modelling teams in terms of their projections on today of all days. We accept advice from a very wide range of scientists. There is no voice who is excluded. But it is the role of government to synthesise advice into policy. And we do not need to smear or deride the scientists who supply that advice. In terms of public support, I've been through the statistics on that on numerous occasions. I don't think I need to go through that again. There is massive public support for the measures that we have implemented. And in terms of ignoring the government, adherence rates are remarkably high. And I pay tribute to the public who, although there are exceptions, by and large, are incredibly committed to the regulations that are in place. And lastly, I have said this before, but it is not the government's policy to use 2-week lockdowns as an emergency brake. It was used in Wales, but not nationally, and that will not be our policy. So I agree with the sentiments of noble Baroness Watkins. I am also, at heart, a celebrator of British liberties. But it is the virus that is not respecting liberty, not government. And we have no option but to bring in these kinds of measures in order to battle the virus, in order to save lives, and in order to protect future generations. My lords, a number of noble lords have brought up schools. And schools are, without doubt, to my mind, the most difficult of subjects at the moment. Of course, it is right that we should do absolutely everything we can to keep schools open. And those noble lords who have made their point enjoy my complete and utter support. But, my lords, the epidemiology of it is very challenging. Schools have undoubtedly been the source of an enormous amount of transmission. Some of that is asymptomatic, but it is deadly nevertheless. And the opening of schools has led, particularly in London, to a contribution to the large rate of transmission. It will be up to the Secretary of State for Education in the other place to make the announcement on schools. But can I just share with the noble lords that the government is entirely committed to trying to keep schools open for exactly the reasons cited in this chamber, not least that it is those who come from the poorest background who undoubtedly suffer the most from the closure of schools. But in order to make an effective regime to battle this virus, we may need to make some tough decisions. My Lords, Noble Baroness Thornton asked the question, is this going to be enough? My Lords, that is not for me to answer. The Secretary of State for Health, my right honourable friend, will be making a statement in the other place shortly, and he will address the question of any future restrictions or regulations. But she is entirely right. We face a completely different challenge this week than we did when we went into recess before Christmas. This new variant is of a different order. We may as well be thinking about battling a different disease, and we will have to step up to that challenge in order to see ourselves through to the spring, when the vaccine will have been delivered to sufficient numbers to really make a difference. And I regret, Noble Lords, if that strikes a chilling note to the end of this debate, but it is one that we have to face up to. I beg to move these regulations.
My Lords, the question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion to approve the health protection coronavirus restrictions, all tiers and obligations of undertakings, England Amendment Regulations 2020. Lord Bethell, move formally.
I beg to move formally.
The question is that the second motion in the name of Lord Bethell be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion to approve the health protection coronavirus restrictions, all tiers, England Amendment number 3, Regulations 2020. Lord Bethell, move formally.
I move formally.
The question is that the third motion in the name of Lord Bethell be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn to a time to be shown on the annunciators and not before 3 p.m. for consideration of the European Union Future Relationship Bill.
My Lords, the question is that the House do now adjourn until around 3 p.m. for the second reading and remaining stages of the European Union Future Relationship Bill. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, the hybrid sitting of the House will now resume. I ask members please to respect social distancing. Second reading of the European Union Future Relationship Bill, the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time, and in doing so, would like to thank in advance all noble lords speaking in today's debate. This bill, which passed its stages in the other place with a substantial majority, will implement the historic trade and cooperation agreement negotiated with the European Union and marks the beginning of a new chapter for our country. This comprehensive Canada-style agreement, worth over £660 billion, delivers on the commitments made to the British people in the referendum and in last year's general election. It takes back control of our money, borders, laws and waters, ends any role for the European Court and protects the Good Friday Agreement. It provides certainty for business, from financial services to the life sciences industry, food producers and our world-leading manufacturers, including the car industry, safeguarding highly skilled jobs and investment across our country. I'm sure the whole House will join me in thanking our negotiating team, led by my noble friend Lord Frost, for their professionalism, skill and perseverance. And of course we also pay tribute to President von der Leyen, Michel Barnier and our European friends for the part they have played in ensuring we reach the deal we have today. This agreement is the beginning of our new relationship with our European neighbours. It is a deal based on friendly cooperation between sovereign equals, centred on free trade and inspired by our shared history, interests and values, while respecting one another's freedom of action. Crucially, it fully upholds our rights as a sovereign country, meaning we will have political and economic independence to assert global Britain as a liberal, outward-looking force for good. But, my Lords, this is not just a free trade agreement. It is much more. This broad and unprecedented settlement reflects our historic, close relationship with our European neighbours, a relationship and partnership which will continue, albeit in a new form, once the transition period ends tomorrow. I know when it comes to this subject, the strength of feeling across this House is strong. For decades, this House and its work has played a pivotal role in forging our relationship with our European neighbours and allies. While this workload may have increased since 2016, the quality has never diluted, and your Lordship's commitment and focus in scrutinising the 17 Brexit bills we have enacted over the last 4.5 years has been unwavering. In particular, I would like to pay tribute to the EU Select Committee and its subcommittees for the work they have carried out on behalf of the whole House since the referendum. The committees have published in excess of 70 reports, thanks to the efforts of its members, staff, clerks and legal advisers. The scrutiny of this House has been better for their work and dedication. And as leader of this House throughout this often difficult and turbulent time, I would like to thank noble lords from across the House for your commitment and dedication to our important role during this long and at times frustrating process. I hope that with consideration of this bill, the House can close this particular chapter and look forward to opening a new one, which focuses on our new domestic and international agendas as we move on to build a great future for our four nations. My Lords, the transition period will end at 11 p.m. tomorrow. I know members across the House will want to ensure that the legislation that gives effect to the treaty is in place so that people and businesses can rely on it. We will be provisionally applying the agreement from the 1st of January, but we still need to have legislation in place for provisional application and implementation to happen and to ensure that we can ratify the agreements. My Lords, I would now like to turn to the contents of the bill. Part 1 of the bill implements the relevant provisions of the agreement that will protect our citizens and continues our long-standing commitment to joint cooperation on security matters. The Government has negotiated a comprehensive package of operational capabilities that ensure we can work with counterparts across Europe to tackle serious crime and terrorism. Among a series of security measures, the agreement facilitates the continued transfer of passenger name record data from the EU, exchange of data via the PRUM system, and streamlined extradition arrangements based on the EU surrender agreement with Norway and Iceland. This is the first agreement of its kind that the EU has negotiated with a non-Schengen third country, and means that our security and border agencies will be able to continue working with our EU neighbours to protect the British public. My Lords, Part 2 of the bill addresses trade and other matters, implementing arrangements to keep goods flowing in and out of our country. This deal maintains zero tariffs and zero quotas on trading goods between the UK and EU, the first time the EU has ever agreed complete tariff-free, quota-free access in an FTA. The bill provides for streamlined customs arrangements, including recognising our respective trusted trader schemes. The technical barriers to trade chapter means our exporters will not face unnecessary obstacles or discriminatory regulatory regimes. My Lord, this bill implements our deal for UK hauliers, as well as bus and coach companies, who can continue to operate to, through and within the EU, making sure critical cross-border services can continue to operate on the island of Ireland. These passenger transport provisions will give people the freedom to travel to and from the EU easily for work, holidays and to visit loved ones. My Lords, we have also agreed a comprehensive protocol on social security coordination, which is unmatched by any other between the EU and a third country. This agreement will ensure that UK nationals have a range of social security cover when living and working in the EU, including access to an uprated pension and extensive healthcare arrangements. The bill gives effect to these provisions. My Lords, the bill also gives effect to an unprecedented agreement on energy trading and Euratom, and reasserts our shared priority of tackling climate change through sources such as solar and wind. The measures I've outlined demonstrate that this historic agreement is one that is wide-ranging and designed to provide certainty to our citizens, businesses and hauliers through trade, tax and transport measures. The bill also makes other arrangements which are related to our agreement with the EU, but not directly related to its implementation. My Lords, the United Kingdom's commitment to protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all respects is unwavering. That's why this bill will enshrine funding to the Peace Plus programme to promote peace, reconciliation and economic development in Northern Ireland and the border region of Ireland. Part 3 of the bill ensures that we can meet our legal obligations under the agreements, including those emanating from the governance architecture they contain. The House will understand the significance of the fact that the basis of this agreement is not EU law, but international law. EU law will no longer have any special status in the UK, and nor is there any direct effect of this agreement in UK domestic law. Crucially, the Court of Justice of the European Union will have no jurisdiction, delivering on one of our core objectives in the negotiations. In the agreement, we have made reciprocal commitments to high-level principles, but not to common laws, and will retain flexibility to tailor our approach for the United Kingdom. These are fair and balanced measures which ensure there is no constraint on either side's autonomy and sovereignty. Our Parliament will regain its freedom to make or unmake law as it sees fit, and we shall begin by fulfilling our manifesto promise to maintain the highest standards of labour and environmental regulation. My Lords, a significant agreement has been achieved for our fisheries industry, although this is not included in the bill. For the first time in nearly 50 years, our country will be free to decide who can access our waters and on what terms. There will be an adjustment period of 5.5 years, during which the UK's share of fish in our waters will rise from over half today to around 2/3. After this adjustment, any access by non-UK vessels to fish in UK waters will be a matter for annual negotiations, with no automatic access granted to the UK exclusive economic zone. My Lords, the Government is committed to upholding the Sewell Convention, and we have sought legislative consent motions from each of the devolved legislatures where necessary for this bill. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has sought consent from each of the administrations, and we look forward to receiving responses. My noble friend Lord True will update the House with developments in his closing speech. My Lords, this bill delivers with what the British public voted for in last year's general election and the referendum, and marks the start of a new chapter. One where we can take advantage of freedoms outside the EU to boost our efforts to level up opportunity, to reform our approach to support farmers and improve the environment, to encourage new innovative sectors to develop, to strike trade deals and to play a leading role on the world stage. For these reasons and many more, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Amendment, Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town.
My Lords, we're sitting, are we not, at an unusual time, though not on the 25th of December, which would have been a first since 1656, nor on Christmas Eve, which would have been a first since 1929, when, Esther Weber assures me, the discussion included the quality of oysters in the Commons restaurant. Perhaps that was because they weren't Morecambe Bay oysters, something perhaps on which the noble Lord, Lord Cavendish of Furness, might enlighten us in his valedictory speech. As he leaves, another member arrives, and I particularly look forward to the maiden speech of Lord Austin of Dudley, whom I've had the pleasure of knowing and working alongside for many a year. Today, we are asked to put into domestic law the Christmas Eve agreement, but also, I hope, we will agree the regret motion standing in my name. I'm a child of the British Army on the Rhine, born in a war-ravaged Germany, schooled in a divided Germany, but also a child of democracy, the rebuilding of which in Germany my father and his generation played a role. What I also saw was the gradual regrowth of friendships of nations, the dismantling of trade barriers, the increased movement of people, and the development of security, personal and cultural life, to ground the continent's future in its people and economic well-being. How can I not feel European? So today, because of all that happened since 1945 and since 1973 and what happened in 2016, as we start on a new journey, we owe it to the past as well as to the future to ensure that we continue with the motivation and the drive that built such a successful, peaceful and cooperating bloc. This won't be easy as we erect new trading barriers with our neighbours, reduce access to jobs and education across Europe, and step outside the customs union and single market. That is the treaty that the Prime Minister, having led the Brexit campaign, has now signed. Today we're asked to pass the bill, agreed overwhelmingly by the elected House of Commons, to put his deal into law. In normal times, our role would be to scrutinise this bill, to test whether it fulfils its role, ensure it's workable, and allows for transparency and accountability. Sadly, that's not what we can do today, thanks to the government having delayed and delayed, perhaps even to avoid such scrutiny in your Lordship's House. Nevertheless, this is the beginning, not the end, of our scrutinising how we leave and how we build our future with the EU. There remain many areas yet to be negotiated and many decisions on the implementation of the deal. So we will have the chance to exercise proper scrutiny post-ratification, including through examination by our European and other committees, and full debates on whatever reports they produce. The agreement itself allows for a review, and I would hope that either a special committee here or a parliamentary appointed major independent study prepares for that review. looking at all aspects of the UK-EU relationship and how it might be improved and developed across economic, social, cultural, environmental and climate change. Never again should we stumble into a profound shift in our international security and trading relationships without full debate of the options and the paths to be taken. But turning to today, we should remember two things, both relating to the mode of our leaving and our future relationship with the EU. Firstly, the treaty is supported by all our EU colleagues and partners. Their governments, including the Irish, have unanimously endorsed this deal. And for us on the Labour benches, our continental sister parties support it and look to us to help make it work. Business has similarly welcomed the fact that we have a deal, removing the horrendous possibility of trading on WTO terms next week, and at least beginning to see a new certainty. Secondly, we face a seismic change in our relationship with the EU, but we are not leaving the continent. We are not turning our back on these major trading, security and friendship partners. And looking to the future, Labour, as an internationalist party, will forge a close relationship with the EU in the national interest. From the personnel, where we want Erasmus-type arrangements so that our young people can live, work and study together, to industrial and service provision, where Europe-wide business will flourish where trade is easy. And for consumers, not only being spared import tariffs, but also the ability to travel, holiday and explore the lands around our islands. Turning to the agreement, it is not a Labour agreement. It is tariff-free for UK-made goods and quota-free, and that we welcome. But it is sadly lacking on those invisibles, the service sector, financial, educational, cultural, such a vital part of our economy. There are gaps in security and data exchange. There are real weaknesses in the protection of workers' rights, one of the great benefits of our EU membership, where we worked in step across the Union. There's added bureaucracy for business, rather more, I fear, than Mr. Gove's bumpy moments, and hardly amounting to frictionless trade. New regulatory hurdles, especially in chemicals and pharmaceuticals, limited mutual recognition of qualifications, the end of current police and security cooperation, with uncertainty over the European arrest warrant replacement, and a lost opportunity for a far-reaching and comprehensive approach to foreign policy, defence and security cooperation, and a lost opportunity to safeguard the future status and economic prosperity of Gibraltar. Despite the people of Gibraltar being assured there would be no UK-EU deal without Gibraltar, in fact, this deal excludes Gibraltar. Yesterday, the Spanish Foreign Minister warned that if there's no deal in the next 72 hours, the ROC will become the only place where there is a hard Brexit. And with Gibraltar becoming the external border of the EU, there could be passport stamping and many other checks leading to lengthy queues. So this bill implements a deal we wouldn't have negotiated, a deal that is less than it should or could have been, a deal made in number 10, and with an eye, I think, on the ERG rather than the whole of the UK. But it is the deal that we have, and it is so much better than no deal favoured by some on the government side. For that reason, we accept the bill, but with sincere regret that it's so late we can't do our job properly, and also our sincere regret that the deal excludes some of the country's most vital interests. Because there remains so much still to be negotiated, we call on the government to work with Parliament to ensure full transparency and oversight of the umpteen special committees and working groups that still have big decisions to take, and to work with Parliament and the devolved authorities to work urgently and quickly to establish the Parliamentary Partnership Assembly so that parliamentarians across the EU and the UK can play their part in the remaining stages. I beg to move.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been moved by Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town, at the end to insert the words printed on the order paper. The question I now have to put is that this amendment be agreed to. And I call the next speaker, Lord Newby.
My Lords, some 4.5 years after the referendum result, we can now see in the treaty which we're discussing today the outline shape of the UK's future relationship with the EU. Yet we've had no real opportunity to read it, no chance to consider its implications. It's the most important single treaty this Parliament's had to consider since we joined the European Community in 1973. Yet today, we're invited simply to rubber stamp it in a matter of hours. My Lords, a treaty which the Prime Minister claims restores our sovereignty begins its life by mocking parliamentary sovereignty. The Prime Minister, of course, disdains the convention which we call a constitution. If he can break any of those conventions to make his own life easier, he will, as he tried to do with prorogation last year and as he did with his list of peers last week. He's done so again in this case. For today's debate isn't a case of Parliament weighing the arguments and forming a view, but of Parliament waving through hundreds of pages of law, unread, unanalysed and unquestioned. There's no scope today to discuss the details of the bill itself, or, because of tomorrow's deadline, to contemplate amending it, despite the extraordinarily broad Henry VIII powers which it contains and on which your Lordship's House may have wished to express a view. My Lords, the country will have many months and years to find out what the treaty means in practice. But that doesn't mean that we can't assess it against the key purposes of any government in any country at any time. Does it make us more secure? Does it make us more prosperous? Does it help to unite the country? And does it strengthen our position in the world? My Lords, in each case, the answer is no. On security, the EU over many years has built up a series of measures which has made it easier to identify criminals and terrorists and bring them to justice. Its crown jewels are the European arrest warrant and the real-time European crime-fighting databases, such as Schengen II. We are now outside all of those. The warm words of the Treaty on Security Cooperation seek to make the best of a bad job. But it's a major step backwards, leaving us with literally zero prospect of establishing as effective a system for fighting crime and terrorism as the one we're leaving. On the economy, the treaty provides for tariff and quota-free trade in goods, but literally hundreds of new impediments on trade in services. The Canadian agreement, to which the Prime Minister refers glowingly, has, by the government's own admission, over 400 restraints on the free trade in services. And we see this reflected in this treaty, whether it's ending mutual recognition of most professional qualifications or the end of passporting for financial services. Yet the UK has a big balance of trade deficit in goods and a big balance of trade surplus in services. So we're penalising the sector where we're strongest and favouring the EU in the sector where we're weakest. This is a massive win for the EU at our expense. And even in trade in goods, exporters are faced with a massive increase in bureaucracy and red tape. some 200 million new customs forms to be completed each year, and an extra 50,000 customs officials required to process them. Those who favoured Brexit made much of Brussels' bureaucracy. Well, just wait till they see how many new layers of form filling they've imposed on British businesses. We're told that any trade losses with the EU will be more than matched by our new global trading partnerships. But who are these to be with? Not the US, unless we capitulate on food standards. Not with China, where our exports are actually falling back, unless we stop criticising their human rights record. Ask the Australians. Not with India, unless we allow many more Indian immigrants. Ask Priti Patel of the likelihood of that. And ask any small business about the relative costs of exporting to the EU or to the Far East. And there's only one answer. It does not support the government's argument. On maintaining the unity of the United Kingdom, the third test for any government, it is to me almost incredible that the Conservative Unionist Party has erected a border down the Irish Sea and allowed the EU to dictate what goods we can trade across it. Seed potatoes have become the only good which will not encounter friction in moving west across the Irish Sea. And this is because Brussels has banned internal UK trade in them entirely. As it becomes increasingly apparent that the economy of Northern Ireland has closer links with that of the Irish Republic than of Great Britain, people in the province, it seems to me, will inevitably increasingly prioritise their relationship with the South than that across the Irish Sea. And the Irish government's decision to fund Erasmus students from Northern Ireland, as our government shamefully exits the scheme, shows just how aware the Republic is of this new reality. No wonder some in the province who so enthusiastically supported Brexit now realise just what a price they're having to pay. And on our global influence, the final test of government, the world has looked askance as the Brexit saga has played out. People have not been patting us on the back and congratulating us on our pluck and our resolve. They've all asked, why on earth are you shooting yourself in the foot? Certainly, incoming President Biden has made it clear where his priorities lie, and they're not with the UK. And as of today, the UK has no foreign policy and no capacity to influence international events or even standard setting as part of a single EU response. With a weakened economy, a decimated aid budget and a new reputation for untrustworthiness, our soft and hard power will be less than at any point since before the Napoleonic Wars. So, my lords, your Lordship's House is being asked today to vote for a treaty which makes us less secure, less prosperous, less united and less influential. It's passed the Commons with acclaim and will pass your Lordship's House with ease. On these benches, however, we simply cannot join in what is, in effect, for many people, a collective sigh of relief that we aren't leaving, at least, with no deal at all. Clearly, no deal would have been completely disastrous, but by choosing a deal which prioritises a two-dimensional view of sovereignty over what's best for our prosperity, the government has made a deliberate choice for which responsibility rests with them alone. This is a Conservative Party treaty, the culmination of a process which began when the Conservative Prime Minister decided to hold a referendum to manage splits in his own party. The Conservatives, with their majority in the Commons, would, even without Labour support, have secured a majority for the treaty and the bill, and they will be judged on the consequences. My lords, as people in your Lordship's House know, we on these benches have opposed Brexit as we oppose this bill because we believe on all counts it's bad for our country. We didn't win the argument with the electorate in 2016. But in a democracy, you don't change your fundamental views because at a particular time more people hold different views. You continue to argue for them in the hope that you might eventually prevail. We continue to believe that in every respect, Britain is better off at the centre of Europe. This treaty removes us from that position. We will therefore be voting against it at this bill do now pass, and invite all those across the House who share our vision of Britain's place at the centre of Europe to join us.
Yeah. I call the next speaker, Lord Judge.
We can, indeed, as it is the only opportunity we shall have, we must discuss whether the future relationship agreement represents what has been described as a hard or a soft, or nowadays a thin or scrawny, or perhaps a plump deal. But I am afraid the single question for decision for us today is whether, however we choose to describe it or to deride it, and with whatever level of reservation and hesitation, do we accept this deal or do we not? Personally, I breathed Lord Newby's sigh of relief when I heard the news that a deal had eventually been negotiated. I share the views that have already been expressed that there are problems and disappointments with it, which will no doubt be ventilated this afternoon, as they were indeed in the other place by the Leader of the Opposition this morning. But I respectfully suggest that the discussions that we have today about how and when the agreement was eventually signed should not overlook that there were two parties to the negotiations. It was the duty of the EU negotiators to do their best to protect the interests of the EU from the consequences of the unwanted departure of one of its members, and to do so in a way which kept 27 sovereign countries content with what was to be agreed. It was not open to us to require a negotiated settlement in which we dictated the terms of our departure, and the EU was never going to make easy concessions, and our negotiating hand was not strong enough to obtain them. So one has to be careful not to be unfair to those responsible for the negotiations. My Lords, as I indicated, I welcome with relief what I believe to be a workable deal, the most important feature of which is the restoration of parliamentary sovereignty. And in years to come, we must make it clear that from now on, that is to say the 1st of January 2021, the Prime Minister has no sovereignty, that the Executive has no sovereignty, and that there is no coronation after a successful election campaign culminating in a large majority for one party or the other. My Lord, I am stating the obvious, but today's legislation exemplifies the unwanted tendency, which, if I may adapt the words of John Dunning in 1780, the tendency of the executive to command and to expect to command the legislative process rather than to defer to it, have increased, are increasing, and should be diminished. My Lords, that's really all I have time to say. There is much more that I would like to say, but there is one positive aspect of the bill, which is that we parliamentarians in both houses must wake up to the fact that there is now to be, should now be, proper, true parliamentary control of the legislative process. But my Lords, that is up to us.
I call the next speaker, Baroness Morgan of Coates.
My Lords, it's a privilege to speak in this historic debate today, and it is also a relief to be here after 4.5 years. I want to congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, my noble friend Lord Frost, the UK negotiating team and the EU negotiating team on reaching this deal in the teeth of a pandemic which has made the negotiations so very challenging. But as the coronavirus has revealed inequalities both in this country and around the world, Brexit highlighted some inabilities in modern British politics. The inability to see that compromise is not always a bad thing. The inability to show that sometimes we can disagree well and respectfully with each other. But most importantly, that some people showed an inability to accept the results of a public vote, a vote that had been sanctioned by this very Parliament. And at some point, both houses of this Parliament will have to demonstrate that we have learnt from this period in our history. Now, there were some who asserted that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, did not want there to be a deal. But actually, he demonstrated both with the withdrawal agreement last year and now this deal that absolutely he wanted there to be a deal that set the terms for a continuing and new relationship with the European Union, but with Britain very much not as a member of that European Union. We will undoubtedly hear today criticisms of what is in that deal, but also those who still seek to say that actually we should not have taken this step as a sovereign country. But I hope there will be many others in this country, in this Parliament and beyond, who will see that the deal negotiated and agreed on Christmas Eve presents great opportunities for Britain, and that we should take the opportunity to seize what is before us and to build a success for our country in a new trading relationship, but also in a new cooperation relationship with the European Union as our neighbours and partners. There are many businesses who have in the past complained about red tape and been told that it's impossible to do anything about it because it comes from the EU. Well, now that won't be an option, but equally there'll be times when we will want to take the opportunity to do things very differently, whether that's in terms of building trading relationships with other countries around the world, or making decisions that are right for our businesses in this country. So we have this deal. And while there are areas that remain to be worked out, such as financial services and in data flows, this is a deal that signals the start of a new relationship with the European Union. I am pleased to support this bill today and the overall deal, and I hope that this House will reject the amendment that is before it. The news today shows that 2021 can well be a brighter year for everyone, and this deal and this new relationship with the EU will be part of that.
Speaker Baroness Taylor of Bolton.
My Lords, I speak as Chair of the Constitution Committee, and I must say at the outset that this bill elevates to a new level our concern about the way in which government presents legislation to Parliament. This bill fails all the tests for achieving good quality legislation. It is long and complex and gives significant new powers to the executive. We've not had anywhere near enough time to scrutinise the bill as we would wish. And in any other circumstances, the Constitution Committee would issue a detailed, thorough and critical appraisal of the bill. But the committee did meet yesterday and we published our immediate response. We have acknowledged that the fast tracking of this bill is now necessary, but only necessary because of the government's own actions ahead of the cliff edge of December the 31st. On the actual substance of the bill, we have noted that a prominent argument for the UK leaving the EU was to take back control of our laws, for laws to be determined by the UK Parliament rather than the EU's lawmaking bodies. And asserting the sovereignty of the UK Parliament was considered of such importance that it was included in the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020. It is regrettable that this bill, which determines how the UK's future relationship with the EU will be implemented into UK law, was published less than 24 hours before parliamentary scrutiny was due to begin. This does not allow Parliament much by way of control. And my Lords, this is the core of our concern. If, as the government says, powers are coming back from the EU, where do those powers go? Is the executive taking all of these to itself? And what does this mean for the relationship between Parliament and government, and whether this House can fulfil its constitutional responsibilities? My Lords, in the explanatory sorry. In the explanatory excuse me. In the explanatory memorandum, the government says that this bill is not suitable for pre-led scrutiny. We very much disagree with this because the content of the trade and cooperation agreement cannot be amended by Parliament, but the mechanisms used by the bill to rewrite UK domestic law to implement this had significant and potentially long-lasting implications, particularly for the role of Parliament and of the devolved arrangements. The Constitution Committee therefore recommends that the House considers how best to conduct post-legislative scrutiny as soon as possible. And we believe that the quality of such scrutiny will be an early and substantial test of Parliament possessing a significant tranche of returned powers. As Lord Judge has said, this is what parliamentary sovereignty requires.
Lord Purvis of Tweed.
My Lords, I was wondering last night what a cynical government would do if it knew that they could only get a poor deal because they had limited their own hand so much in negotiations. Leave it to the last minute, issue inaccurate and misleading press statements when it was made, only allow for minute scrutiny, seek to prevent any post-legislative scrutiny and refuse to publish an impact assessment, perhaps. But as with others, I love my country, and I was rather heartbreaking exercise over the last few days to read side by side the Conservative government's draft negotiating document for a free trade agreement published on the 19th of May and the final agreement itself. In almost every single area, from the betrayal of fishermen or Gibraltarians through to the vast new burdens on our businesses and consistency and scale of the poor negotiating was laid bare in cold text. The UK Independent Trade Observatory assessment stated this: even with the free trade agreement announced on Christmas Eve, Brexit increases UK-EU trade costs, reduces trade between them, and requires resources for form filling, queuing, etc. These in turn lead to changes in consumption which reduce UK residents' welfare. It goes on with a sobering conclusion. Exports of value added will fall by nearly 5.5% relative to a pre-Brexit scenario, and GDP by 4.4%. My noble friends Lord Fox and Lady Cramer will outline in more detail. And the refusal yesterday by Lord True to commit to publishing an impact assessment, in direct contradiction to a letter that he sent me in May, is likely to be seen most cynically by those communities and those sectors that will be impacted most. The punishing absence of services was expected, as the UK's red line on securing services continuity turned into pink and then a white flag ages ago. We knew some of the details of this already. Lord Grimstone was appointed a Trade Minister from being chair of one of the UK's biggest banks, and when he moved Barclays' European headquarters and almost €200 billion in assets from London to Dublin last year, he said, I quote, "We believe this will give us a competitive advantage." But those of us warning of the damage of this course were told first that we were scaremongering and then saw losers. But I looked at the Leave.eu website archive in the question and answers, and it said this to the question: what impact would leaving the EU have on trade? I quote, "The remaining EU member states will seek a trade agreement assuring the same level of free exchange of goods, services and capital as is the case today." They didn't, and this promise was made in falsehood and fully realised in its egregious breach. But the lies, tangled webs of deception and parliamentary obfuscations are nearly over, and we will have to deal with the consequences. Liberal forebears joined together to ensure the widest benefit of free, fair and open trade well over a century ago. We fought relentlessly against Conservative protectionism at the turn of the last century. We split from the Conservatives and the National Government over the imposition of tariffs all round, and we now, a century on, need to try and militate against the worst elements of this poor agreement. And we will have to be at the vanguard of supporting women entrepreneurs in the service sector to tackle the new barriers, helping our businesses export against the new burdens and support those wishing to seek advantage, not by moving out of the UK, but staying in the UK and working with others to reconnect with Europe. I never thought we would need to rejoin this fight, but we do so, and we must and we will with vigour.
Lord Hope of Craighead.
My Lords, the agreement with the EU covers such a wide variety of matters, and the time for scrutinising this bill is so very short that one has to be selective. My choice has been to look at the surrender provisions in Part 3 and to see how this necessary bill seeks to give effect to them in domestic law. As to the surrender provisions themselves, they must be compared with the EU's framework decision that governs the European arrest warrant to see what we have lost and what we have gained. We were always going to lose the right which we, as a member state of the EU, had to require those countries whose fundamental principles prohibit the surrender of their nationals to third countries to surrender them to us. And so it has been. But we've made up for that by securing agreement to some new protections and to a more comprehensive scheme that, as the European Court of Justice now has no role, leaves as little room for mishaps and misunderstandings as possible. On balance, the scheme, though second best, seems to me to be as good as we could have hoped for. How then does the bill seek to give effect to these provisions in domestic law? Clause 11 tells us that member states are to remain Category 1 territories. That means that the new scheme is to be dealt with under the accelerated procedure under Part 1 of the Extradition Act. That is as it should be, as the surrender scheme itself provides for an accelerated procedure for which Part 1 of that Act was designed. But there are differences. Part 1 of the Act, that is the Extradition Act, does not mention the principle of proportionality, for example, which lies at the heart of the new scheme. And the new scheme clarifies the circumstances in which a public prosecutor can be considered a judicial officer, something that's always puzzled us, which this Act does not do. It is plain that for these and other reasons, Part 1 of the Extradition Act requires to be amended if it's to meet the requirements of the new scheme. For the time being, we are left with the general implementation provisions in Clause 29. But that clause leaves too much to the judgment of the individual judges and others who will be required to operate this system. Uncertainty and inconsistent decisions will follow. It falls very short of what is needed here. We can be sure that the EU on its side will do what is necessary. These amendments are required, and they must be made as soon as possible.
Lord Kane.
My Lords, I wish to make 4 very brief points in this historic debate. First, the Government and the Prime Minister are to be strongly congratulated in securing this landmark future relationship agreement. What has been achieved should not be underestimated, and this House should have no hesitation in supporting the agreement and the passage of this bill. Second, like so many others, I fervently hope that the agreement can finally resolve an issue that has poisoned our politics and divided our peoples like no other issue since the Irish Home Rule debates over a century ago. Although in many respects a Eurosceptic, like a majority of your lordships, I voted Remain in 2016. Yet from the moment the referendum result was announced, I believe strongly that it was the duty of the United Kingdom Government and Parliament to deliver the democratic verdict of the people of this country to leave the EU. With this agreement, surely the time has now come to put the Leave and Remain labels behind us and as a political class to try and unite our country to make a success of our new relationships with both Europe and the wider world. Third, while I support the agreement and the bill, there remain significant anxieties in Northern Ireland regarding the need for regulatory checks down the Irish Sea. With the free trade provisions of this agreement, they will go some way to mitigating a number of these, but they will not entirely remove them. There are particular concerns in Northern Ireland that companies from Great Britain could be deterred from supplying Northern Ireland markets, thus leading to reduced consumer choice in some areas. Would my noble friend in his wind-up therefore assure the House that the Government will continue to monitor this situation very closely, and if there is any evidence that Northern Ireland is being disadvantaged, they will not hesitate to take the appropriate action in the joint committee established for such purposes? Fourth and finally, there is little doubt that events since June 2016, as we have sought to extricate ourselves from one union, have placed enormous strains on our much older union here at home. For those of us who value the maintenance of the United Kingdom above all else in politics and sit here proudly as Conservatives and Unionists, these have been and remain very difficult times. Hopefully this agreement will steady some nerves and stabilise the situation. But with important elections approaching, we cannot afford an ounce of complacency. In conclusion, therefore, I would urge the Government to approach with renewed vigour and determination the need to develop across party lines where appropriate a modern and compelling case for our union that we can take to all four parts of our country to secure our future outside the EU as one nation and one United Kingdom.
Lord Liddell.
My Lords, for half a century, I've campaigned for a united Europe. Today's bill finalises Britain's divorce from the most successful peace project in history, undermining our future economic potential, our national security, and our influence as a force for good in the world. For a social democrat, it signals a retreat from a social market economy governed by rules, standards, and rights, of which there's no equal in the world. Today is a victory for a poisonous nationalistic populism over liberal rules-based internationalism. And it's a very bad and, for me, very painful day. The deal before us is thin in substance, but heavy in its governance structures. It's designed to accommodate a British government of ideological levers who prioritise reclaiming a theoretical sovereignty over the practical benefits of deep cooperation. Yet the Prime Minister this morning had no visible plan to demonstrate how this theoretical sovereignty will deliver the promised new opportunities for the British people. Once, the concept of Brexit was to complete the Thatcher revolution. What is it now? The government will find itself trapped between the politics of the Red Wall on one flank and the treaty provisions on level playing field and tariff retaliation on the other. But bad as this deal is, the alternative is far, far worse. Not just a chaotic no deal, but a lasting rupture with the European Union with a rogue Britain on its doorstep. I am emotional in my European commitment, as emotional as anyone in this House. But in serious politics, we have to base decisions on objective realities. That's why I believe this bill must pass. The big question for Labour now is what next? The European question in British politics has not today been settled. Today simply marks the end of one historical phase. To think we can forget about Europe is to live in a world of illusion. By all means, Labour should no longer be parroting the referendum arguments for Remain. We have to accept that argument. However, this deal does not resolve the complexities of Britain's economic security and political ties to the continent. It contains the institutional structures, however, on which a new and closer relationship can and should over time be built. As for the Brexiteers, I think they should heed Walpole's famous warning. They're ringing their bells now, but soon they'll be wringing their hands.
Baroness Kramer.
My Lords, Martin Wolf, writing in the FT last week, accurately described the EU and the UK as equally sovereign, but not equally powerful. And this deal not only locks in that imbalance, it leaves the UK in a position of dependency that I find quite shocking. As someone who opposed Brexit, I always regarded this deal as damage limitation, but I never expected any British government to give up so much for so little. Because of time, I'll limit my remarks to financial services, a key pillar of the UK economy, perhaps its most important pillar, providing nearly 2 million jobs and over 75 billion a year in tax revenue. With the signature on this deal, our negotiating leverage to protect key parts of this industry has disappeared. We've already seen more than 1.2 billion in assets shipped to the EU. How could any responsible government put the UK economy in this position? Of course, we keep domestic financial services, But our global role depends on our ability to be the overwhelmingly major player in the euro-denominated financial markets. The US has been repatriating dollar activity to New York. China has no intention of outsourcing any significant portion of its financial services. India is equally committed to growing its own capacity. We are entering a period of regional blocs and rivalries. We are Europe's hub or no one's hub. And this is now entirely in the EU's hands. It has the luxury of building capacity in the 27 at its own pace, and then, like the python, gradually squeezing to require a shift out of the UK. In asset management, where frankly the government always thought the sector would just brass plate in the EU, the industry has been adding jobs in the 27 at a pace unimaginable before Brexit. Now the EU is consulting on tightening its rules on outsourcing to push the trend further. In commercial insurance, the Herculean task of transferring contracts from the UK to the EU is close to complete, and Lloyd's of London is now Lloyd's of London and Brussels. Derivatives clearing, a global trillion-dollar industry which underpins London's global role and keeps a huge range of related activities in the UK, has been given temporary equivalence by the EU for 18 months, with guidance to EU companies to use that time to shift their business to 27. Even growth in fintech depends on agreement on data exchange, which is not in this deal. An MOU by March will set a framework for regulatory cooperation if we promise to be good. We face a slow erosion, but only because the EU is happy for it to be a slow erosion. But the pace and the proportion will be at the EU's choice. That is the effect of this very botched deal.
The valedictory speech of Lord Cavendish of Furness.
My Lords, on the penultimate day of my membership of this House, my intervention this afternoon seeks to cover my considered views on this bill and 30 years in Parliament, all in 3 minutes. And I must disappoint the noble Baroness Lady Hayter, no time, alas, for oysters. I'd like to thank my noble friend, the Leader of the House, for her excellent opening speech. May I tell her I look forward to supporting her this evening. In campaigning to leave the European Union, I was guided by two overriding principles. First, to preserve and protect the very ancient settlement under which the people of these islands are governed by consent. And second, to defend the country from the horrors of unaccountable power. The conduct of the EU's institutions run counter, I believe, to those principles and promise in future to diverge further still. My Lords, for most of my adult life, I have wondered how to arrest the erosion of our freedoms and the imposition of a form of government at odds with the character of the British people. Small wonder, then, that I feel a profound sense of gratitude to my noble friend Lord Frost and to our country's brilliant team of negotiators, to my right honourable friend the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and most of all to my right honourable friend the Prime Minister, for bringing me this peace of mind as I enter old age. But let me be clear, I have no quarrel with the people of Europe, only the institutions that govern them. It even occurs to me that these events could become the wellspring of a new train of political thought. I can imagine Europe's political leaders beginning to press urgently the question on whether and for how long the EU's direction of travel commands the consent of the people who elected them. One might echo the words of William Pitt after Trafalgar, when he said, "England has saved herself by her exertions, and will, I trust, save Europe by her example." I fervently hope, my Lords, that as this chapter draws to a close, we will recognise how much our friends in Europe, as well as here, have been puzzled and bruised by the Brexit process. I believe it is the duty of every one of us, and certainly it's the duty of government, to move with energy and imagination in the months and years ahead towards finding ways of healing these wounds and divisions. Government can do practical things, and I believe it will. The more meaningful change in the mood music needs to come from all of us. Christians and non-Christians alike understand the teaching of love thy neighbour. There's surely never been a better time to put this into practice. My Lords, I close by putting on record my profound appreciation for the unfailingly generous help and support I've received from the staff of this House, and likewise from all the officials I have had the pleasure of encountering. I will long remember with gratitude numerous kindnesses. I say with sadness, I do not think the health of your Lordship's house is good. In fact, I think its condition is possibly life-threatening. I am consoled, however, by the thought that the collective genius of this house is more than equal to restore it to what it should be. I will watch with interest. Membership of your Lordship's house has been a unique privilege and a tremendous pleasure, at least for most of the time. Something that will endure in my memory is my most recent experience, which has been to have participated modestly in 2 committees upstairs, brilliantly led respectively by the noble Baroness Lady Donaghy and the noble Earl Lord Kinnoul. May I thank my noble friend, the leader of the House, for her friendship and support. My noble friend Lord True as a friend and outstanding minister. The Government Whip's office for their patience, and a special thanks to my noble friend Lord Borwick, who has sought to keep me in order, his whip barely visible. I've gained something from every peer I've encountered this last 30 years. I've made friendships that I value highly from all sides of the House. I have learnt hugely, I have laughed extravagantly, and with that, all that is left is to bid your Lordships an affectionate and slightly emotional farewell.
Lord Lee of Hurley.
My Lords, may I start by complimenting Lord Cavendish of Furness on his valedictory speech, a typically eloquent and clear speech. I know the whole House will join me in thanking him for over 30 years of service to this House. His warm and friendly camaraderie will be missed by all of us. He has not sought to be safe through caution, but if anything, he's been more than forthright in his illustrious time here. And he can retire safe in the knowledge that the government has achieved in this bill all and maybe more that he and I could have expected. He knows why I get a particular thrill every time I refer to him, and that he will be greatly missed by all the House. I'm also delighted to see that Lord Austin of Dudley is giving his maiden speech here. His proud stand against historic and current anti-Semitism makes him a particular hero of mine. I have supported the government at every stage of the negotiations, and it's true I would have settled for a lesser deal, so I can only thank and praise our excellent negotiating team led by our very own Lord Frost for their achievement. Mark my words, this will go down in history as a masterclass of negotiating success. In this huge bill, I will pick out one area, namely regarding technical barriers of trade. Perhaps my noble friend the Minister can answer the question in his summing up later. The bill very helpfully allows for conformity of product legislation, codes, clarification and status. So, for example, the Soil Association needs to change and coordinate with the EU to enable trade to continue. The plea I hear from manufacturers now is to allow a grace period of time for the new systems to kick in and for guarantees that their customers in the EU do not remove the products from their shelves as they're currently threatening, because after tomorrow, those products may not be EU compliant. Accordingly, there needs to be a grace period. Finally, in respect of financial services, as a practitioner in the field of financial services, I have to disagree strongly with Baroness Kramer. These were the threats and worries that were raised at the time of the referendum, and they proved not to be true. I am convinced that the EU will look carefully at our negotiations through this bill, through this agreement, and we'll see that there can be a win-win between us on financial services. I have spoken about equivalence a number of times in this House in the past, so I look forward to the government achieving a more than satisfactory solution in this vital area soon.
Lord Butler of Brockwell.
My Lords, I have never made a secret of my regret that the 2016 referendum went the way it did. I hoped for some time that when the implications became known, the British people could be given a second chance to vote and the result would go the other way. But I accepted long ago that the train had left the station. We had to turn our attention and energies to negotiating a new relationship with our former partners. We now have the results of that negotiation. I can't agree with those who say, as some have, that this is a bad deal on grounds of the increase in bureaucratic controls on trading goods, of extra checks on exports of food and farm products, of loss of access to development funding. Those are not the results of the agreement. They were the inevitable result of the original decision to leave the European Union. Like Lord Lee, I take a more favourable view than some previous speakers of these negotiations. They seem to me to have been skillful, firmly based on principle, and with a surprisingly satisfactory outcome. It seems to me that we've approached the negotiations not as a mendicant, but as an independent country with a great deal to offer, as indeed is the case. The United Kingdom is the 5th largest economy in the world. We are one of the world's 2 leading financial centres. We have pioneering universities and research centres, as our leading role on the coronavirus vaccine has shown. We have a structure of law which is admired and relied on by businesses around the world. We have the great asset of the English language. These things are not going to go away and are not affected by Brexit. My view is that we can greet this agreement not just with profound relief, that it is much better than no deal, but with positivity about the opportunities which it presents for continued trade and cooperation with Europe. We can be justifiably proud of the civil servant negotiators who have worked so hard and with evident skill to achieve this outcome. I believe that they have shown themselves to be at least equal in resolution and ability to their EU counterparts. This is, of course, not the end of the story. As the President of the European Union said in her moving words when the agreement was announced, there are important areas where there is need for further agreements and cooperation in our mutual interest. But when we are called on to vote on the bill, I will support it and do so not just with relief, but with optimism.
The Bishop of Southwark.
My Lords, I'm glad to follow the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell and agree with much of what he has said. I wish to congratulate Her Majesty's Government on achieving a negotiated outcome with the European Union. In doing so, I not only pay tribute to the Prime Minister, but also to the negotiating team, which bore a weighty burden, and to the civil service support, which provided them with necessary expertise. And last but not least, to the chief negotiator, the noble Lord Frost. Secondly, my Lords, the wider debate requires a candid and truthful recognition of what has been a complex process, including an explicit acknowledgement that a successful negotiation requires significant compromise. Such truthful recognition makes for good civil discourse. This will be further helped, my Lords, by more accurate language about the good and less good aspects of the package, and appropriate scrutiny of detail, sadly not possible today. I hope that public debate will be less about the intangibles of rhetoric and more about the true and honest cost of the investment, outreach, and spiritual renewal needed if we are to flourish as a nation-state going forward. My final point, my Lords, begins with comments from the former Archbishop of Canterbury, the noble Lord Williams of Oystermouth, recently retired from this House, who very early on in the current pandemic spoke of what has become a much wider perception that our lives are bound together with those of every other human being on this planet. That, he said, poses the biggest moral questions. A more positive focus on our continuing interdependence, not least with other European nations, but also more widely afield globally, would be welcome and would herald the future partnerships which will be so essential for our national well-being. I hope, therefore, my Lords, that as we consider this bill and continue the shared endeavour that is our proud national story, we shall recognise that people and institutions flourish best under relational frameworks, and that individualism, freed of obligation or collective provision, will ultimately fail. We are still in the season of Christmas, my lords, and the birth of a saviour transcends all national boundaries with a message of peace and goodwill to all people.
Lord Lang of Moncton.
My lords, one could view this bill as the final step in the long process over 4 years of retrieving our laws from the EU through hundreds of statutory instruments and realigning them with domestic law. The bill delivers the final batch and will implement it. And like Lord Butler, I congratulate the negotiators on their remarkable achievement. As such, the treaty and bill are welcome, but they're welcome for so much more. The outcome brings certainty by concluding 4 fractious years, at last allowing business to plan and invest for the future. More importantly, they restore sovereignty. Edmund Burke said the state is something to be looked on with reverence. Indeed it is. But it is also more than that. Sovereignty gives a nation a mainspring, an inner core, without which its sense of identity and therefore its drive and purpose are blurred. Our sovereignty, shared until now with the EU for many years, has a direct and practical relevance to how we go forward. It's been said that the treaty sets a new standard in trade deals. What it certainly does is to enable us to conclude further deals with other nations free from the handcuffs of EU control. We've just concluded a major deal with Japan. Turkey is said to be poised to conclude one with us. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, embodying many of the fastest growing nations in the world, is beckoning. Australia, Canada, the United States, and others are also on the list. I was encouraged to read that the Department of International Trade, part of the old department where I sought to champion free trade, is already reassessing its former methods of appraising economic benefit in trade deals and tipping towards our national strengths in the international market, where the business potential is huge. And one cannot help but notice the change of tone now among the business and financial commentariat. Where there used to be endless gloom about leaving the EU, now, from the Bank of England downwards, the tone is much brighter. The pound is stronger, the stock market is rising, because we are free from control in the slowest growing continent in the world. I hope our future relationship with the EU, still a major market for us, will be close and productive. We may be able to support them better from the outside and by example. But the EU's share of world trade has crashed during the years of our membership. We can do better following the outcome that this fine, broad-based treaty represents. We should now come together as a nation, look to the future, and seize the opportunities.
Hawks of Cumnock.
My Lords, I'm pleased to follow Lord Lang, although certainly not his line. Instead, I want to return to the 60s and 70s, when some of us were campaigning for the United Kingdom to join what was then called the Common Market, at a time when it was supported by very few in the Labour Party. Indeed, those on the far left described it as a capitalist conspiracy, and some of us were held back in politics because of our support for Europe. But thankfully, by the time of the referendum in 1975, more had recognised that the EU was not just a force for peace, but also a way of maintaining high environmental, safety and social standards, even when we had a right-wing government in the United Kingdom. And that referendum was won not by the slim majority of the 2016 referendum, but by a margin of 2-1. And I was pleased to play a part by helping to organise the campaign in Scotland. But even that convincing majority never silenced the critics, the Little Englanders, who kept on and on with their anti-EU campaign with many, many false stories about Europe, too numerous to elaborate. Indeed, the current Prime Minister promulgated some of them. And all of this resulted in David Cameron, like a rabbit caught in the headlights, conceding a totally unnecessary referendum to try, unsuccessfully as it turned out, to appease his critics in the Tory party. With a campaign of dubious funding and even more dodgy publicity, they obtained just a slim majority, took even them by surprise. And as a result, they've struggled to negotiate this complicated and inadequate deal, which seeks to unstitch 40 years of really fruitful cooperation. So today we have the unenviable choice of supporting a poor deal or rejecting it in favour of an even worse option of no deal. So I will be supporting the government in this bill, not because I welcome the deal, but because it is the less bad option. In doing so, while accepting the deal, we are not endorsing it. It's a crucial difference. And we also reserve the right to seek to renegotiate as well as review, and ultimately, in my view, to seek to rejoin the European Union, which I believe is going to be an increasingly successful union. And you know, those who campaigned for decades to have us leave, they can't deny us the same right to persuade the British people to think again. And for those of us who fought the campaign in the 70s, and the youngsters who I believe will now join us, it is the time now to gird up our loins and prepare to renew the fight to restore our rightful position within the European Union.
Lord Paddock.
My Lords, there are a whole series of security issues that make the UK less safe as a result of this future relationship agreement. In the time available, I will concentrate on one. We have not taken back control of our borders. Under this deal, EU, EEA and Swiss nationals will be able to continue to use e-passport gates at UK airports, allowing visa-free, no questions asked access to the UK. Currently, border force officers have real-time access to the Schengen Information System, SIS2, as my noble friend Lord Newby has said. This system includes details of all those wanted under the European arrest warrant, something else the UK will no longer be part of, details of travelling sex offenders, and those of interest to the counter-terrorism community. From the 1st of January, real-time checking against the SIS2 database of those passing through the UK border will no longer be possible. Passenger name record data covered by this bill is collected by airlines. It contains no information about actual or suspected criminal activity. Not only is there no hardening of the border compared to what currently exists under EU free movement rules, but the ability to prevent the entry of undesirable foreign nationals will be significantly reduced because it will be much harder to identify them. My Lords, patrolling police officers on the streets of the UK can currently check whether the person they have stopped is wanted in any EU state, whether they are known to EU law enforcement as a sex tourist, whether they are suspected by another EU state of being involved in terrorism, simply by checking the person's details on the police national computer, a PNC check. From the 1st of January 2021, the link between SIS2 and the PNC will be disconnected, and none of these real-time checks will be possible. As a result of this deal, wanted criminals, sex offenders, and suspected terrorists who would have been identified through a simple check will be allowed to go on their way. The National Police Chiefs Council, lead for Brexit, said last month that the loss of SIS2 will have a massive impact on us. Anyone who claims we are safer with this deal than we were as a member of the European Union, or than we could potentially have been if we had paid as much attention during the negotiations to the safety and security of our citizens as we did to our fish, they are sadly mistaken. The bill is wholly inadequate when it comes to maintaining the security of the UK, and that is another reason why we cannot support it.
Lord Maud of Horsham.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend, the Prime Minister, and the whole negotiating team of the government for achieving this deal. It isn't perfect. It could never have been perfect. The cake was never available to be had and eaten at the same time. But it's a remarkable achievement to have done this in such a short space of time. I spent much of my early ministerial career negotiating the UK's way into the European single market. during the late 1980s. I know better than most how slow, painstaking, meticulous that work was, but also how fractious the relationship frequently was. Yes, this is a thin deal, as some have said. It doesn't cover services, but we know that the single market for services was far from complete, and especially so for financial services. We know that it doesn't cover mutual recognition of qualifications, but that doesn't immediately mean that professional qualifications won't be recognized. The same applies to conformity requirements. The point has been made by a number of your lordships that there is much work remaining to be done. This isn't the finished article. It never will be the finished article. And it shouldn't be, and it can't be, because the world is changing. Technologies are changing. This has to be dynamic. It has to be a dynamic relationship that adapts as time goes on to the needs and possibilities and challenges of the moment. If anything has shown how important the need to be agile and adaptable, it is the dreadful experience of 2020, which shows how unexpected events can throw out what has been foreseen, but throw up also opportunities and challenges. And so there is a great deal more to be done. I personally believe that there is an opportunity for the relationship to be taken forward in a better spirit, actually, than much of the time when we have been a full member of the European Union. We were never committed in the way that other countries in the European Union have been. Some noble lords talked about Britain being at the center of Europe. We never were at the center of the European Union, nor could we ever have been. We were an important contributing member in many, many ways, and all of the ways in which we can continue to contribute and benefit from that close relationship with our European neighbors and friends, those remain available to us in the future. And I hope that that will be the spirit in which we enter into this next epoch in our nation's life.
Lord Ricketts.
My Lords, I do not believe that this agreement, this thin agreement, as Lord Maud called it, with the EU is in the long-term interests of this country. But I will support the bill this evening because the only alternative would be the worst chaos of a no-deal departure. The British people will discover in the months ahead that this agreement will produce an avalanche of restrictions, bureaucracy, extra costs and delays. As that reality sinks in, at least this deal provides a platform on which to start the long process of building back a closer partnership in the years ahead. Two brief comments from me on the substance. The agreement on security and justice provides for a closer association with the EU than I, for one, had feared. I welcome that. But the principle underlying all the complex detail is that the UK will no longer have direct, real-time access to the EU databases and systems which have become so important for British policing, as Lord Paddick was just explaining. We heard in the Lord's EU Justice and Security Committee that British police had consulted the SIS2 database over 600 million times in 2019. In future, they will have to request information from the SIS2 database with all the delays that that will entail. Access to some of the other databases of fingerprints and DNA and passenger name records looks at first sight to be easier, but the overall loss will be a significant one. I cannot personally understand how it can be claimed that Brexit will make us safer. I think the question is rather, how much loss of capability will there be? What will be the operational impact of slower and more cumbersome processes and more police officers tied up in front of computer screens making requests to the EU? Your Lordship's EU Security and Justice Committee will be holding an inquiry on this in the new year and will report to the House. Very briefly on Erasmus. My own view is that the decision not to continue participation in Erasmus is short-sighted and indeed mean-spirited. Erasmus gave life-enhancing opportunities to many thousands of students from the UK and across the EU. Less well known, it also enabled vocational adult education colleges and schools, many in disadvantaged areas, to set up joint projects with counterparts across Europe. It lifted the admin burden of organisers, which allowed smaller organisations who don't have the resources to arrange projects. I am deeply sceptical, my lords, that an EU scheme starting from scratch with the funding envisaged will come anywhere near replicating the transformational impact that Erasmus has had on so many lives. And I hope this decision to leave Erasmus will be reviewed at the first opportunity. Thank you.
Kinnoul.
My Lords, I very much enjoyed the valedictory speech of the noble Lord Cavendish of Furness, who's been a stalwart and perceptive member of the European Union Committee, and I wish him well, and indeed many plates of oysters, in his retirement. The EU Committee has reported many times in the last 4.5 years on the risks associated with not having a wide-ranging agreement with the EU. The 1,256 pages of Christmas Eve are thus very welcome, and I add my congratulations to the government for achieving a deal, and in particular to the noble Lord Frost and his large and hard-working negotiating team. This, however, represents only the start of a long process. Many areas are not covered, as we've already heard, and for many that are covered, much detail has yet to be hammered out. The EU family of committees, as you just heard, has already begun its work of full scrutiny of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the TCA, and will in due course publish detailed analysis on every aspect of the agreement in a series of reports. The TCA sets up a partnership council which will be supported by a partnership committee, 18 specialised committees and 4 working groups, and will have the ability to create more committees. This structure will sit alongside the existing joint committee of the withdrawal agreement, its 6 specialised committees and working group, a total of 32 committees across the 2 treaties. And as the joint committee of the withdrawal agreement, the Partnership Council of the TCA has the very major power to alter the TCA itself by decision. Scrutiny of this new and powerful structure will be of great interest to Parliament, so I ask the noble Lord the Minister to confirm that the Government will work with us in putting in place a proportionate and transparent scrutiny system. An important aspect of the TCA is the establishment of a Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, a body that will involve members of both houses and the European Parliament. I much welcome this and will return to it when we have more time. That Assembly and the many TCA and withdrawal agreement committees represent a vital set of channels of communication and will offer the opportunity to help repair the mutual trust that the Brexit process has dented. In the meantime, I acknowledge that legislation is vital today to ensure that the TCA comes into force on the 1st of January, avoiding the significant disruption and adverse risks that no deal would represent. So I support the bill.
Lord Moynihan.
My Lords, having spent many years in your Lordship's House on the opposition front bench with responsibility for foreign affairs, following my time in the Foreign Office long ago in the days of Francis Pym, I've always found it possible to combine a passionate interest and attachment to what the Prime Minister recently called the history, security, values and geology, which binds us to our friends in Europe, to an economic belief that ultimately the current European project, which is still in transition, will face challenges and possible failure on economic and then on political grounds. I've always believed we are better as a close friend and ally on the borders of the EU than one of the 28 member states principally tied to the economic and political constraints within it. Accordingly, I congratulate the government and the negotiating teams on both sides, and I associate myself with the 17.4 million people, including myself, who voted for Brexit and began the process which has led to the passing of this historic bill today. In time, I believe the surprising strength of this deal will lead other member states carefully to consider their membership of the European Union. The Bruges speech in 1988 was the turning point for many of us in government in the 1980s. We can now end the 30 years and more of fractious debate and often exhausting, misdirected political energy, and demonstrate increasing certainty for business after 4.5 years of uncertainty. This bill, this return to national sovereignty, comes at a time in our history when the establishment pillars of 20th century Britain are also being challenged, as we rightly move to a more meritocratic society, where in future we must level up. Today we have loosened and restructured unequivocally the political ties of interstate integration. In 2021, there will be a growing awareness of the importance of entrepreneurship, productivity, competitiveness, and opportunity in a global market, themes which will need to resonate as loudly in the boardrooms and on factory floors of UK-based companies as they will be reflected in the increasingly unfettered corridors of Westminster and Whitehall. However, my Lords, I temper my optimism with recognition that, as has been said, this future relationship bill is ultimately a tool, not an end in itself, but a new beginning capable of unleashing the potential of this country and, above all, its people. And in using that tool in the bill before us, I regret the use of Henry VIII powers which are widely evident in this bill and which permit the government to avoid parliamentary accountability and scrutiny, with, as became known after the Statute of Proclamations in 1539, a swift flick of the quill which leaves spilt ink on otherwise excellent parchment. That said, with unfettered optimism and determination, the Prime Minister has delivered. But what, above all, should be remembered is that Parliament today approved the bill. The PM should be congratulated. Today is a historic day and a most welcome opportunity which cannot and should not be taken for granted. It must be grasped to be successful.
Baroness Donaghy.
My Lords, I'm supporting Lady Hayter's regret motion. I chair the EU Subcommittee on Services, which conducted an inquiry into the future UK-EU relationship on professional and business services, including financial services. I had no expectation that these topics would be covered in this thinnest of thin treaties, even though they're vital to the UK economy. Professional and business services accounted for almost 12% of the UK economy, 224 billion in gross added value, 4.6 million jobs, and 23% of all registered businesses in 2019. The UK has a trade surplus of 12.4 billion with the EU. What we do know is that the government has failed to achieve mutual recognition of qualifications or to maximise short-term mobility of labour, which will have a detrimental effect on creative industries. Anything involving selling goods or services will require a work visa. These barriers will have a disproportionate effect on small and medium enterprises. On the wider issues not yet covered, if we fail to achieve a data adequacy agreement, the cost to business at a conservative estimate would be between 1 billion and 1.6 billion to arrange standard contractual clauses. Agreement on equivalence and regulatory cooperation in financial services, intellectual property, cross-border supply of services, rights of establishment and business mobility, in addition to the mutual recognition of qualifications, are all vital ingredients to professional and business services continuing success. What priority will the government be giving to these areas? Finally, the decision to leave Erasmus Plus is a political one, and my committee will scrutinise the detail of any alternative to ensure that our students and universities are not worse off. The Prime Minister said in the Commons, replying to a question, the on gentleman is talking through the back of his neck. There is no threat to the Erasmus scheme, unquote. I suppose that's technically correct. Erasmus will thrive without us. Is that what he really meant? It is still not too late to try to negotiate to stay in Erasmus, and I urge the government to do so.
Lord Fox.
It's a pleasure to follow Baroness Donaghy. I will focus on 3 business consequences of this treaty. First, the deal creates an ocean of new paperwork. The Financial Times reports that each year British companies trading with Europe will have to fill in an extra 215 million customs declarations at a cost of about £7 billion per year. At best, each delivery to and from the EU will take an average day longer. Can the Minister explain how the government will ameliorate this fettering of British trade? Second, double regulation. Any UK company wishing to export to the EU will now have to comply both with the new UK and EU regulations and standards, an extra set of design, test, certification and administration costs. For example, UK chemicals regulation requires British-based companies to re-register every chemical that is currently legal in the EU. Double regulation means double cost. In the case of chemicals, that's about £1 billion of extra cost. So what is the government doing to alleviate the millstone that is hanging around British industry? Third, rules of origin. Traders can self-certify the origin of goods sold and then enjoy what is called cumulation. That's good. However, the deal does not allow for parts imported from regions outside the UK and EU to be counted towards local content, what's called diagonal cumulation. This will make it hard or impossible for our more complex manufacturers to avoid being hit by heavy tariffs from the EU. What's the government doing about that? These are undeniable issues, and the Minister and the government should face up to them. This Conservative treaty makes things worse for investors, worse for workers, and worse for consumers. Finally, my lords, it's clear that despite its size, no skinny treaty here, despite its size, this deal is actually a master framework. As we've heard from Lord Kinnoul and others, there are many further deals to be made. And as the noble Lord Kinnoul set out, there are a welter of committees to do this, 32 by his counting, committees and working parties, to hammer out these details. 32 committees, my lords. Remember, if either party is not happy, the entire deal could be terminated with just 1 year's notice. The UK and the EU will be arguing our relationship for years. So much for this deal giving certainty to business. Business will soon realise that things are not fixed, they're still moving. And without certainty, my lords, capital takes flight.
Lord Naseby.
My lords, this evening is indeed a historic day and a historic debate. Over a year ago, on the 23rd of October, I wrote to the Prime Minister thanking him for his tenacity over the withdrawal bill. I do so again today because he's shown leadership, vision, statecraft and, frankly, sheer willpower. It is he and his team that have produced this bill before us today and shored up a relationship which I personally think will stand the test of time, based on zero tariffs and zero quotas. And so an opportunity beckons for the United Kingdom. Just look at Asia with its new 15-country grouping covering 30% of global GDP. Africa's about to be launched 2021 Free Trade Area covering 1.2 billion people, and South America's Mercosur covering 300 million. So, what do we do to make the most of that, being the 5th largest economy in the world? We need leadership. Leadership in every embassy and high commission, with someone appointed with the status of at least the level of the second most important person there to seek out future agreements. I mentioned a couple. Chile. I've known Chile for 15 years or more. The most successful country at negotiating deals around the world, covering in their case now 90% of global GDP. Sri Lanka, where I've lived and worked. A fintech-orientated society of very talented young people. Another opportunity. Both those countries very pro-British. I think of the city. The city is not a problem. City is not a problem. We were told that there would be a tremendous amount of unemployment there. There isn't. It hasn't happened. This wholesale finance is much better prepared than any other part of the UK. And it's historically very, very rare that anybody that has a dominant role as our city has loses it. Of course, it needs some help in the forthcoming months. I look to my noble friend on the front bench, who's done such a good job. That help will be forthcoming as they negotiate the details with Europe. But I'm sure it will be. And I think perhaps there's a role for a Minister of State to be temporarily appointed to look after the city for 18 months. But to conclude, there are massive opportunities around the world. The key, though, is leadership and an understanding of the role of marketing. For my part, all I can say is I promise to do my best to help our country and my government on this journey to become a really successful country. As Lord Frost said, the Brexit trade deal is a moment of national renewal.
Well, Sandwich.
My Lords, of course I feel some relief, as anyone would, that we did not fall off the cliff edge of no deal, but I'm not joining in the fanfare. Bill Cash compares the PM to Pericles and our EU membership to subjugation. I prefer Margaret Beckett's word, salvage, because this incomplete deal could have been done weeks, if not months ago, and it would have been just as incomplete then, but it would have satisfied the farmers, manufacturers, SMEs, students, musicians, and many others whose livelihoods have been damaged, even wrecked by the delays. What was all that about preparation? How can anyone be proud of setting up a massive lorry car park against no deal when it turned out to have a completely different and unexpected use in the pandemic? That was lucky, wasn't it? The deal was, of course, cleverly announced by the Prime Minister on Christmas Eve with all the hallmarks of a gala, with the magician drawing rather small rabbits out of a top hat. So what is still undone? Parliamentary scrutiny, financial services, fishermen needing more reassurance, devolution is in a lot of trouble, the Schengen data is missing, we will lose Dublin III regulations for asylum seekers seeking family reunion. Gibraltar still has no deal. And then, of course, there is Erasmus. I feel, as Lord Ricketts does, the loss of the Erasmus scheme almost personally, because it is founded on a great European scholar. The Turing scheme is fine, but it's different. Its resonances are different. Some say that the Brexit is all over, but there is and will always be a fundamental divide between those who see themselves as European and those who see Great Britain in a global context. I'm not sure the government appreciates that the first group may already be a majority. I was brought up as a European in a post-war climate, and for me, the UK has always been in Europe. And I agree with those who want a European family of nations, not a political union or a giant bureaucracy. We're going to have some of that ourselves. Of course, the EU has to be reformed, and it has an equal right to a level playing field. Europe will still be here on January the 1st. And because of our shared experiences, we will inevitably have a closer relationship in the future. And most people will want that in the course of time. But meanwhile, we cannot expect Europe to want us back.
Trimble.
My Lords, I've listened with great interest to the debate so far. I'm sorry that to hear so many occasions where people are criticising the government for what it has done, and in particular suggested that in some way they were dragging out the proceedings for some whatever benefit might have thought from that. But I think this is a most unfair approach. The negotiations, one could predict at the beginning that there would always be a flurry at the very end. That is how the European Union carries out negotiations. It only puts its hands on the table right at the very last minute. And sometimes then things get into a mess, and when you're trying to sort them out, there is a lot still to be done to sort out what has happened. But to put the blame for the handling of this solely on our government and our Prime Minister is not fair. And I think the party opposite should reflect on that. I look at this as a unionist, and I don't particularly like what I see. There was a reference from the front bench about there now being a division down the Irish Sea. There's a worse situation, actually. The position is now arrived at where the European Union now governs part of the United Kingdom. That is the present situation. By the present, the part that is governed is actually that dealing with a lot of agricultural matters, and that is always could be dealt with, could always be handled. The problems there could always be handled, but instead of handling them, the EU has walked away with a position where it now legislates for agriculture and actually some business things in Northern Ireland is now governed by the EU. How long is that going to last? What are we going to do about it? We can't accept this. We can't accept this. And I've listened with interest to people talking about setting up discussions, or at least pursuing the matters. We mustn't go around thinking we have solved this issue. We haven't. And we have to consequently, after today, and we've no choice today because this has to be carried through in order that the Act can go, and we don't want to have a situation where we end up with no deal. We have to have that. But we have to realise that it's only a beginning, and we have to pursue it further. And I do want to particularly go back to what people call the Good Friday Agreement, and to just remind people of the core element within that agreement. And it's in to clause 1, paragraphs 1, 2 and 3, saying that it would be wrong to make any change in the status of Northern Ireland without the consent of the majority of its people. This agreement changes the status of Northern Ireland. In that part of this, Northern Ireland is governed by the EU without the people of Northern Ireland having any say in that process at all. We can't allow that to continue. And it's for that reason that I think we have to press on with this Act, and press on so that we do achieve what is necessary. I will leave at that point. I can see the front bench thinks that more should be said. And as I said, this is unfinished business. And waving hands, maybe feel nice, won't solve the problem. We're going to have to come back to this as soon as possible, without delay, so that we do get something worthwhile out of it.
Lord Howard of Newport.
My Lords, critics complain that Brexit and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement will somewhat reduce economic growth. But should maximising growth be paramount? They regret too that we will lose freedoms to study, to start a business, to live. Even the Observer laments to fall in love in Europe. Those who foresee such a diminished life for us ignore that we will regain a fundamental freedom, the freedom to make our own laws in our own parliaments, accountable to our own citizens, with those laws applied in our own courts, subject to no foreign jurisdiction. That parliamentary sovereignty is the great prize. There has been much misrepresentation of the concept of sovereignty. The term does not denote untrammeled freedom of action. All nations operate within constraints of physical and economic reality, power politics, the need to negotiate and compromise. The point is obvious and banal. It is not a ground for deriding Britain's reassertion of sovereignty, properly understood as the right to legislative autonomy and self-government. As democrats, we should treasure sovereignty. Some who oppose Brexit deplore invocation of sovereignty as populism, a fantasy of British exceptionalism, anachronistic, a slide into isolation and ugly nationalism. It should not be any of those things. To reclaim our sovereignty is to articulate anew the liberal constitutionalism that led us over centuries to develop parliamentary government. If British exceptionalism means a proud and tenacious attachment to parliamentary democracy, I embrace that exceptionalism now and for our future. Why do politicians who applaud the assertion of democratic values in other countries regard it as retrograde in our own? And why do they assume that as a self-governing democracy, we will not enter alliances with mutual obligations for mutual advantage, working with the European Union and across the globe on the great issues that require international cooperation, honourably observing international law? Since the 1970s, we have witnessed, with sadness and foreboding, a growing disaffection from Westminster. It has been no coincidence that this has happened since the enactment of the European Communities Act 1972. There have been other sources of political disaffection, for sure. But the fact that Westminster alienated sovereignty, abdicating to Brussels its responsibility to govern across a broad range of policies, has been, I believe, a primary one. Westminster now has the opportunity to recover the respect of our people. This is Britain's opportunity for democratic renewal. I say to my friends who are despondent, we only need faith in our democratic capacity, confidence that we can govern ourselves successfully, and ambition to be a model to the world.
Wallace Saltaire.
My Lords, I agree with the noble Lord Howarth that Britain's democracy has many problems at the present moment with public alienation, and that we need democratic renewal. But this leaving the European Union doesn't either restore or respect the sovereignty of Parliament. And to add to the list of wildly misleading promises about Brexit which have fed public alienation, Michael Gove's assertion on the 26th of December that the agreement and its implementation will establish, I quote, a special relationship between sovereign equals linking the UK to the EU is a whopper. Our special relationship with the United States is, of course, an unequal one, in which the USA matters far more to Britain than we do to them. We allow American bases within the UK to operate without parliamentary scrutiny. We embed British officers in US commands. Within the EU for 40 years, we shared foreign policy cooperation with our partners. Indeed, the whole framework of European foreign policy cooperation was constructed under British leadership, from Jim Callaghan to Lord Carrington to Geoffrey Howe. The EU offered to maintain that relationship. Theresa May's government agreed to do so. It was Boris Johnson who preferred the illusion of sovereignty and who has thrown away the European foundations of any British global role. This bill and the agreement it transposes into domestic law commits us to continuing negotiations across a very wide range of issues in which the UK will be the dependent partner. I mentioned two issues only out of the many that remain unresolved. The issues of data access and the adequacy of data protection are vital to the future of our economy. 3/4 of UK data exchanges flow between here and the European continent. Sovereign independence on data regulation for the UK is not on offer. Our choice is between closer alignment with American or European regulation. We will pursue the government on this. Mutual recognition for cultural professionals, musicians, actors, and artists is left out of the agreement, as has already been mentioned. I declare an interest as a trustee of the Voces 8 Foundation. We will, many of us, seek written assurance from the government that mutual recognition will be negotiated. Lastly, I query the territorial extent clause of this bill. This government has pledged to take back control of UK sovereignty. Yet the Crown dependencies and overseas territories, the offshore havens that benefit from British sovereignty but avoid many of its obligations, are left outside. These are, of course, sources of large donations to conservative groups and right-wing think tanks and the headquarters of companies that win public procurement contracts. It's a deceit on the British people to proclaim total sovereignty against the EU, but to permit British possessions exemptions from the obligations of sovereignty.
The advisory speaking limit.
We will pursue further.
Back. Cormac.
Well,
My Lords, I will vote for this bill without hesitation because I do not see any realistic alternative. But though I will vote with relief that we've escaped no deal, I will not vote with euphoria because I do have some regrets and some concerns. I regret that we did not rally behind the deal painstakingly negotiated by Theresa May some 2 years or more ago. I regret that the government has been so fixated on meeting its self-imposed deadline, even in the midst of pestilence and recession such as we haven't seen for 300 years. And I regret that parliamentary sovereignty has been violated by obliging both houses to pass an 80-page, 40-clause bill peppered with Henry VIII provisions, as Lord Moynihan said, in just a few hours. And, my Lords, I'm concerned at what we are approving, an inadequate recognition of our financial services sector, an abandonment of promises to maintain Erasmus. A number of colleagues have touched on this. A neglect of our cultural sector, and in everything, a proliferation of bureaucracy and red tape, creation of 23 supervisory committees. And, my Lords, I am concerned, and others have touched on this, that the future of Gibraltar remains uncertain. My Lords, I do not want to sound churlish, but I fear there is more tinsel than guiding star in this bill. But having said that, we must make it work. And in doing so, we must put past differences behind us. We must seek to repair and strengthen our own union, because that is at risk. And, my Lords, we must do everything we can to recreate close and convivial relations, not only with the EU, but with each and every one of its constituent countries. They are all our colleagues and our friends, and we need to go forward together in these difficult times.
My Lords, I shall greatly miss Lord Cavendish of Furness. One couldn't ask for a more congenial opponent. I echo Lord Cormac's comments on these farcical proceedings, rubber stamping a crucial bill in an afternoon. What's most striking to me about the treaty is its asymmetry. We're a service economy running goods deficits and service surpluses, yet this treaty gives the 27 free access here for their goods and gives us nothing in return on services, nothing for the city or Edinburgh, no passporting, no equivalence, no recognition of qualifications, nothing on data adequacy, nothing for the digital or creative economy hard hit by the loss of free movement. And as for exports of UK goods, on top of the new borders and bureaucracy, our negotiators have lost on rules of origin, lost on SPS, lost on testing and certification. EU exporters to us face no similar costs here, so it's not lose-lose. We've let the 27 get away with saying that our service access will be determined by their autonomous, reversible decisions. Maybe Lord Butler is right, and that is just the reality of being the junior partner. We're sovereign, but we're not equal. They're 7 times bigger, they call the shots. But the outcome is a treaty that may grow their trade, but can't grow ours. But at least we've taken back control. With one bound, we're free. Alas, no. Gulliver is tied down by that web of 32 committees, where we have to explain ourselves, not to the member states, but to the Commission. And if we ever use our sovereign right to diverge on standards or on subsidies, the Commission have been given by us the treaty right to punish us with rebalancing tariffs. So we'll still in practice be rule takers, though no longer with any say in the rule making. We've sold our access for a mess of pottage, our real economic interests for a sovereignty shibboleth. Now I reckon that's a rather bad deal, but no deal would have been worse. So today's farce must run its course. It's a bad day for the country and a very sad day for Parliament. I share Baroness Hayter's regrets, and I will vote for her motion.
My Lords, first of all, I would like to congratulate Lord Cavendish of Furness on his valedictory speech. I know that many in this House will miss him, but he will never be forgotten. My Lords, may I also join my congratulation for the Prime Minister, Lord Frost, and all his team for their steely determination to deliver what is without a doubt a historical deal. The Prime Minister has, I'm sure to the shock and bemusement of many in this House, delivered what he had promised all along, a trade deal by the end of the year and no extension of the transition period. He has honoured the result of the referendum and delivered what a majority of the British electorate demanded 4.5 long years ago: Brexit. Divorce can be a bitter affair, especially after a 47-year relationship. But, my Lords, what is extraordinary about this negotiation is that we have achieved a win-win result, no better illustrated than by the fact that both sides are claiming victory. Of course, there have been compromises on each side, some painful, but without compromise there can be no agreement. This is why the amendment proposed by the noble Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town is for the birds. It would appear that the Labour Party has little experience of international negotiation. This deal is by any account a truly remarkable achievement. The first ever free trade agreement the EU has reached, based on zero tariff, zero quota, worth 600 billion. We will recover our independence, no longer be subject to a foreign court, and take back control of our own laws. The challenge now is to make the agreement a success. There is no realistic way to go. It is time to stop fighting the referendum campaign over and over again. This is a colossal and useless waste of energy. We should concentrate on rebuilding our economy after the ravages of the pandemic, on fortifying our union, and on giving real meaning to the vision of global Britain, our global ambition, which has been our national instinct and destiny for the last 500 years. It will take hard work, enthusiasm, and imagination, but nothing is beyond a nation which believes in itself and is united in pursuit of its goals. This is a bright future to be seized by both hands.
Baroness Massey-Darwin.
Many noble lords have today expressed various reservations about this bill. Like me, many will vote for it, with reservations. As a committed European, my feelings are tempered by the need to move on with certain knowledge that there will be clinical dissection of the issues in the bill as we examine its implications. Also, the individuals and organisations in the UK and in Europe will continue to collaborate in different ways to maintain relationships. I shall address, as have several noble lords already, the issue of the potential loss of Erasmus scheme, which I greatly regret. Erasmus is a long acronym, but many associate the name with the great Dutch scholar Erasmus, who said, and I quote, "The main hope of a nation lies in the proper education of its youth." How very appropriate, how true. No Lords will know that the Erasmus scheme aims to help students, many of whom are from deprived backgrounds, to take advantage of educational opportunities abroad with supplementary funding for needy students. I don't know why or how the government may be proposing to reinvent the scheme in some way when a perfectly good system exists already. The government often expresses its commitment to social mobility. Why diminish such an enterprise as Erasmus, which contributes to social mobility? In 2018-19, I was a member of the EU Home Affairs Subcommittee, which carried out an inquiry into the Erasmus and Horizon schemes. We interviewed many people with experience in managing the programmes and also young people who had benefited. These young people expressed passionately the positive impacts and life-changing opportunities that Erasmus had provided for them, and many of them were from needy backgrounds. The EU committee stated that loss of access to Erasmus and Horizon could have significant impact on mobility opportunities for people in the UK to study, train, teach, gain experience and be involved in research abroad. My Lords, I have five questions for the Minister. I don't expect, of course, answers today. I merely flag them up. What influenced the decision not to continue the Erasmus programme? Who did the government consult in reaching the decision? Did they consider the report drawn up by the EU subcommittee? What, if any, interim or long-term alternative arrangements are envisaged for the future? If so, how will this work? What funding streams will be available and what costs are estimated? I look forward to the Minister's response.
Ernest Faulkner, Barnsley Green.
My Lords, I too felt an enormous sense of relief on Christmas Eve when this agreement came through, delivered as it was 4.5 years after this country decided that its interests were better understood in Burnley and Bournemouth than in Brussels. But I too share a sense of regret. Married to a German who was forced to become a Brexit Brit, his experience of nationality here has been very different to mine some 40 years ago. When I became a Brit citizen, mine was exuberant, enthusiastic, optimistic. His was merely to protect his rights. But for me, this deal will do. Importantly, as it leaves us on good terms with our neighbours and to build on those terms as we go forward to a better future. Lord Newby has asked what this bill will do to unite the country. I've thought of that quite frequently. The House will know of my movement from across those benches to these here on the case of democratic accountability. I would ask him the question, in light of his contortions over the last 5 years, is why they believe that they can help to unite the country by disagreeing with this agreement. To vote against this agreement is effectively to say that no deal is better. That may be not what they want to do, but it's fortunate for us that this gesture, because that's what it is, a gesture, will have no consequences for the passage of this bill today. But let me turn to the most significant missing element of the bill, which is the lack of a comprehensive agreement on financial services. I had the privilege of chairing the Financial Affairs Subcommittee from 2015 to 2019. 5 reports on Brexit and financial services later, it can't be said that the costs of losing passporting were not calculated. But the fact of the matter is that the sector had to take decisions on regulating approval in good time, and most firms made the necessary moves to onshore in the EU even before the current deal started to be negotiated. But our financial services sector will do fine. It is well regulated and well regarded. It's known for its high professional standards, and it'll continue to thrive, most importantly in the greatest growth area, East and Southeast Asia, and other emerging markets. So I too follow Lord Butler in my sense of optimism that as we go forward into a different trajectory, that we will do more than survive, that we'll have new opportunities and new horizons, and that we must prepare with optimism for the new challenges. For the next generation, we must strive to demonstrate that we can be a force for good in a global world.
Lord Franklin.
My Lord, could I start by saying how sad I am to hear of Lord Cavendish's retirement? He is a great expert on trees, and I enjoyed many conversations with him. Turning to the bill, can I start off by congratulating and thanking the Prime Minister for his courage and tenacity throughout this process, and also thanking David Frost and all his team for the excellent work they've done in negotiating this deal. My Lords, what a momentous occasion this is, an occasion I hoped for but never expected to see in my lifetime. I'm delighted, and although I expect the way ahead to be difficult in parts, overall, it's a way full of hope, excitement, and expectation. Expectation that as a people, we can make a great success of our independence and our freedom. Recriminations are sorely tempting, but must be resisted and firmly put aside for two very strong and obvious reasons. The first is that history alone will judge the very divisive events of the last 4.5 years and the parts different people and institutions played in them. The second, and most important, is that surely we must all now put divisions in the past behind us to make these changes work. The opportunities will be there, we just have to grasp them. I really do believe that the country is sick of all the rancor, particularly when we're trying to deal with COVID-19, and mightily relieved that we can be one nation again, pulling together for the sake of them, their families, and the country. The bill before us, which I happily support, and which confirms the recently finalised trade agreement with the EU, may not be perfect, but it's a huge step forward and is a milestone, thankfully, marking the end of a prolonged period of destabilising uncertainty. So as one era ends and a new one begins, we should remember that as a country, we are truly blessed in so many ways. In our unwritten constitution, in our peace and stability, in the steadfastness of our people, in our inventiveness, in our industry, and in our monarchy. We should count our blessings, have faith in our traditions and institutions. We should appreciate all we have, put past divisions firmly behind us, and with our new found freedom, all work together for the sake of our country and generations to come.
Mr. Duncan.
My Lords, I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this historic debate, but I am disappointed at the lack of time afforded to Parliament for prior scrutiny of the legislation and for debate in the House today. I do welcome the signing of a free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and the European Union. It is better than a no-deal outcome, but of course, it doesn't undo the detrimental effects of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and any consideration of the trade deal has to take place in the context of the withdrawal agreement, which includes that protocol. And that is why we will be voting against the bill today. The protocol was, as your lordships know, imposed on Northern Ireland without its consent. It means that the promise of restoring control over our laws, our borders and our money does not apply to the same extent in Northern Ireland following Brexit. It should, of course, be stressed that Northern Ireland is outside the EU, alongside the rest of the United Kingdom, is out of the common fisheries policy, out of the common agricultural policy, out of large parts of the single market rules, and remains within the customs territory of the United Kingdom. Nevertheless, it is deeply regrettable, and it was frankly unnecessary, that the United Kingdom government chose to go down the path of the protocol, given that there was never any intention to have a hard border on the island of Ireland, as both the EU and the Irish government openly stated time and time again, and given the vastly greater importance of Great Britain for Northern Ireland's trade. Going forward, we will work with the government to ensure that it holds to its promises and commitments on unfettered trade between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom in both directions. There are many important outstanding issues still to be agreed, and with sovereignty restored to Parliament, along with the review mechanisms available in the treaties, the government must prioritise the safeguarding of the internal market of the United Kingdom and deliver economic prosperity for Northern Ireland. Nationalists, who of course were actually hoping for a no-deal outcome, will nevertheless use Brexit to seek to undermine the union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, even though I suspect they will have to change their tune as the UK capitalise on new opportunities. Nationalist arguments against Brexit apply, of course, even more strongly against the breakup of the union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The benefits of being part of the fifth largest economy in the world have been again illustrated in recent times. And there's little enthusiasm for most people in Northern Ireland in a future characterised by continuous Republican eulogies for terrorism and their sordid deeds. My Lord, there remains a great deal of work to be done, and we are committed to seizing the opportunities and addressing the challenges as a full and integral part of the United Kingdom in the years ahead.
My Lords, it is an honour to speak on this historic occasion, and I'd like to add my congratulations to those already expressed to the Prime Minister, Lord Frost, and their hard-working team for reaching an agreement that means Great Britain will once again be a sovereign power and still be able to trade goods with the EU free of tariffs and quotas. That itself is an outcome many said could not be achieved, and that should be greatly celebrated. Of course, the agreement, as others have said, is not perfect. It could not be perfect. It's the result of negotiations involving compromises and some disappointments, especially the border in the Irish Sea. And there is, as others have said, much work to be done to protect Britain's interests. And there are gaps and uncertainties. The absence of an agreement on financial services has been noted, but as a practitioner, I beg to differ from my noble friend, Baroness Kramer's pessimism. This sector prides itself on reinvention, on innovation. The city has always had a global perspective and is already eyeing up the potential positives in the event, should it occur, of regulatory divergence. Notwithstanding any flaws, the bill before us is a watershed because it finally enables Britain to become a truly independent nation. 4.5 years since the referendum, 8 years since then Prime Minister David Cameron declared that the British people must have their say on EU membership, and after decades of rancorous argument in this country and in Parliament over the issue. And now, after a year when our freedoms and our economy have been ravaged by the pandemic, and when we have the opportunity afforded by this deal to start a new relationship with the EU that reflects the democratic wish of the British people, it's surely time to put our destructive Brexit divisions behind us, as their noble lords, Lord Frampton and Baroness Meyer, have urged. Up until now, leaving the EU has seemed to be managed much more as a damage limitation exercise, to do as little as harm as possible to existing trade. I think that's been understandable, but as we look now to the future, it's vital that we encourage and support the British tendency to entrepreneurship and innovation. And as my noble friends Lord Lang and Lord Naseby suggested, it's time to focus somewhat less on the EU and rather more on the rest of the world for multiple, vibrant and lucrative trading relationships. 1st of January 2021 is the start of a new era for Britain. And my noble lords, in this House, we have a specific responsibility to help, to seize the opportunity through our various areas of expertise, including those with business and finance backgrounds. I will be supporting the bill so Britain can move forward and we can focus on creating jobs, on helping people get their freedoms back, and on being a force for good in the world.
Lord Anderson of Ipswich.
My Lords, these agreements fairly reflect the political priorities of their parties. These included, on our side, a dogmatic and substantively empty notion of sovereignty that confounds the reputation we once enjoyed as Europe's canny pragmatists. Having as a young man in the office of Commissioner Lord Cofield observed the removal of precisely the red tape that now returns to constrict us, my enthusiasm for this deal has its limits. In the security field, a particular regret is the loss of access to the immensely useful SIS2 database. We must hope that dogma on the European side does not defeat the data adequacy determination on which so much else will depend. But given the dismal alternative, I greet these agreements with relief, see much in them that is good, and focus today on the terms of the bill itself. I would describe it as an essay crisis bill. 4 increasingly expansive styles may be spotted in its hastily assembled pages. The first style, seen in the treatment of criminal records at the start, is the careful hand-threading of these agreements into existing law. On VAT fraud and social security, a more broad brush approach is taken. Whole protocols to the agreement are simply pasted into domestic law, whether seamlessly or not, only time will tell. Thirdly, we have delegated powers. These clauses feature elements that your lordships found exorbitant in the 2018 EU withdrawal bill, including a power to create new criminal offences, punishable by up to 2 years in prison, and a bootstraps power to amend the bill itself, if appropriate. Henry VIII has been on the steroids again. Finally, to cover any gaps left by even these broad provisions, we have Clause 29, which requires our judges to give effect to domestic law, and I quote, with such modifications as are required for the purposes of implementing the agreements. The objective is noble, but implementation often requires choices, and to impose those choices on the courts is to push them towards the forbidden ground of policy. The existing legal doctrines of direct effect and strong interpretation have inherent limits which avoid that result. Clause 29 contains no such limits. Perhaps it is an afterthought. It certainly needs knocking into shape. This is a rushed bill, inevitably so, which I strongly regret that we are in no position to scrutinise or to improve. But as Baroness Taylor has said, our committees will scrutinise it after it becomes law. If necessary improvements are identified, I hope we will find a way of making them.
Pickering.
My Lords, I would like to congratulate both negotiating teams in concluding the agreement before us today in this bill, and I welcome the fact that there is a deal allowing the United Kingdom to transit out of the European Union in an orderly fashion. I would, however, like to pause and consider the plight of the Great British Banger, which seems to have fallen foul of the rules of origin, as has indeed milling flour. And I would urge my noble friend, the Minister, in using the next 3 months before the bill finally comes into full effect on the 28th of April 2021 to actually ensure that the British sausage will once again be allowed to be exported to Northern Ireland and also to the European Union. I think this is one of the laws of the unintended consequences of the bill, drawn up at short notice, which brings many benefits but does have a number of unintended consequences as well. I would like to take the opportunity to pursue parts of the bill with my noble friend, which I hope he will respond in his summing up of this debate. It was referred to earlier that the Article Financial Provision 8 does allow for either party by written notification through diplomatic channels to terminate the agreement. So the bill, the whole agreement could be terminated unilaterally by one or other party. Is that really something that the government intended? Obviously, they've agreed to it, but is it right that it should be simply terminated by notification, even through diplomatic channels? I'd like to pursue the point made by the Noble Earl, Lord Knoll, on the architecture that's set out in this bill. And I'd like specifically to ask what the role of both houses of Parliament will be in those institutions which forms the architecture set up by the agreement. And I do hope that we will play a full role in that to pursue, as my noble friend and others, Lord Cormac, have said, that we want to repair some of the damage caused to relations to the European Union itself and individual member states of the European Union. There is going to be a review of the agreement every 5 years, and I'd like to ask my noble friend what form that review will take. And as regards the implementation of judicial agreements, does the government have a date in mind for the adoption of the Lugano Convention, which will enable recognition and enforcement of civil and commercial judgments to ensure that the rule of law is maintained through the agreement and the bill before us today. And finally, on Erasmus, I believe that it was the lack of knowledge of foreign languages by many of those, both parliamentarians, officials and businesses, that actually have led us to the state that we're in today. And I don't believe that if that was the problem, that by abandoning the Erasmus programme is the answer.
I am sure it is much better to say exactly what we think about public affairs, and this is certainly not the time when it is worth anyone's while to court political popularity. I will therefore begin by saying what everybody would like to ignore or forget, but which must nevertheless be stated, namely that we have sustained a total and unmitigated defeat. My Lords, they were Winston Churchill's words in the House of Commons on the Munich Agreement 82 years ago. Alas, they apply word for word to the Brexit agreement we're being asked to rubber stamp today.
Lords, we are directed to debate this 85-page bill which hands extraordinary executive powers to ministers and gives effect to a trade agreement running to over 1,000 pages in 3-minute speeches without hesitation, scrutiny or amendment, and to pass it in less than a day. I, for one, have no intention of supporting a bill representing such an unprecedented and indefensible contempt of Parliament and the public. The European Parliament, by contrast with ours, will have the opportunity to properly scrutinise the deal during the period of its provisional application, which runs until February the 28th. It was open to the government to arrange matters to provide a similar opportunity to our Parliament. It chose not to. So much for parliamentary sovereignty. But who can blame them for hiding from scrutiny? For far from a triumph, this trade deal betrays our young people, abandons Gibraltar and undermines our businesses, our farmers and our fishing industry. It provides tariff-free access to the UK market for trade in goods, in which the European Union has the overwhelming advantage, and no comparative access to the EU market for services in which the UK excels. It is inherently unstable because tariff-free access is dependent on maintaining alignment with the EU. Should we diverge, then it explicitly provides for the imposition of tariffs. It provides a 25% reduction in fishing quota for EU boats in UK waters instead of the 80% which was promised, and allows tariffs to be imposed if we go further than that. It ties us into an abundance of new UK-EU governance structures, wholly unaccountable to this Parliament, so much, again, for parliamentary sovereignty. It is a deal which compromises our prosperity and our security, and for which the British people will pay a heavy price in lost jobs and lost opportunities. It's not even the end of Brexit, just an inherently unstable prelude to the never-ending negotiations that will now follow. So 4.5 years on, the Brexit illusion ends, not with the easiest trade deal in history, but with the first that constrains trade rather than liberalises it. A deal with instability woven throughout it and red tape wrapped all around it. And to get even this threadbare deal, there was nothing the government wasn't willing to sacrifice. First, they sold out Northern Ireland, subjecting it to EU law over which its people will have no say. Then they sold out our service industries, the most important sector of our economy. Next, they sold out our young people by breaking their pledge on Erasmus. And finally, after all the bluster and baloney, they sold out the fishing industry too. In the end, my lords, they sold out the whole British people by promising things that were never possible and proving it by failing to deliver them. So much for having our cake and eating it. With this deal, my lords, we discover that we haven't eaten it and we haven't got it either.
Lord Billy Mora.
My lords, 4.5 years after the referendum, we have a deal. Hallelujah. And it's with our biggest partner, our neighbour, our principal economic partner, 43% of our exports, 52% of our imports, and we've achieved this deal in the midst of a pandemic. In a time when we have the worst economic crisis in 300 years, where our economy is expected to have shrunk by 11% this year. where businesses have had nothing short of a nightmare. And what is important is we've achieved a zero tariff, zero quota deal with the EU. My Lords, there's a lot to be done, as has been mentioned, financial services equivalence. The deal is lighter than the EU trade deals with Canada and Japan. The government needs to prioritise dialogue on equivalence with urgent speed. And of course, next week, the situation management and problem solving, keeping the borders open and moving. If there is disruption, what plans are in place to manage the crisis? Could the government reassure us? And looking forward, Brexit is now what we make of it. How do we make the UK competitive and dynamic, boost business investment across our regions, make us a world leader in net zero, continue to be the second or third largest attractor of inward investment in the world, continue to be an open, outward-looking economy with the best of the best capabilities of everything and in every field? And how do we build on this deal? That's going to be a priority, including with the services sector, which makes up 80% of our economy. And I want to thank Michael Gove for his Brexit Business Task Force. And I think that task force will continue to operate as we go through this period over the coming months. I'm relieved to hear that the Horizon programme, the EU Horizon programme, we're going to continue to be members of this. Could the Minister confirm this? On the other hand, I'm disappointed that we're leaving Erasmus. Erasmus has been a phenomenal opportunity for our students. As president of UKISA, I know how good it has been. Will the Minister reassure us the new Turing scheme will be as good and give our youngsters, young people a chance straight away, and that there will be no time lag? That opportunity will exist. And when it comes to security, much has been already said. We need to make sure we continue to have the security arrangements that we have with the EU that have been so fundamental to us. But business has proven itself. Even in this time of doom and gloom, we've shown we can bounce back, even given a little bit of a chance. And I think now with this deal, now with the vaccine, the AstraZeneca vaccine being announced today, with mass testing being rolled out, next year is going to be a great opportunity where Britain will be a leader on the world stage, president of G7, hosting of COP26, world-class collaboration between our universities and businesses we've shown with Oxford and AstraZeneca, and internationally, this is going to be fantastic, and I'm very optimistic. The trade deals we've rolled over 60 of them, including Canada and Japan, the CPTP opportunities, the opportunity to do deals with countries like USA and India, these are enormous. We will continue to be members of Business Europe as president of the CBI. And I want to say this, that we now are moving to an era of partnership with the European Union. An African saying, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go fast, go together. And we're going to go together in prosperity with the EU and the UK working together.
My Lords, it's a great honour to speak here for the first time. I want to thank the officers of the House, Blackrod, Fiona Chan and the doorkeepers, everyone who's made me so welcome. I want to thank in particular Baroness Hayter for her kind words earlier today. I'm especially grateful to my supporters, Lord Knight of Weymouth and Lord Mendelssohn. I've learned so much from Lord Knight about education, a subject on which I hope to be able to contribute here. Lord Mendelssohn has been a great friend for many years, an enormous support to me. I can't thank either of them enough. I'm very proud to have the title Lord Austin of Dudley, where I grew up, where I lived, where I served on the council, and where I was a Member of Parliament. I'm so grateful to the people of Dudley for electing me 4 times. I will never forget them and places like the Black Country, who've been denied opportunities others take for granted. And the government's promises to level up the country after Brexit will be judged on how they bring new jobs to communities which lost industries on which their prosperity was based. I voted to remain, my Lords, in the referendum, but 71% of my constituents voted to leave, and I thought their MP should respect their decision and that the referendum result should be upheld. I was worried about the economic impact of leaving and very worried about leaving with no deal, and that's why I supported, particularly on manufacturing and the car industry, which is so important in the Midlands, and this is why I supported Theresa May's deal in the last Parliament and why I'm voting for this one today. But I was also very worried about the impact on trust in our democracy of trying to overturn the result. And one of the most important lessons of the last few years must be the responsibility we all have to protect our democracy and the institutions which underpin it, because these are the foundations of a fair and open society. My Lords, my dad came to this country as a 10-year-old Jewish refugee in 1939. The rest of his family were murdered in Treblinka. And he was so dismayed to see an organisation as robust and important to our democracy, and which had such a proud record of fighting racism, as the Labour Party, embroiled in anti-Semitism over the last few years. A terrible situation which led to me leaving the party, which I've been so proud to serve all my life. My Lords, it's a shame that my parents were not alive to see me join your Lordship's house. But it is a great thing about our country that the son of a refugee can end up here. And I intend to use this great privilege to speak up for the values he taught me and I've believed in all my life. Democracy, equality, freedom, fairness and tolerance. Listening to other people, trying to find compromise, and the power of education to open up opportunity and bring good jobs and prosperity to people left behind for too long. Thank you.
Bernice Bakewell.
It gives me great pleasure to follow Lord Austin and indeed to congratulate him on his maiden speech. I only regret that he was driven from the Labour Party by its wrangle over anti-Semitism, which was deplorable. But he is very welcome, and I approve very much what he says about his stand in defence of democracy and those who need support in our society. I register the fact that he was also a shadow culture secretary, so I want to endorse his interest there by speaking for the damage that this agreement will do to the cultural life and artistic reputation of this country. Indeed, it is already doing so. Last week, a professional trumpeter was sent an invitation to audition for the Concertgebouw Orchestra in Amsterdam. Yesterday, he received a letter cancelling that audition because we are no longer in the EU. And so he is not able to participate in an audition. It is already happening, this damage. The Youth Orchestra of Europe no longer invites young British musicians to audition to belong to that remarkable institution. We are already losing out. And there is still time in this regrettable settlement, which I disapprove of, but there is time to do something about it. The problem about travel for performers of all kinds is damaged by our leaving the EU. They will not have freedom of movement and their careers will be at risk. These people include classical musicians, jazz musicians, pop music, artists, actors, dancers, photographers, filmmakers. They will all suffer unless, and I put this to the government, will they please institute a visa-free cultural work passport that avoids the having to apply for a visa to each of the 27 countries where they want to travel and tour and be distinguished, and also the carnet that they have to carry their equipment with them. This will make a huge difference, but without it, the reputation, the earning capacity of this country through its cultural life will fall. At the moment, the creative industries are worth £110 billion. The arts earn 13 billion for this country. This needs remedying. I also add my voice to many of those, including Baroness Massey, who has spoken so eloquently about the Erasmus scheme. The Erasmus scheme has served young people very well. What we should do is build on it, extend it, instead of starting from scratch with a new scheme, having learned nothing. Learn and depend on what we have learned from Erasmus and go forward to make it even better. Thank you.
Ms. Hooper.
My Lords, the proposals before us are not the end of the road as far as our relationship with our former partners in the European Union is concerned. As I speak as one who's old enough to have participated in our entry to the EEC in 1973 and to have been elected in the European Union to the EU Parliament in the first direct elections in 1979. I welcome the bill, therefore, as something on which we can build. As circumstances change, we must be prepared to change too, as the Prime Minister has been heard to say. And my hope is that we shall be able to re-establish a much closer relationship in the future and restore, in particular, many of the cultural, educational and professional links which have been built up over the years. My purpose in wishing to speak today, my lords, is in part to participate in what is undoubtedly an historic debate, but also to raise the specific issue of Gibraltar and indeed our other overseas territories. It is the last moment to try to safeguard the future of the loyal people of Gibraltar, but I had hoped and tried to do so previously, but was not as fortunate in the ballots then as I have been today. It's already been said that Gibraltar had received assurances that there would be no deal unless Gibraltar's position was covered, and it's been excluded. But I think that the government of Gibraltar agrees, as I do, that the worst-case scenario would have been no deal at all. So is my noble friend able to put on the record assurances that for the future a free trade agreement between Gibraltar and the European Union would be the appropriate light touch approach to deal with the movement of goods, and that the airport, port and border with Spain will be the subject of further careful and detailed negotiation, which will always include the government of Gibraltar. And let it be said that the government of Gibraltar has behaved in an exemplary manner by not making a fuss and not falling out of line with official UK policy, and has always sought to find ways to resolve the difficulties that Brexit has brought to them, even though 96% of Gibraltarians voted to remain. And can my noble friend further outline the extent to which this bill affects our other overseas territories, and especially perhaps Anguilla, which also has a border with the European Union, albeit in the Caribbean? My lords, I believe we should always look after our friends and family with care and look to a post-COVID and post-Brexit future with as much optimism as possible. And finally, may I welcome and congratulate the noble Lord, Lord Austin of Dudley, and say a very sad farewell to my noble friend, Lord Cavendish.
Lord Manus Northover.
I want to pick up a theme from my noble friend Lord Newby's speech, British global influence. The Prime Minister claimed in the referendum campaign that post-Brexit we would become, and I quote, a great European power, leading discussions on foreign policy to make our world safer. As if being in the EU hampered rather than helped that. As if we could, for example, do more if we left NATO or the UN. We were the bridge for the United States to the EU. That will now be Germany or France, also a permanent member of the UN Security Council. As my noble friend Lord Wallace pointed out, the EU agreement has no provision for British involvement in foreign policy, and that wasn't an EU decision, that was a British one. Even though the UK working within the EU meant that we were able to maximise our influence. Thus, we led across EU capitals on tackling climate change, helping to secure the agreement in Paris. The EU working together helped to bring about the Iran agreement. The treaty states that, and I quote, the parties shall continue to uphold the shared values and principles of democracy, the rule of law and respect for human rights, and promote these in international forums. How exactly will we do that? In advance of key UN, we will see meetings that decide the EU position. And take the example of Hong Kong. When China enacted its national security law, we had newly threadbare support at the UN. And what of Gibraltar? As Baroness Hooper has just said, the government said they would not agree a deal without including Gibraltar, and they have done just that. Can the Minister explain exactly how and when they will resolve Gibraltar's position, and why the government failed to finalise this as we rush towards its self-imposed deadline of the 31st of December? Those who urged Britons to vote for Brexit pointed to sunlit uplands. Now, those claims are rarely made. The government does not even dare to commission an impact assessment. What do we hear? The circular argument. The British people voted for Brexit, and this is what we have delivered for them. Nothing about how they sold this to the British people, the cake and eating it, to which Lord Maud referred. The noble lady, the minister, spoke of asserting global Britain and said that now we could play a leading role on the world stage. But we are already seeing in foreign affairs that we have in fact made it more difficult, not easier, to play that global role.
Speaker Lord Marsford.
My Lords, in supporting this bill, I must start by adding to the shower of congratulations that the Prime Minister has received on his brilliance as a negotiator. And I couple his name with that of Ursula von der Leyen. I hope that she may indeed one day be Chancellor of Germany. But of course it is crucial that she continues in her present post for several more years. My Lords, I was a reluctant, although convinced Brexiteer. I always believed in de Gaulle's concept of Europe des Nations. That was proving a losing battle, but a battle not yet lost, which is why he had to get out while there was still time. The internal contradictions of a single currency with multiple economic policies was only sustained by the courage and skill of the ECB, fulfilling many of the functions of a federal finance ministry. It was when the Commission, the EU Commission, overreached its legitimate mandate of getting things done, in particular for the single market, by including to an ever greater extent on the sovereignty of the EU member states, that the limit of political integration was exposed. Most egregiously, in September 2015, when it proposed mandatory quotas of how many illegal immigrants each state should accept. Since then, the whole EU political structure has become increasingly fragile. Brexit may be done, but we still have a crucial role in protecting Europe, not only with our military. My Lords, Europe is under threat from external forces greater than any of those which have, from time to time, over the last 1300 years, torn it asunder from within. This is not the moment to spell out these external forces, but their menace becomes clearer with every month that passes. In his foreword to HMG's summary of the agreement, the Prime Minister wrote, "The UK is, of course, culturally, spiritually, and emotionally part of Europe." My Lords, when our European values are at stake, Britain will always step forward to be part of a united Europe.
Dear Lord Green of Deddington.
My Lords, I congratulate the government on this agreement. It is roughly as good as we could have hoped for in the circumstances. And I join other noble lords in congratulating the noble Lord, Lord Frost, and his team of civil servants, diplomats and lawyers on their huge and successful efforts. My Lords, as some noble lords will know, I was appointed as a crossbencher for my work on immigration. So I'll concentrate on those aspects today. The government are now claiming to have, quote, taken control of our borders. Well, it is true that they've secured control of our laws on immigration, but sadly, they've done nothing to control the government, the numbers, quite the reverse. Their new points-based system will open 7 million UK jobs to new or increased international competition. They don't even dispute that. At the same time, they have substantially reduced the salary and skills requirements so that literally several 100 million workers from around the world would qualify for a work permit. The effect of this, my lords, is that the government have closed the door on low-skilled workers from the EU, but they have opened wide a barn door for an unlimited number of medium-skilled workers from all over the world. My lords, this is a total surrender to business interests. It's not what the public had in mind when they voted for Brexit, and it's not what they want to see now. A poll by YouGov in July found that 54% think that immigration has been too high over the past decade. Only 5% thought that it had been too low. So finally, my lords, what can now be done? Well, the consequences of these new arrangements may, of course, be delayed by the collapse of international travel due to the COVID crisis. However, it is extremely difficult to rein in a wave of immigration once it has developed. The government would therefore be well advised to place a cap on work permits before the numbers start running out of control. I leave it there, and I will, of course, vote for this bill. Thank you.
Baroness Altman.
My Lords, I would like to put on record my huge relief that we have reached a deal and thank all our negotiating team, EU negotiators, and also the parliamentary staff for their exceptional work to ensure we can pass this legislation today. And this bill must pass. Given the alternative of no deal, I will vote for it. My concerns about Brexit are well known. These stemmed not from a love of the EU, as I recognise its many faults, but most particularly from the value I place on peaceful post-World War II intra-Europe relationships. The loss of peace caused unspeakable horrors not so long ago, and as a fellow child of refugees, I welcome the maiden speech of Noble Lord Austin and congratulate his exceptional work standing up against anti-Semitism. And I also thank my noble friend Lord Cavendish for his valedictory speech and wholeheartedly agree with his sentiments to love thy neighbour and rebuild close relationships with the EU. Part 2 of the bill provides for tariff-free, quota-free trade with the EU, as well as coordination on social security, energy trading and Euratom. These are welcome, but I regret the serious shortcomings so many noble lords have outlined. The border in the Irish Sea, new non-tariff barriers, border frictions, bureaucracy and mountains of business red tape the bill introduces. No deal for financial services, inadequate security partnerships and recognition of professional qualifications, no Erasmus. These are no longer fears, my lords, these are facts. Yes, we have restored our sovereignty, but this bill, which we will have to ratify without proper scrutiny, contains frightening Henry VIII powers, excluding Parliament from lawmaking or modifications related to this bill. Taking back control was surely not intended just for the executive, so I agree with noble Lord Judge that we must stand up for the role of both houses. And may I put on record some apologies. I am sorry we failed to adequately explain the huge value of EU membership, its agencies, integrated supply chains, research cooperation, and sorry we failed to adequately counter misinformation about what Brexit would mean for Northern Ireland and Gibraltar. But my lords, I fully accept the referendum is over. We have left the EU. But may I finish on a note of hope? I hope that as a sovereign, independent nation, in coming years, we will rebuild much closer cooperative relationships with our European neighbours, including on issues such as research, data flow, security, and education than are contained in this bill.
For the next speaker, Lord Dubs.
My lords, it is a pleasure to follow the noble lady, Baroness Altman, particularly as I find myself in a large measure of agreement with her on this, as on many other issues that she has raised. My lords, I shall support the regret motion in the name of my noble friend Baroness Hayter. I'm not in any way challenging the referendum decision. That is water under the bridge. But I do think that these negotiations represent a brave effort, perhaps brave is too complimentary, a damage limitation, or making the best of a bad job. And I don't think anybody has actually contradicted that sentiment. And I have a sadness about this, because I do believe in the EU, I believe in its values, and I believe in its internationalism. And many of these attributes are British attributes, things that we helped to develop and encourage within the EU. But we've got to move forward. I had the privilege of serving on the EU Select Committee and 2 of its subcommittees over the years. These committees and their work were well regarded across the EU. Sometimes the reports were actually translated into the local language, and they indicated the high regard that many parliamentarians throughout the 27 have felt for this country for a long time. My lords, in the negotiations, I was impressed by the solidarity that the 27 showed, something I think our negotiators never expected. I think our government acted as if we could pick off the EU leaders one by one and try and as it were, do little deals and try and get a more favourable outcome. Well, we were thwarted in that. And I do think that the solidarity shown by the 27 countries was commendable, and I'd like to congratulate the EU on the way in which they attained that sense of unity. I want to refer very briefly to a number of specific issues. I think we've got to work very hard at improving our relations with the 27. They've gone through a bad patch during negotiations. We need to work hard, all of us individually, and the government and both houses of parliament. And I think we must use all the existing methods whereby we can relate to parliamentarians from EU countries. The Council of Europe, not exclusively EU, but many European parliamentarians are there. The Organisation for Security and Cooperation of Europe, which I'm a member of the Parliamentary Assembly, the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly, and the stalwart work done by the Interparliamentary Union. We have to use those opportunities. I'm saddened, as were many, by Erasmus. I believe it gave young people an opportunity to see Europe and to become more international in their outlook. And I'm sorry we've closed that door. I regret that we are in a very vulnerable position as regards maintaining the workers' rights, some of which stem from the sensible policies of the EU, and I hope we'll be able to debate those more fully in the future. As regards security, I think we're in a much more vulnerable position. The European arrest warrant, over 10 years, we sent back 10,500 people. We received back in return 1,500 drug traffickers and other criminals, rapists, murderers. The Schengen Information System has been consulted 600 million times by the British police forces in 1 year. And finally, as regards refugees and asylum seekers, I'm saddened that that has been left to separate declarations, which we'll have to negotiate. My lords, I shall vote with a heavy heart for this motion, and I look forward to a better day in the future.
Now call the next speaker, Lord Marks of Henley-on-Thames.
My lords, the draconian limitation of our scrutiny of this bill, with no committee stage, no report stage, no amendments, and 3 minutes each, flows directly from the government's being too cowed by the ERG to seek to extend the transition period beyond tomorrow. So we have this disgraceful Hobson's choice between this agreement, rushed and inadequate, or leaving the EU without an agreement. I shall vote against the bill, not because I want to leave the EU with no deal, but in protest against this bad agreement and its chaotic and undemocratic implementation. Undemocratic not just in its timescale, but also in the bill's content, with massive, all-encompassing Henry VIII powers in clauses 31 to 33. My lords, I turn to the justice system. The Prime Minister wrote to us all on Christmas Eve that the agreement, and I quote, prioritizes the safety and security of citizens. Why then are we abandoning the European arrest warrant for an inadequate substitute surrender system, effectively traditional extradition, with probable court delays and many escaping justice? Why too are we giving up real-time access to the Schengen Information System, our main source of criminal data, accessed, as others have said, by the UK police 600 million times last year? Why are we giving up our leading roles in Eurojust and Europol, the world's most successful ever international collaborative policing body, for fig leaf spectator seats and limited, conditional and slow information exchange? In civil law, why are we losing the reciprocal recognition and enforcement of judgments and choice of court rules under the Brussels regulations, leaving British litigants, including children, without the international cooperation in civil and family cases that had served us so well. Yes, we have the 3 Hague Conventions we recently passed into law, and we may ultimately have the Lugano Convention, but that requires unanimity among Lugano members and cannot be achieved in time. The replacements are no match for what we are losing. Why then this series of retrograde steps for security and justice? The answer lies in the government's wrong-headed fear of any involvement in the European Court of Justice, even in areas that plainly advantage the UK, and the lack of any attempt to negotiate some limited special UK judicial involvement in the court, where we, this country, has a clear and special interest.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Holmes of Richmond.
My Lords, the deal has been struck. I'd like to concentrate on the necessity for a digitally enabled 21st century border. The UK, for the last decade, has had a comparative advantage in many of the elements of the fourth industrial revolution, not least AI, distributed ledger technology, fintech, and cyber. As a result of January the 1st, this opportunity, this advantage, now becomes absolutely imperative when it comes to our border provisions. Can I ask my noble friend the Minister if he's aware of the proof of concept around reducing friction in international trade that I was fortunate enough to be involved with? I know we have a great opportunity to deliver at Dover. There's an excellent forward-thinking Chief Executive who runs the port there. But also, as other noble lords have mentioned, there's a key need to get this right around the UK, and that includes, absolutely, Gibraltar. Can I ask my noble friend the Minister to update the House on our Border 2025 plans? What will happen in 2021 at scale and at speed to get us to the place that we need to be to have a digitally enabled border right around the UK? Would he agree with me that if we get this right, we can enter the 21st year of the 21st century digitally enabled right around the UK, not least at Dover, and look forward with pride from the white cliffs of technology?
The next speaker, Baroness Deach.
My Lords, this is a grand and historic day for democracy, because after 4 years of unprecedented resistance by parliamentarians to the will of the people, as expressed through 3 votes, the referendum and 2 elections, it has come to pass. We should congratulate the draftsmen and women and the determination and skill of the negotiators in reaching an agreement up against the deadline and for upholding the goal of sovereignty in the face of huge resistance and chicanery, not least in this place. It was clear that Mrs. von der Leyen had never understood it when she defined sovereignty as being able to work, travel, study, and do business in 27 countries, as if sovereignty was an interrail ticket, and that in a time of crisis it was about, as she put it, pulling each other up instead of trying to get back on your feet alone, which is precisely what the EU states have not done during the COVID crisis. We've had a lucky escape. Had the UK stayed in an EU pursuing further integration, we would have been faced with more euro crises, more bailout of states stricken with COVID, common defence policy, and European forces under the command of the EU. In its pursuit of federalism, the EU has given rise to the repression of minorities and extremist politics. The former director of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, said in his first Reith lecture that the EU embodies financial valuing over human valuing. It is a union that pursues economic benefits, but does not share fundamental values, whether over foreign policy, religion, immigration, freedom of speech, and the rule of law, where the UK has clear beliefs. For example, this month, your lordships voted by a large majority to revoke trade deals with countries found guilty of genocide. Meanwhile, the EU is finalising the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. The EU has asked nothing new of China now. There are no preconditions relating to the abuse of the Uyghurs or even of Hong Kong. So where is the EU's commitment to human rights so often proclaimed? They've even thrown the British judge off the court, which was not called for and not because it was dependent on our being in the EU. As Voltaire said of the English, they are not only jealous of their own liberty, but even that of other nations. Never again must we tie our fate to countries whose history, laws and customs are so antipathetic to our own. We can now pursue the rule of law and human rights without hindrance.
The next speaker, Lord Kirkhope of Harrogate.
My Lords, I admit to feeling conflicted. As a pro-European and a former MEP, and I declare my interests as in the register, as an MEP who had responsibility, actively and enthusiastically encouraged by my government, in putting together measures on security and justice, encompassing a high level of cooperation and closeness with our neighbours, the present circumstances are somewhat regrettable. But I'm also someone who always likes to look ahead. Using too much of my ever-dissipating energy on fighting old battles will be unsatisfying and unproductive. What we have in the agreement and in this bill will, of course, be interpreted in different ways by different factions and individuals. Some will suggest that it draws a firm and unbendable line under our relationship with the EU. Some will be somewhat dissatisfied, like the self-styled ERG, having probably hoped for a greater separation from Europe's institutions. Some, like me, know that it is better than a no deal, and the then inevitable total collapse in the prospect of any meaningful future relationship. In fact, my Lords, I regard this, like the noble Lord Ricketts earlier, as a platform, a place and event where we can at least maintain a reasonable closeness to Europe pending the construction of new and positive connections. Ministers, including the Prime Minister, are talking of our friends across the Channel. Friendship does not just happen, nor can it be assumed by one party. It needs hard work, especially following a divorce. It may need time too, but in a world which is moving fast with so many challenges in health, the environment, the economy, technology and security, that may be a luxury we cannot afford. The gaps and uncertainties in the agreement must be filled and consolidated quickly. My interests in the fields of security and justice, for instance, oblige me to press for the maintenance of real-time exchanges of information and data between law enforcement and intelligence agencies, rather than a simple note of intent, which currently is all we seem to have. That is a priority, and I hope the government pursues a solution. But it can only be achieved if we are genuinely seeking to keep a real friendship with our European neighbours, but also requires trust. Some of our actions and some of our political rhetoric over the last few years have put that element of friendship at great risk. As we move on, we must ensure that we do so openly, positively, and amicably. While some talk of a new global canvas for our country, they should be reminded that Europe continues to occupy a significant part of that globe and continues to occupy the hearts and the minds of many of our citizens.
Lord Wigley.
My Lords, Brexit, like devolution, is a process, not an event, and such a process often evolves in unanticipated directions. Brexit is a framework which impacts on our links with Europe, but also on relationships within these islands. It will probably trigger an independent Scotland, quite possibly the reunification of Ireland, and in Wales, greater support for independence than ever before. Such key proposals should never be bulldozed through Parliament without adequate debate. We are told that we must vote for this deal because the alternative is a no-deal Brexit. But why is this the only option? It's because the government have chosen to make it so. Over 4 years, successive Tory governments have failed to secure a consensus. So Boris Johnson drives this deal at gunpoint, assuming that we will back anything to avoid a no-deal Brexit. This deal, my Lords, will create a mountain of bureaucracy for those exporting to the EU, unable to make adequate preparations because the government couldn't tell them what sort of Brexit would emerge. This will strike hard on the food and exporting sector. The Food and Drink Federation begged the government to provide a 6 months period of adjustment for new rules to be assimilated and actioned. The EU were willing to facilitate such a period. It was the UK government which refused because of the Prime Minister's macho stance on getting Brexit done. Yet, Northern Ireland, where the British sausage, or should I say the saucisson anglais, was about to be banned this week, he took up with the EU offer of a 6-month delay. For him, it seems the sanctity of the sausage in Northern Ireland ranks higher than the rest of Britain's food exporting sector altogether. This deal, contrary to Boris Johnson's earlier pledges, takes us out of the Erasmus scheme, so valued by young people. He now tells the governments of Scotland and Wales that despite education being fully devolved, they may not seek direct access to Erasmus. We are to lose a vital criminal database. The deal leaves key sectors like social care unable to recruit staff from Europe to fill empty jobs. It leaves Brits who work in Europe, particularly in the creative arts, uncertain of their futures, travellers in doubt of their passports and unsure about their healthcare cover, and it leaves the fishing sector in despair. My lords, the uncertainty we now face could have been avoided if successive Tory governments had sought a sensible compromise involving a single market and customs union. Had time allowed, this rushed deal should have been rejected and the government told to return to the negotiating table. But the Prime Minister's self-imposed deadline has denied Parliament that option. As Lord Ffoulkes rightly asserted, these issues will not go away. We shall return to re-establish links with our European cousins and to build with them a secure future, economically, socially, and politically, a future which today is being wrenched away from our children's generation.
Speaker Lord Flight.
I congratulate and thank the Prime Minister and the Brexit negotiating team on achieving a good deal and a good ongoing relationship with the EU. I also much agreed with Baroness Deitch's speech and Lord Butler's constructive comments. My question for the government is, what will the deal do for the financial services industry? From reading the agreement, it appears little or no material changes are proposed, and none presented in the cooperation agreement are specifically damaging to our financial services industry. This is surprising given the French hostility and claims during the negotiations that France would win over substantial business from London. Chapters 2 and 3 of the agreement include well-established provisions on cross-border trade in services and investment, which are expected to secure continuing market access across a broad range of sectors. Section 6 deals specifically with financial services. It includes provisions on cross-border trade in financial services and investment. The agreement provides protections which should ensure EU and UK regulatory authorities will be able to act to ensure financial stability and integrity and to protect customers. The two parties agreed a joint declaration of commitment to their shared objectives, and a memorandum of understanding for regulatory cooperation has been signed. Section 7 provides the important reform enabling lawyers acting for clients in the UK but who have business elsewhere in Europe, enabling the lawyers to deal with the client's business across the EU. There's the important liberalisation of digital trades dealt with subsequent to its first being raised. Title 7 provides joint support for SMEs, but it does not address the 7-year life limitation and state aid issues which have limited EIS funding for SMEs. Overall, the agreement looks okay for the financial services industry, but there is much more yet to be agreed, and I keenly await the government's a reaction to what will be when they will be negotiating areas for the financial services industry.
Speaker, Lord Hayne.
My Lords, what a tragedy. Dogmatism which confuses sovereignty with power and influence has triumphed. This thin deal is better than no deal, which is why I won't vote against it today. But no pumped up jingoistic celebrations can disguise an act of gratuitous, enormous national self-harm. Our weight and influence on the global stage as a senior member of the world's biggest trading and diplomatic bloc is now reduced to that of a bit player in an increasingly dangerous multipolar world. As the noble Lord Kerr explained, we will be a rule taker, excluded from the very European trade, defense, foreign and external security policy making that still impacts directly upon us as a close neighbor and trading partner. Leaving the EU single market, which constitutes around half our trade, will, the government estimates, reduce national income per head by around 5% and have 2 to 3 times the medium to long-term economic impact of COVID-19. Non-tariff barriers, estimated by HMRC to cost $7 billion a year, will damage UK goods where we have a trade deficit with the EU. Yet on services, where the UK has an $83 billion surplus with the EU, the deal provides absolutely nothing. Future access humiliatingly dependent upon EU permission. As for taking back control of immigration, since the 2016 referendum, net immigration from the EU has collapsed, but from the rest of the world has exploded. As EU nationals have been driven away, our NHS has been left with over 40,000 nurse vacancies, and our care sector with over 120,000 vacancies. Not much increase in sovereignty for our sick and elderly citizens. UK nationals are losing sovereignty over our rights to live, to work, or to study in the EU, and will need visas to stay there for more than 3 months. We are losing sovereignty over rights to free healthcare, mobile roaming charges, frictionless border entry, and much else. In the name of reclaiming sovereignty, we are torpedoing the sovereignty of the UK. As Scotland threatens to go its own way, maybe to be followed by Northern Ireland, even my homeland Wales, long a bastion for UK unionism, has recently seen an unprecedented boost to the independence cause. Project Fear, my lords, Project Reality, more like, for which I cannot and will not take personal historic responsibility by voting for the sovereignty reducing, control surrendering, rights destroying, job cutting, poverty increasing, nationalism inciting, miserably demeaning Brexit deal.
Lord Panic.
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Austin on his powerful maiden speech, and I thank him for his heroic efforts in fighting anti-Semitism. Almost all of this debate has focused on the contents of the agreement, which this House could not amend. I would like to focus briefly on how the bill implements the agreement into our law, a matter on which some of us would have wished to move amendments. Like Lord Anderson of Ipswich, I am particularly concerned about clause 29, which makes all existing domestic law subject to the contents of this agreement, unless equivalent provisions have been enacted. Now, I understand, of course, why this needs to be done as a matter of urgency before 11 p.m. Tomorrow. But as a permanent provision on our statute book, it is not acceptable. Clause 29 means that in all the areas covered by the agreement, from agriculture through to transport, the legal clarity and the legal certainty which our statute book aims to achieve, and usually does achieve, is now subject to the terms of the agreement, terms which are in so many places vague and indeed deliberately so in order to secure consensus between this country and the EU. Because of the legal uncertainty that Clause 29 will inevitably cause, Clause 29 is a great deal for lawyers. I declare my interest, but not for anyone else. Clause 29, therefore, should have a shelf life of no more than 6 months. Clauses 31 and following already confer broad powers on ministers, I would say excessively broad, powers to make regulations to ensure the consistency of our laws with the agreement. Ministers should have a duty to do that, to sort the statute book out by the 1st of July next year, on which date Clause 29 should cease to apply. As Baroness Taylor of Bolton said, the 21st report of your Lordship's Constitution Committee, produced at unconstitutional speed yesterday, gives notice. We give notice that we will be reporting on this and other constitutional concerns about this bill early in the new year. We must pass this bill today, but post-legislative scrutiny in January is essential. Thank you.
Lord Lancaster of Kimbolton.
My Lords, we have a trade deal with the EU, and as somebody who voted to remain, I celebrate it and will be supporting the bill. Listening, though, to this debate, it's clear that some noble lords are still struggling to accept that we have left the EU, and rather than support this bill that will deliver the platform for the UK economy to prosper, they would rather vote against in what will appear to many as being nothing more than a vain attempt to prove that they were right and the British people were wrong. The Prime Minister, however, has proved his doubters wrong and delivered a deal that takes back control of our laws, borders, money, trade, and changes the basis of our relationship with our European neighbours from EU law to free trade and friendly cooperation. I've heard noble lords complain that there will now be greater friction for trade with the EU, and they are undoubtedly correct. But this rather misses the point. The price of increased friction with the EU in some areas delivers the flexibility to strike deals with other parts of the world where it's in our national interest to do so. And with the signing of our trade deal yesterday with Turkey, bringing the total of 62 and worth a cumulative total of £885 billion, we are clearly seizing this opportunity. The point is the restrictive one-size-fits-all straitjacket of the EU is off, whilst at the same time preserving the immense benefits of free trade for millions of people in the United Kingdom and across Europe. I'm not claiming the deal is perfect. By definition, any successful negotiation relies on compromise. The numerous political declarations published on the 26th of December demonstrate that this is far from the end and questions remain. To take just one example, whilst there are broad overarching commitments on state aid, we still await the detail of what exactly the new UK subsidy control regime will look like. The safety and security of our citizens is the government's top priority. I agree with a growing consensus that the deal with regard to law enforcement and judicial cooperation in criminal matters is better than expected. The agreement provides a comprehensive package of operational capabilities that will help protect the public and bring criminals to justice. If I have one criticism, it's that whilst many of the relationships remain, for example, data sharing, the exchange of DNA and fingerprinting through PRUM, or access to the ECRIS criminal records database, these will no longer be in real time. The point here is that speed of access to information is of paramount importance, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could outline how the impacts of a move from real-time access to data sharing will be mitigated. Finally, if there's one threat that respects no national boundary, it is cybersecurity, and I'm pleased that the agreement provides a framework for UK-EU cooperation in this field. Having experienced firsthand the very real benefits of the exchange of cooperation in international bodies promoting global cyber resilience, can I seek the Minister's assurance that the UK's voluntary participation in the activities of the various expert bodies will continue to be a priority?
Baroness.
My Lords, I refer to my register of interest as the Cabinet Office lead, NED. Today's bill completes the process of ceasing to be a member state of the European Union, the beginning of a new relationship based on mutual respect, geography, as well as shared values and interests. It preserves the UK's sovereignty as a matter of law and fully respects the norms of international sovereign-to-sovereign treaties. That was the core of Vote Leave's promise to take back control of our borders, laws, tax and trade. This deal delivers that promise. And we are leaving on good terms. Good, as in having achieved a better deal than many of us had hoped to expect. This was not easy to achieve, and I want to congratulate particularly Lord Frost and the team. Any deal involves compromises on both sides. This deal has got the balance about right. It protects mutual interests, as well as allowing the UK to make its own decisions and shape its future. But also good in terms of amicable and orderly. Ursula von der Leyen quoted T.S. Eliot. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The UK always has been and will continue to be European. Our new relationship can and should be to the benefit of both sides. This is a rare moment in history where it is unfrozen, and as a nation we have the chance to reset. The EU can proceed with deeper political integration, which a single shared currency requires, and we can no longer blame the EU for not doing things domestically. But I acknowledge that for some today is a day of deep regret. I do understand that. In Burnt Norton, T.S. Eliot speaks of what might have been and what has been, and the footfalls echo in the memory. But we should now give these things their proper place, and we should look ahead. Looking ahead to grasping the opportunities as well as the responsibilities coming our way. Invest in our future, new industries, new skills, greener technologies. Work on smarter regulation to boost our competitiveness whilst enhancing environmental and social standards. Levelling up to the 4 nations of the United Kingdom can prosper and narrow the gap between prosperity in cities, towns and regions across the United Kingdom. By passing this bill today, we now have the certainty of a framework to do all these things.
For the next speaker, Lord Hannay of Chiswick.
My Lords, the parliamentary proceedings in which we're participating are a travesty. How else can you describe a bill set to go through all its processes in one day, a bill endorsing an agreement of more than 1,200 pages, a bill accompanied by a distinctly partisan summary circulated by the government, and one which is getting no genuine parliamentary scrutiny and has not been reported on by either of the 2 committees of this House which were explicitly set up to deal with these sort of agreements. If that's taking back control, it's certainly not effective control by Parliament. The government's case needs, of course, to be listened to and examined with care, but it is not helpful when it is accompanied by a tidal wave of hyperbole, flippancy, and plain untruths. Does the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice in this country cease on Thursday of this week? No, not in Northern Ireland, and not in respect of issues relating to the status of EU citizens living and working in this country. Are we regaining our independence on Thursday? No, we never lost it. How otherwise could we have decided to leave the EU? Are we regaining unfettered sovereignty, that golden calf before which so many supporters of leaving the EU seem now to worship? No, this agreement we're debating inhibits the exercise of our sovereignty in hundreds of different ways, as does our membership of NATO, our acceptance of the compulsory jurisdiction of the UN's International Court of Justice and of the World Trade Organization's dispute settlement procedures, as too do the provisions of the rules-based international order we are quite rightly defending and promoting. I would suggest, my Lords, that one of the best tests of this agreement is what is not covered by it, what we really will be losing on Thursday, or at least risk doing. Freedom of services, 80% of our economy and in substantial service with the EU. Financial services, dependent on the thread of equivalence of treatment yet to be settled. Recognition of professional qualifications, dependent on a cat's cradle of bilateral arrangements yet to be negotiated. Data exchanges still in limbo. Internal security and the challenge of international crime severely reduced from what we have now, with the Home Secretary surely alone in asserting that we shall be more secure. The Erasmus student exchange programme thrown overboard as too costly, but why on earth then do other non-EU European countries belong to it? Cooperation on foreign policy and security, not a trace of any provision. Yet we need not only bilateral cooperation with other European countries, but cooperation with the EU's decision. And then Gibraltar, on which I really would like to hear the views of the Minister when he comes to reply. Why are we not sticking to the commitment that we would not enter a deal at which Gibraltar was not covered? A sorry tale before we even get to the detail. I would suggest a simple set of conclusions. Britain could have done better, Britain needs to do better, and Britain will do better at some future point in time when we have regained some of our national characteristic of pragmatism.
Speaker Baroness Stroud.
My Lords, today is an extraordinary day that few of us were certain we would ever see. Britain has sovereign status restored, having taken back control of our laws, borders, regulations, money, trade, fisheries, ended the role of the European Court of Justice, and left the single market and customs union. I would like to add my voice to the voice of others who have congratulated our Prime Minister on the way in which he's conducted these negotiations and the results that he has achieved. For nearly 5 years, we have been shaken to the core of who we are as a nation, with many asking what it means to be British and to stand on our history looking forward, free to decide our values and our character. A sovereign nation able to take responsibility for our own decisions and our own future, able to shape who we are. This is the opportunity we now have. This is a moment to think carefully. As a member of the EU, there was safety in numbers, so we hardly noticed the complacency of an overdeveloped nation that was beginning to take root. Now that our future is entirely in our own hands, we can see the challenge that lies ahead. There are no well-worn paths ahead of us, and each of us will need to keep taking risk and driving innovation into the space that does not yet exist. This takes leadership, courage, and the ability to see and create the new, the not yet. This is all in our hands, and we are responsible. So what are the building blocks that need to be rooted and cemented into the foundations of this nation at this moment of transition? In my 3 minutes, I would like to suggest 2. First, a building block of creativity and innovation, and second, a building block of care and compassion. Our future prosperity lies on economic decisions that foster employment, productivity, innovation, and dynamism. Building back better, levelling up. These are terms that recognise there is work to be done, things to stretch for. They are not static terms. We need to create, to innovate, to build, to level up across the world of commerce, manufacturing, engineering, agriculture, and with our global partners, Asia, Africa, the Americas, and yes, Europe. But a nation is only ever as strong as the character of its people. We are strong when we stand on our Judeo-Christian heritage. If we want to build our nation, if we want to genuinely level up, it means rediscovering the ancient paths, the values that unite us. Yes, economically strong and innovative, but also caring and compassionate. For too long, we have neglected to support our families, our healthcare system, and our social care systems. If it is true that a nation is measured by how they care for the elderly and the young, we have work to do. So as we cast our vote to celebrate this moment of transition, let us also feel the responsibility and commit to innovation and compassion that expresses itself in building a strong economy and a society that genuinely invests in all.
Speaker Lord Rooker.
My Lords, can I first congratulate my noble friend, and he is my noble friend, Lord Austin of Dudley, on a brilliant maiden speech. And when normality arises again, I look forward to working with him. The proceedings today are a farce. Parliament's failed again to stop more powers going without scrutiny to the executive. And it's not the end of Brexit, it's just the start. Food, our largest manufacturing sector, is badly served. Rules of origin are more important than tariffs. Several products are now impossible to export to the European Union. Trade rules in food for the European Union are now more onerous on the UK than they are for New Zealand. Confidence in food safety must at all costs be maintained. This bill means the UK is now outside many of the notification systems, and these have mainly been invented during our membership, so there's no previous system to fall back on. Animal diseases, pests in plant products, RASAF, the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed. Of RASAF notifications, the top 7 EU members account for more than 50%. 11 notifications a day around the EU. The United Kingdom is the second highest notifier, Germany being the highest, followed closely by France, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and Austria. The United Kingdom is kicked out of RASAF, while Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland are still members. Real-time information is crucial for food safety. It is urgent, in my view, that the Food Standards Agency, for which I have in massive respect and of course declared an interest as a former chair, have been working on this issue for a long time. It must assert its operational independence and publish before 11 p.m. tomorrow the policy to protect UK consumers, manufacturers and others. And it's a two-way process. We need to be able to alert others as well as looking after ourselves. Confidence will not be maintained as matters arise without an open and transparent system. I'm very pleased to learn in the last hour from the FSA Northern Ireland Director that Northern Ireland's remaining in RASAF. That's a bit of detail out the way. One of my biggest problems is I do not trust the Prime Minister. EU members have no reason to trust the Prime Minister. His word is not his bond. I'm reminded of Churchill when Churchill wrote, and I quote, "Great nations are no longer led by their ablest men, or by those who know most about their immediate affairs, or even by those who have a coherent doctrine," unquote. This completely sums up our untrustworthy Prime Minister and his government. We need a firm commitment, which is not about making the treaty work or building on the treaty, but to renegotiate the treaty to avoid being smaller and alone, but bigger together and greater than the parts. I've not heard that from any quarter. This bill will not have my name on it. Thank you.
And I'll call the next speaker, Baroness Randerson.
The Prime Minister is fond of claiming world firsts, and he has one here. We will be the first nation in the world to put up trade barriers as a result of a trade deal. It's the first trade deal that creates additional bureaucracy. 23 working groups, a partnership council, some 4 million new forms. Every one is a non-tariff barrier, deterring free trade and increasing business costs. £13 billion of extra red tape for business. 50,000 new customs agents needed, only half of which have so far been trained. Logistics businesses are at the sharp end of this. They have reduced rights to trade in the EU, and they estimate that each delivery to and from the EU will take a full day longer, with obvious price implications for goods in our shops. In today's world of optimized business chains, this will inevitably encourage many businesses to move to the EU. Last week, we saw how quickly queues build up at our ports. We saw the impact on surrounding areas. We saw how unprepared the government was. We saw that they couldn't even manage to provide the basics of food and toilets for hauliers stuck in the queues. The automotive industry is also at the sharp end. Today's vehicles comprise parts from many countries, and although there's some useful provisions on rules of origin, it will still require additional paperwork and data gathering, and that means additional costs. And the timescale is hopelessly short.
The industry believe a phase-in period is critical, but we're not getting that. But of course, businesses aren't ready. There are huge uncertainties built into this deal because it's based on today's standards. And standards change, particularly in vehicle manufacture and aviation, as technology advances. Each change needs a complex approval process with potential penalties. This is, of course, just a framework deal, subject to endless reviews and supplementary agreements. For all these reasons, my lords, and many more, I will be voting against this tonight, because I will not vote to lose my voice on so many rules that will govern my life. I will not vote to reduce the rights for young people to study and travel abroad. I will not vote for more bureaucracy. I will not vote for job losses in the auto industry, in aviation and haulage. I will not condone lower environmental standards, and I will not condone this charade of scrutiny. Be in no doubt, this Tory government must bear responsibility for what follows. This isn't getting Brexit done, it's just the beginning.
And I'll call the next speaker, Baroness Nicholson.
I rise to ask the Noble Lord the Minister how this excellent new relationship will help Gibraltar. What form will the strengthened link with the United Kingdom take? As we know, most importantly, the prosperity of Gibraltar, which is excellent, is linked closely to the prosperity of the local region around Algeciras and La Linea particularly. Some 15,000 Spaniards depend upon their jobs in Gibraltar through having access each day to Gibraltar across the border. What can be done in the new improved climate to enhance economic cooperation in the region to the benefit of both Gibraltar and the neighbouring Spanish region, even given the current problems, of course, the restrictions from COVID-19? It would be most helpful, I believe, for Gibraltar to get some encouragement from the Minister in his wind-up speech. And of course, as a former First Vice President of the European Parliament's Senior Committee, the Committee for Foreign Affairs, I am keenly interested in growing our nation's strength and enlarging our influence in all parts of the globe. And naturally, there are already many doubting Thomases whose fearful commentary of our supposedly weakened position, which they foresee as coming as a consequence of this excellent legislation now before their Lordships' House, I can assure these would-be harbingers of doom that no less personages than our two closest contributors to our new and powerful position, Mr. Barnier and Charles Michel, have indicated that they hold a different view, closer to my own, of Britain's uniqueness in this position. As Mr. Michel tweeted out last night, he is, I quote, looking forward to cooperating on foreign policy issues as allies sharing common values. Mr. Barnier added correctly, I quote again, the British have experienced diplomats who don't give up and always ask for more. Of course, I would remind Mr. Barnier that we don't just have excellent diplomats, we do indeed have the best in the world, but we also have fantastic people in the Department of Industry and Trade and in other departments too. But I would suggest to the Noble Lord the Minister and to other members of their Noble Lordships' House, with those endorsements from the two who gave us the most difficult of times, and with this historic agreement in the bag, we cannot fail.
And I'll call the next speaker, Lord Thomas of Cumgeed.
As there is now no alternative to this deal except a no deal, there is one brief point I wish to make for the future. There we do have an alternative, implementing the deal in a way that rolls back the growth and the supremacy of the executive branch of government, which this bill seeks further to strengthen in ways described by Baroness Taylor and Lord Panic and Lord Anderson of Ipswich. That alternative requires the restoration of the position of Parliament, adherence to the devolution arrangements, and ensuring the continued independence of the other branches of government. I will take one illustration, state aid. set out in Part 2, Heading 1, Title 11 of the treaty. Its proper implementation and operation is essential to our prosperity and to a strong relationship with the European Union. One central provision, again, suffices, Article 3.9, within that title, which requires the UK and the EU each to establish an operationally independent body with an appropriate role in its subsidy control regime. There are at least 5 defining tasks we must carry out in relation to this one article alone. First, consensus is needed with the devolved governments. For though state aid control is now a reserve matter, state aid is devolved. Secondly, proper registration dealing with all the detail is needed, not framework legislation with delegated powers. Third, the independent authority that is to exercise the control over subsidies must have independent decision-making powers and not be some sort of quango advising the executive branch of government. Fourth, there must be no attempt to curtail proper judicial review or appeal by independent courts or tribunals of the decisions. And finally, the working of these arrangements in the UK and the way the corresponding arrangements are working in the EU must be scrutinised by a properly resourced parliamentary committee. That is the task in relation to one article. But if it is achieved for that one article in relation to state control, and there are similar achievements in the countless other new arrangements necessary, we should be able to ensure that as the UK regains control, that control is exercised through parliamentary sovereignty under the properly balanced operation of our constitution and not under executive supremacy.
I call the next speaker, Lord MP.
Like other speakers, my lords, I welcome the fact that there is a deal, albeit we don't have an opportunity to scrutinise it properly tonight. I also welcome the reference in the bill to the peace programme, which was negotiated between former EU President Jacques Delors and Northern Ireland's MEPs John Hume, Ian Paisley and Jim Nicholson. It has been an enduring programme to help Northern Ireland and the border counties of the Republic, and I welcome it. However, I have to say, my lords, that one theme stands out for me. In a letter recently to us, the Prime Minister said that the deal takes back control of our laws, borders, money, trade, ends any role for the European Court. He goes on to say we'll be truly an independent country with our sovereign parliament in full control of the laws we live by. Michael Gove, the Chancellor of Duchess Lancaster, said we are no longer bound by EU law. There's no role for the European Court of Justice. We will have full political and economic independence on the 1st of January, and our laws will be determined by our own elected politicians. I'm sorry to say, my lords, but all those statements are untrue, because one part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, is left in the European Union. It is still going to have the role of the European Court. We are subject to laws and regulations that will be negotiated and agreed in Brussels, where we have no representation. And we can't even bring our own money, over 10,000 euros, into Northern Ireland without permission. I mean, the idea that these statements are factual is wrong. I wish somebody from the government front bench would openly admit that we have done a deal that works for Great Britain, but because of certain circumstances, Northern Ireland is not at this stage able to benefit from them. EU officials will stand beside HMRC officers at customs posts at all Northern Ireland ports. One of them is being built in Larne. It's 44,000 square metres. That doesn't seem to me to be light touch. And we won't even be able to import from, we have to treat Great Britain as a third country. Now, unfortunately, I want to ask the Minister, what consent was obtained from Northern Ireland for these arrangements? And can he give me that answer? Because nobody so far has. I hear some unionists in the other place, and indeed in our Lordship's house, railing against this deal because of the protocol that was introduced last year. But the very same people facilitated the introduction of that protocol. So they're not in a position to challenge things tonight. But what I want is honesty. And we will make the best of what we can, but we are not, the union is seriously weakened as a result of this decision. And the fact is that our laws will be determined by others and not by our sovereign parliament. That is not taking back control.
I call the next speaker, Lord Sheikh.
I welcome and support this historic bill. Following the agreement, we will truly be an independent country in control of our laws and national destiny without any influence of the European Court. We'll also set up an arrangement which can be worth over £650 billion in reciprocal trade with the EU. The agreement covers a number of subjects, but in view of lack of time, I would like to discuss issues relating to the financial services sector, and I would like to declare that this is my business. The financial services sector contributes about £130 billion to the UK economy and employs over 1 million people. It generates more than 10% of tax revenues and contributed about 40% of the country's £18 billion trade surplus in services with the EU in 2019. My lords, we should do all we can to protect its future. As from 1st of January 2021, UK financial services firms will not be able to continue their passporting privileges. The passporting had allowed the firms to undertake financial service activities freely in the European Union. In order to undertake financial service activities, the firms will need to register and comply with necessary requirements in each country or rely on equivalence. My lords, our Prime Minister has commented that the Brexit trade deal perhaps does not go as far as they would like on financial services. If a firm is to seek authorization of individual countries, it will add to their costs and make the matter complicated. I do appreciate that equivalence was not part of TCA negotiations, and I've noted that access to European markets can be established by a separate process which can grant equivalence to UK firms. I hope that further negotiation will now be undertaken as soon as possible to establish market access into European Union by our financial services firms. I very much hope that an agreement is reached and a memorandum of understanding is signed as soon as possible. My lords, I would like to emphasize we must endeavor to seek equivalence on a permanent basis. My lords, another issue of concern, which is that as from 1st of January 2021, UK professional qualifications will not be recognized by European Union. A British qualified person will need registration in the country where he or she would like to undertake work. My lords, the British qualifications are of very high standards and are envy of the world and must be treated accordingly. I hope that this point is discussed further and an agreement is reached on this issue together with the important matter of equivalence. I would ask my noble friend, the Minister, to comment on the matters I've raised regarding the financial services sector. Thank you.
I call the next speaker, Lord Haskell.
My Lords, I strongly agree with my noble friend's amendment. In practice, under the Cragg Act, we can't stop the treaty, we can only delay it. However, the leader's upbeat assessment in her opening speech is entirely misplaced. It is a thin deal, a deal with no properly thought through impact assessment and on such an important matter, a serious omission. However, like many others, I shall vote in favour because the alternative, as many as others have said, the alternative of no deal is worse. I do not do this because it facilitates business trade. It doesn't. Unlike any other trade deal, it creates more non-tariff barriers. and it creates more bureaucracy, as Baroness Randerson explained. But it provides a period of certainty, enabling business to plan and hopefully invest and adapt to our new status outside the EU, while at the same time coping with this terrible pandemic. Yes, I shall vote in favour because the government's mismanagement is threatening the integrity of our union. The government has given practically no opportunity for the devolved administrations to give this matter proper consideration. Yet unity is of interest to us all. I shall vote in favour in the hope that it will make our departure less acrimonious and will create a better atmosphere to settle the many outstanding issues such as the future of our services sector, as Baroness Donohoe and many others explained, where we have a healthy surplus, settle the outstanding non-trading and aspects of our relationship, which are so important: academic, scientific, educational, cultural, data sharing, security, climate change and emissions trading. We'll have to learn how to operate the 30-odd specialist committees that set standards, that arbitrate and settle disputes, and which we will have to work with. Otherwise, they will operate at our disadvantage. Meanwhile, we must deal with the pandemic, deal with the double dip recession, deal with high employment, public and private debt, and the inevitable change in taxation that it will cause. And we will need a government that doesn't indulge in wishful thinking about sovereignty, a government that will put our relationship with the EU on a much better footing than this.
I call the next speaker, Lord Bruce of Benarchy.
My Lord, it's no surprise to me that we are sitting today at the last gasp of 2020 to consider legislation published just yesterday to deliver the most radical change of trading circumstances in our history. The government never wanted Parliament to be involved in the process, and we are being bounced into giving the government sweeping and unspecified powers to do what they please without further reference to Parliament. And much of the detail was clearly agreed months ago, so it is total hypocrisy to suggest that legislators simply buckle when it could and should have been perfectly possible for adequate time to have been provided. The compromises now reveal that all the braggadocio about sovereignty was just that. It's a pity that it was done with such ill grace and to such long-term damage. We will accept EU rules without having any role in shaping them and face endless argument and disruption should we seek to diverge. But with so little time, I wish to ask for clarification on 2 points and issue a warning on one. As a member of this House's Services Subcommittee, I was party to our long letter to the Secretary of State for Education regarding Horizon and Erasmus+. We were concerned that participating as a third party to Horizon, we would move from being a net beneficiary to a significant net contributor to a programme over which we would have limited control. Can the Minister tell me, has that been addressed? In the case of Erasmus, 53% of all students who studied abroad did so through Erasmus, which also funded students, EU students, to study in the UK, bringing an academically enriching and economic benefit. Yet we've opted out completely. Why? Can the Minister say what that will mean to current students looking for a placement in the next academic year? Can he also explain how the proposed Turing scheme can possibly deliver comparable benefits to the multinational, multi-layered Erasmus scheme? Or will it just focus on the English-speaking world and further distance us from our European friends? The warning relates to the impact of this deal on Scotland, and it is aimed both at the government and people of the UK and the government and people of Scotland. It's becoming too glib and too easy to remark airily that Scotland is on course for independence, to assume that negotiating Skexit, Scotland's exit from the UK, will be quick and easy compared with Brexit. We've heard that before. The institutions we share are not peripheral, but they are the arteries of our society. Similarly, the assumption that Scotland will achieve a rapid and seamless transition to membership of the EU, regardless of the lack of a central bank or currency, and with debt several times the permitted threshold, is simply unreal. And more to the point, erecting a border with the rest of the UK before any agreement can be reached with the EU should give anyone pause for thought. Of course, the devolved administrations should be treated with more respect, just as the reality of the benefits we share across the UK should be valued more. The nightmare of the last few years, topped off with COVID, should surely teach us the values of togetherness, however strained relations become. If we don't learn from this, then we face a future of endless debilitating division and argument as we decline in influence. If we can learn and find a more constructive way of engaging with each other, then we may begin, just may begin, to see the glimmerings of a brighter future. I do hope so.
Baroness Bull.
My Lords, I share the dilemma expressed so often today, faced with an agreement that's far from the one I'd like to see, but far better than no deal at all. I particularly regret those places where even the Prime Minister concedes the deal does not go far enough, and I make no apologies for revisiting my familiar theme of services, which contributes so much to the economy, exports and employment, but which are so poorly served by this deal. Its service provisions are not only limited, they're subject to a vast list of exceptions varied by sector and member state. Crucial issues like data adequacy, passporting rights and financial equivalence are unresolved, and the end to mutual recognition of qualifications is a serious blow. But services were always going to be hit hard by the determination to end freedom of movement. So while the deal allows short-term business visitors to enter the EU visa-free for 90 days in any 6 months, the activities they can undertake are limited. It's more networking than work. Meetings, trade exhibitions, conferences, consultation, market research are all fine, but any selling of goods or services directly to the public is subject to a work visa, requirements for which will vary across each member state. And the cultural sector is particularly ill-served, with visa-free travel seemingly denied to working performers, artists and musicians who now face new burdens of admin, carnets and costs. The absence of any creative, cultural or media services and occupations in the Servin 3 and 4 lists of suppliers and independent professionals will impact across music, film and TV, dance, theatre, journalism, gigging, photography, fashion and more. The Prime Minister spoke this morning of, and I quote, restoring a great British industry, he meant fishing, to the eminence it deserves. But one cost of this has been the sacrifice of services, including the creative industries, which really is one of the truly great British industries of today. The Noble Lord the Minister assured me in yesterday's very helpful briefing that performing artists and musicians are in fact covered in this deal, but I still struggle to understand how. Perhaps he could clarify this on the record today and subsequently in writing to the House. My Lords, this deal denies the next generation the freedoms that we have enjoyed, and I believe it will have economic, social and cultural consequences. But today we are all Henry Hobson. We face Hobson's choice, and I cannot support no deal. And this agreement will at least delay divergence. It carries the promise of further agreements, and at 5-year intervals it gives us a chance to review and to improve. It offers a framework on which our future relationship with our nearest neighbours can be built. For those reasons, and despite my reservations, I will be voting to implement it in law.
I call the next speaker, Lord Stirling of Plaistow.
My Lords, when we last held a referendum on Europe in 1975, like many businessmen, I strongly supported membership. The entrepreneur in me felt that to be part of a bigger bloc would give us the advantages that American companies already enjoyed in their huge home market. In the early 90s, as president of the European ship owners, I spent a great deal of time in Brussels meeting many commissioners on a regular basis. And of course, in the following years, in connection with the European interests of my own company, P&O Esenco, I continued those meetings. My Lords, why did I change my mind? Taking account of what I just said, the original aims of being a trading bloc has been lost. The European Commission is the sole initiator of policy, and the ambition of most in Brussels is a fully united Europe instead of becoming a confederation of nation states. That is why I worked with Michael Gove, Boris Johnson and Gisela Stewart in the Leave campaign, and subsequently with David Davis for 4 years when he was Brexit Secretary. Our 40 years membership of Europe is a very short period in this country's history. Many keep referring to our decision to reassert control of our own destiny as a divorce. I never understood why, because we were never married, at most engaged. My Lords, power today is no longer about possessing territory and heavy industry, nor is it even dependent on having a large population. It is increasingly a corollary of the extraordinary advances in technology and the expansion of world trade through the ever-increasing global supply chain. Economic strength is vital. My Lords, one lesson I have learned in international commerce is as valid today as it ever was. Trade is a natural human activity, as natural as communicating with each other. It should not be dictated by government bureaucracy. That is why this country has always believed that free trade and freedom are inextricably linked, a view strongly held by Margaret Thatcher. I have no doubt whatsoever that we can more than hold our own outside the EU, working closely with strong long-term relationships worldwide, particularly with the Commonwealth, USA, Far East, and of course, enlarging and enhancing our trade relations with the European Union. We must never forget the magnificent role of our armed services in defending our realm night and day. Hearing the comments of many others, I have to emphasize that Gibraltar is of extreme importance to the Royal Navy, and we must make certain that in due course this is addressed in a way which helps Gibraltar and helps our particular interests. My Lords, I've never liked the word deal. In business, long-term relationships are founded on an agreement where trust and respect are fundamental. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, when she spoke at the announcement referred to by Robin Butler, warmly at the announcement to the ongoing relationship with our partners in the United Kingdom. Many of us have deep friendships and family in continental Europe, and with such sentiment, I have no doubt that our relationship will only deepen in the years to come. My Lords, I strongly welcome this agreement and congratulate the Prime Minister and all those involved in the negotiation. I have to say that having been involved in major negotiations in many ways over 50-odd years, I suppose, I have to say that the Prime Minister, his judgment in the last 2 to 3 weeks before they came to an agreement, and the risks that he took and the courage he took in doing it is something to be totally
Lord Mike Kerr to
admired.
wind up on his speech.
I have 3 minutes to describe a great national disaster, a tragedy, and to issue a plea to noble lords to do what they can to mitigate the impacts. For the appropriate approach for today is not a comparison of the thin deal on which we vote, a kit sailboat of matchsticks put together by a careless child, against the storm of crash-out. Rather, we need to compare this bill to what we had before Brexit. First, freedom of movement. Britons historically were able to force on the rest of the world freedom of movement across the empire, and for decades we've enjoyed consensual two-way movement across our continent. But from the 1st of January, the majority of Britons who do not have the cash or the social capital to grease their way will have less freedom of movement than their ancestors enjoyed for centuries. The nation has been put into permanent global lockdown. Secondly, our services sector, that hugely dominant part of our economy that the noble Lady Baroness Bull was just talking about. As the noble Lord Kerr of Kinlochcard said, EU states will be calling the shots about what they can and can't do. architects and lawyers, musicians and copywriters. And for trade in goods, this is not frictionless trade, but the addition of voluminous tangles of red tape. This is a wonderful thing, says the Prime Minister, striding firmly into Orwell's Ministry of Truth. And individuals and businesses have lost the rights that they can assert and enforce for themselves that come with EU membership. Instead, there are meagre rules and obligations that exist only between the UK and the EU. If you, as an individual, lose out, you'll rely on the government to act for you. Good luck. And our already depleted and degraded environment has lost crucial EU protections. Ask Greener UK. The non-regression provisions involve a test that, quote, is notoriously difficult to prove and has been ineffective in previous trade agreements. Rebalancing mechanisms are restricted. The full horizontal dispute mechanism, settlement mechanism, does not apply to the environment or sustainable development chapters. And we've lost the democracy that these islands have enjoyed through the European Parliament. For Westminster, as the noble lady Baroness Taylor of Bolton said, the events of today represent a massive power grab by the executive. This speed is engineered either by incompetence or design. Now, both government and opposition opening speakers lingered on the overwhelming majority this bill won in the other place. But 521 to 73 against in no way reflects the views of the country. My Lords, I beg you individually today to represent the people abandoned in the other place. Show your opposition to this disaster and provide a counterbalance to the extreme forces that, as we patch up that ill-assembled boat, put sails and rigging and a hand on the tiller, want to steer us straight onto the undemocratic, exploitative, destructive, deregulatory shores of Singapore upon Thames.
I call the next speaker, Baroness Browning.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to contribute, albeit for 3 minutes, to this debate. And I agree so much with those who have congratulated Lord Frost and his team. Anybody who's been involved in negotiations, particularly with the EU, will know that it is a challenge, and it often ends in the small hours of the morning, and there is always a compromise. And I think I accept that as somebody who voted to leave the EU back in 2016, that compromises were always going to be needed. So I don't feel bitter in any way about that. And I hope whatever side people were of this argument, that that bitterness can be put aside, because frankly, my Lords, we have work to do, and that work will fall so much on our House, on our chamber, on our committees. I hope as we go forward, we will make quite clear what the standards and the values are of this country, which now holds the reins to set its own legislation, to create its own rules. So, for example, when we now set what are the professional qualifications we're prepared to accept across a range of businesses and professions, that we aim for the top, we aim for the best, we aim for quality, for decency, for things that people can rely and trust. But also, I hope too, that we can get our own house in order, our own parliament in order, because sovereignty and the recovery of sovereignty in this area means that we have to make quite sure that we hold the government to account. So I hope we will see fewer pieces of legislation where automatically Henry VIII clauses and other devices that give power to the executive are just built in, although a few scattering of them is needed in every bill. I say that, my Lords, as a member of the Delegated Powers Committee, where it is a matter of great concern. But also, I hope too that we will look at what is good regulation. A lot has been said about gold plating, about people wanting to go for the best deal, the cheapest deal. We don't want to be the cheapskates of the world. We want to be people who, with our design, with our cultural history, can produce the new industries and technologies and the cultures of the future.
and that they can be relied on everywhere, not least at home. So, my lords, as we look forward to 2021, and we are, I hope, looking forward to it, this is a great opportunity for us, and I hope our House particularly will play its part in making sure it is successful.
I call the next speaker, Lord Berkeley.
My Lords, it gives me great pleasure to follow on from the speech of my noble friend Lord Austin, who's been a great friend over the years, promoting cycling at a time when it wasn't quite so popular as it is now. He's very welcome in your Lordship's house. My Lords, there's been a lot of talk from the Prime Minister and others about our regaining our sovereignty. But I have to ask the question, whose sovereignty and what exactly do they mean? Because it's very easy to sit here at the end of 2020, the ministers thinking that they are a sovereign island state, maybe even with an empire whose every move they could control, forgetting that they don't have one anymore, and most of the empire sought more relevant economic and cultural links long ago. We're left alone. And after 50 years of war and aftermath, our involvement in Europe with our neighbours, and the encouragement that we gave to widening the EU eastwards was a major contributor to peace and the free movement of people for work, leisure, relationships, and the understanding of the different traditions, languages, local rules and customs has been a major contributor to peace. And of course, the Erasmus programme, which many noble lords have spoken about, is an essential part of that. And I hope the Minister will come back with a positive answer when he responds. My Lords, I lived in Romania for several years in the 70s under the communist regime, and it was not a happy place. There was no liberty, there was no freedom, and the issues which occurred then are not over yet. When you look at what's happening in Ukraine and Belarus, I have a train operating business colleague who sent me a photograph a few years ago of one of his freight trains with machine gun holes all the way up the side. And just imagine trying to run a business when you've got machine guns going past you all the time. So, my lords, I think the rest of Europe should be seen as our friends and our trading partners, to which we, of course, export something like 40% of our trade. And we should really encourage them. And I think that, therefore, the criticism of Europe as being bureaucratic is wrong. The people are not. Some of the processes needed to be, maybe to cope with 26 member states. But is our government really right to criticise the EU for this when it produces just a framework bill, which many speakers have said will dramatically increase the bureaucracy of trade with the EU, just as the interests of that mythical idea of sovereignty gets lost? So my conclusion, my lords, is that all the government is doing is actually transferring sovereignty from what it believes was Europe to itself and bypassing Parliament. And for reasons many other noble lords have spoken, I will support this bill, but with gritted teeth.
My lords, I beg to move that this debate be adjourned.
The question is that this debate be now adjourned. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move that the House be adjourned for 15 minutes until 7:48.
The question is that the House do now adjourn until 7:48. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. resume debate on the motion for the second reading of the European Union Future Relationship Bill. I now call Lord Alderdice.
Well, Lords, today we are debating a bill to implement the Brexit agreements with the EU, and I want to focus on one aspect of the Prime Minister's comment that, despite the agreement, the UK would remain culturally, emotionally, historically, strategically and geologically attached to Europe. Those cultural and emotional questions are fundamental. Now, I have no doubt that the Prime Minister identifies with elements of historic European culture. Indeed, we've all noted how often he quotes from pre-Christian Greek and Roman sources. While Jean Monnet, one of the great architects of the European project, may not have made the comment often attributed to him, "If I were to do it again from scratch, I would start with culture," the question of culture is fundamental for Europe. Supporters of the European project emphasise the transnational commonalities of European culture, and I share that perspective. But many people identify more with the culture of their own historic national community and are prepared to sacrifice economic and social well-being to protect it when they feel it's under threat. That is much of what Brexit is about. Immigration, for example, is felt by people like that to be changing the culture of their communities more quickly than they can accommodate. Within the EU, constant effort is required to contain the historic cultural religious differences between the North and the South and the East and the West. Those who promoted Brexit, like those who are trying to undermine the European project from within and without, have released powerful nationalist forces that will not be put to bed by Brexit. The complaints that the Prime Minister laid against the EU and his solution of taking back control are now being turned against him from within the United Kingdom. The Scots, the Welsh and the Northern Irish did not want to take back control from Brussels in order to hand it to London, and that's why he's having such a problem with the passage of legislative consent motions. Mr Johnson may see himself as the British Prime Minister and wrap himself in the Union flag. But in Edinburgh and in Belfast and even in Cardiff, he's increasingly seen as an English Prime Minister. My wife and I moved from Belfast to Oxfordshire a couple of years ago, and we're very happily settled there. But we immediately sensed the depth of the cultural differences between the community that we had left and the one which is now our home. Our United Kingdom has held together deep historic cultural differences that are now being exposed by Brexit. The appearance of a border down the Irish Sea, so clearly described by Lord Empey, and the decision of the Irish government to offer Erasmus and EHIC benefits to British citizens in Northern Ireland are significant straws in the wind. If, or perhaps when, Northern Ireland leaves, it is the end of the United Kingdom. For noble lords will recall, it is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And the impact on Scotland could be profound. Is Her Majesty's government as blind as their former Brexit voting allies in the DUP to the fragmentation that may be triggered by the powerful centrifugal dynamic that they've released? Can the noble Lord the Minister tell the House what Her Majesty's government is going to do to hold our United Kingdom together?
I call the next speaker, the Duke of Wellington.
My Lords, I declare my relevant interests as detailed in the register. Like other noble lords, my overwhelming sensation on hearing the Prime Minister's announcement was of relief. I could not believe that any British government would take us out of the transition period with no deal, trading on World Trade Organization terms as advocated by the ultras. But today it is clear that this legislation must pass. However, I and many others are left with a number of worries, which I hope the Minister will address when he winds up. I worry for the fishermen who have not achieved what they were promised in the referendum. I worry for small hill farmers who will find that their sheep meat must comply with new bureaucratic processes to enter their principal continental markets. I worry for all exporters who will certainly encounter delays in the European ports. I really do hope the process can be streamlined to create something closer to the promised frictionless trade. I worry for business travellers, for artists and performers who need to move in and out of continental Europe without hindrance. I worry for students, as we've chosen not to remain part of the Erasmus programme. And I do hope the new Turing scheme will give students as much chance to study overseas and international students to come here. I worry for the City of London and financial services. I hope the government will move with speed to try and negotiate an agreement for access to the continental markets. I worry that the police and the security services will not have the same access to European databases. I worry for the National Health Service, which has a lengthening list of vacancies, where EU citizens have in the past been such an important component. I worry for the citizens of Gibraltar and hope they can reach an agreement with Spain to keep open the frontier. And finally, and most importantly, I worry about our union of England, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales. But despite my concerns, we must commend the government for making a deal, however imperfect. It is my fervent hope that ministers will realise that there is still so much to do. And I hope that the country may find a renewed prosperity under these very changed circumstances.
Speaker Lord Davis of Gower.
My Lords, may I begin by adding my congratulations to the government and its negotiating team under the leadership of my noble friend Lord Frost. I cannot begin to imagine how difficult this must have been for the negotiators, but the stresses and strains over the weeks towards the end were indeed palpable to those of us who observed the negotiations closely. And whilst the whole Brexit issue may have caused division within the ranks of politicians and indeed the public at large, whichever side you were on, we can now all hopefully come together in the knowledge that we have a deal which, all being well, will bind us together for a prosperous future with our new trading arrangements. In the limited time allocated, I should like to touch from a practical perspective in two areas that I have a particular interest in. I'm pleased to some extent to see the agreement struck in relation to aviation, particularly with cooperation on aviation safety, security and air traffic management. It will, however, impose a restriction on UK airlines in that they will no longer be considered EU carriers and will lose existing traffic rights in the EU, and the practical effects of that are yet to be seen and experienced. Now, with regards to general aviation, it also has consequences. And a simple example of this is the light aircraft pilot's license, which was originally and rather ironically conceived by EASA as a simpler and easier way to obtain a license. But from the 1st of January 2021, British pilots who hold such a license cannot fly into Europe as pilots in charge of an aircraft, as it will become a national license with UK-only privileges. This is very regrettable. In respect of security and policing, I am, however, a little more sceptical. My Lords, I voted Remain and did so on the basis of my experience of my time working as a police officer in Eastern Europe and belief that the UK's best interests would be served by maintaining our close working relationships, both formally and informally, with our European security and policing cousins. I'm still of that opinion. Key tools such as the Schengen Information System, SIS2, membership of Europol and Eurojust enabled us to work closely with our European partners, but membership will now be lost. The noble Lords Panic and Ricketts and my noble friend, the Lord Lancaster, have already made reference to the effects of the loss of SIS2, and I agree, it will deny the operational officer on the street of key real-time information with regards to foreign nationals engaging in criminality or who may be wanted for serious crime. I do not therefore fully share the enthusiasm of the Home Secretary where she has hailed the UK's new comprehensive security agreement with the EU. Yes, we have arrangements for the sharing of information on air passengers travel, vehicle registration, DNA and fingerprints, but I fear that these amount to only the basic essentials. But it's real-time database access which is vital and is lacking in this agreement, and as a consequence, the police toolbox. All of that said, this bill was brought about as a result of a democratic vote by the people of the United Kingdom, and I respect that, as I believe others should. Whilst having reservations in some areas of the deal, there are many aspects of the deal that I applaud. But above all, it is the will of the people. And it's fair to say that the EU has certainly developed into something far greater than that which was voted on way back in the 70s. My Lords, I feel sure that many of the issues raised by your Lordships today, including those by myself, can be addressed in due course. Therefore, I have no hesitation in supporting this bill this evening.
I call the next speaker, Lord Davis of Brixton.
My Lords, I support the regret amendment that with the greatest reluctance will vote for the bill, leaving the EU on the Tory government's terms. With or without this bill, will produce immense economic and social damage to the UK. But the option of having no legislation to implement the government's deal would be worse. I have three substantive points. First, it is clearly nonsense to suggest that the treaty means that we take back control, as the Brexiters claim, particularly if we mean democratic control. The bill creates a whole panoply of joint regulation and control between the UK government and the European Commission, with the Partnership Council, 19 specialised committees and 4 working groups. These bodies will reach agreements at the European level without parliamentary scrutiny that will apply directly in British domestic law. So the UK government will be subject to next to no democratic scrutiny or oversight on what they negotiate with the EU. There will be less democratic oversight than we had as members of the European Union. What we will see are truly the horrors of unaccountable power, with laws being made by administrative diktat. Second, of the many unknowns left open by the treaty, I want to highlight the inadequate provision for mutual recognition of professional qualifications. What we have here is simply a framework, with the practice to be agreed through the Joint Partnership Council along the lines of the CETA Treaty. What this means in practice is unknown, but judging by the slow progress of recognition under CETA itself, this means years of uncertainty. This will not only affect UK professionals, who will be at a competitive disadvantage, it will make matters worse for our hard-pressed health and education sectors, where EU nationals have provided essential support. It also poses an additional challenge for delivering the world-class academic research that underpins so much of the UK's competitive advantage. This undercooked and ill-thought-out bill presents not the solutions we need, but simply presents the long list of undecided but vital UK links that have provided great advantage to the UK, its economy, and its standing in the world. Thirdly, and all too briefly, I must mention the failure to guarantee labour standards. We know that it is the Prime Minister's ambition to weaken employment rights in a race to the bottom. This is not being forgotten, and it most certainly an issue to which we will return in future debates.
I call the next speaker, Lord Taverne.
My Lords, when Chamberlain came back from Berchtesgaden with a piece of paper proclaiming peace in our time, he was greeted with almost universal acclaim. When Johnson came back from Brussels with his free trade agreement, he was greeted with adulatory praise from most of the Conservative press and his party. It was, he announced, the realisation of the claims made for Brexit in the referendum and in the last Conservative manifesto. Well, will it really be the journey into the sunlit uplands? Not according to the vast majority of economists, for reasons powerfully argued in this debate by several speakers. I believe that Johnson's Panglossian optimism will prove no more justified than Chamberlain's belief in peace in our time. We will probably continue to wallow in nostalgic complacency. We are the best, especially when we're fighting alone. We won the war. We have a special relationship with the United States and the Commonwealth. Who needs the Europeans? As a result, we're likely to fall behind our European colleagues in economic growth. We already have the lowest productivity of any advanced European country. The great deal Johnson of the great deal Johnson has, will be no help to our services industry, which makes up 80% of our wealth. There's great uncertainty amongst manufacturers about the new bureaucratic delays at borders. And we may well find that Johnson has created an irresistible desire for independence in Scotland, who wish to remain part of the EU, and may set Northern Ireland on the path to a referendum for a united Ireland. Part of Johnson's legacy could well mean the end of the United Kingdom, leaving us as a relatively small, chauvinistic and isolated country with very little influence in an increasingly hostile world. Is that really what Brexiteers voted for?
I call the next speaker, Lord Dobbs.
My Lords, we now step out into a future whose course is set largely by ourselves. This is as it should be. It was one Friday morning, almost exactly 7 years ago, that from these benches I introduced the European Union Referendum Bill, a wonderful piece of private legislation that belonged in the other place to the excellent James Wharton MP, now our very own Lord Wharton of Yarm. He had rather more luck than I did. It passed through the Commons with a massive majority. In this House, of course, it was destroyed, with malice aforethought. I said then, the principle behind this bill is that the people have a right to decide their own future. And now those who were once derided as swivel-eyed loons have turned out to be the largely silent and remarkably insistent majority. Swivel eyes gave way to tousled hair, and to hope, and to the Herculean stamina of my noble friends, Lord True and Lord Callanan, and to the noble Lord Frost, whose impact has been like an entire Spartan army. And, of course, our Prime Minister. What a year he's had, worthy of all of his beloved ancient Greeks. There are those who still believe that the earth is flat, made of nothing but level playing fields. They spend their nights sleepless, worrying about the possibility of molehills, whereas we see our world filled with different shapes, with glorious colours, with the opportunity to rebuild our society, to renew our democracy, and to bring government back closer to the people it serves, to raise both the spirits and the circumstances of those who for too long have been left behind. Yes, all this comes at a price. Of course it does. But what price? Freedom. We made the principled case, the democratic case, yes, the moral case, and that case won. We have done what we promised the people we would do, what they instructed us to do. And to use the jargon, Brexit at last means Brexit. And I, for one, am very happy.
Call the next speaker, Lord Kerslake.
My Lords, I fear that today's debate is something of a sham. We have just an afternoon and evening to debate the agreement, which was made available to us only a matter of days ago, and with little realistic prospect of amending it. We are, to all intents and purposes, spectators and commentators, rather than true legislators or scrutineers. This is deeply regrettable, but does at least free us up to talk instead about the wider issues involved. My Lords, there are two ways of looking at the EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement. Firstly, what we have avoided, and secondly, what we have lost. We have avoided coming to the end of the transition period without a trade agreement, with all the disruption and economic damage that this would have involved. At a time of great uncertainty due to the impact of COVID, we have at least been spared that. This leads some, not unreasonably, to conclude that they should reluctantly vote with the government, as the immediate alternative is a lot worse. However, the alternative way of considering this agreement is to look at what we have lost. And compared to what we have now, what we have lost is very considerable. Our ability to trade with the EU will become harder, especially in the vital area of services, where we have an advantage. Growing the economy will consequently be more challenging. Freedom of movement and cultural exchange will be more difficult. Global influence will be much diminished. Ironically, and despite these big losses, we will stay firmly in the orbit of the EU. They will surely challenge us on policy diversions a lot less serious than returning to sending children up chimneys. The government have declined to produce an impact assessment. I sincerely hope that others will take up that task on their behalf. Now, we would all want the UK to succeed and prosper post-Brexit, but if we do, I fear that it will be in spite of this agreement, not because of it. The passing of this bill will bring to an end the dreadful Brexit years. We all want closure on this unhappy and divisive period in our history, but it will not end the proper debate about what is the right relationship between Britain and the European Union. The bill will undoubtedly be passed today. To vote for this bill would, for me, signal at some level satisfaction with the way the government has handled the issue, the choices it has made, and the relationship we have now arrived at with the European Union. I have to say that I am not satisfied, and so I shall not support the bill.
The next speaker, Lord Morrow.
My Lords, there are some of us who have spent a political lifetime opposed to the UK's membership of the European Union, who look on with a sense of sadness that the Brexit that is being delivered for GB will not be enjoyed by the people of Northern Ireland. Those who live in Northern Ireland and contributed to the 17.4 million people who voted leave were entitled to expect that they would leave the EU on the same terms as the rest of the United Kingdom. Indeed, as recently as on Christmas Eve, the Prime Minister declared, and I quote, "We have taken back control of our laws and our destiny. We have taken back control of every jot and tittle of our regulation in a way that is complete and unfettered. From January the 1st, we are outside the customs union and outside the single market. British laws will be made solely by the British Parliament, interpreted by UK judges sitting in UK courts, and the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice will come to an end. As a member of this House, I think I am entitled to ask, and indeed have a duty to ask the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who is this we that he speaks of? Because as we will become all too common to hear in the time ahead, this offer does not extend to Northern Ireland. And I am sorry to say the Prime Minister must know that. I do not deny that the work done by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and his team in the JCC have blunted some of the worst aspects of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I hope more progress can still be made. But the reality is that reducing friction in trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain cannot remedy the constitutional outrage that laws will be made for Northern Ireland over which people who live in the EU will have more say than the people in Northern Ireland. Yesterday, the ERG's Star Chamber concluded that the UK-EU Trade and Cooperation Agreement preserved the UK's sovereignty as a matter of law. They did not and could not conclude that the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol preserved the sovereignty of the United Kingdom. Had that rigorous legal analysis been conducted 12 months ago, I doubt we would find ourselves in the position that we do now. There are those who are claiming victory today, though if it is a victory at all, it is a Pyrrhic victory, for a clean Brexit for Great Britain comes at the cost of the economic integrity of the United Kingdom. I am just sorry that though we joined the EEC as one country we are not, in a meaningful sense, leaving the European Union as one country. It would appear that the military saying, "leave no man behind," lacks any political equivalent. And finally, my lords, can I say that the protocol under which Northern Ireland will now operate is a travesty, and I and my party have consistently opposed the protocol. No consent has been given to it by the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
The next speaker, Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
My Lords, I rise to welcome this bill and to congratulate my noble friend Lord Cavendish on his brilliant valedictory speech. We will miss him, his historical perspectives and his love of small business. Now, virtually my whole career has been spent in EU circles, either negotiating in and with it as a civil servant, and later as a minister, or operating across its single market as a retailer, or most recently, sitting on the EU committee. I love European art and culture and travelling across the continent, but the last 5 years has changed my view of the viability of the UK's position within the EU. I warmly congratulate the Prime Minister, my noble friend Lord Frost, and the rest of the UK negotiating team, and welcome the treaty and the bill before us today. My sister reminded me yesterday that on the day after the referendum in 2016, I told her it has to be Boris, and I've taken that view consistently. Because only he had the chutzpah, the confidence and the experience of Brussels necessary to take the hard line that would convince the EU negotiators that we might really proceed with no deal on trade if what was on offer was inadequate. Only that could shift red lines crafted when we'd made the catastrophic error of agreeing a schedule of talks that separated the money and Northern Ireland from the trade provisions. Even worse, the UK negotiators had to operate against a background where some UK legislators, no doubt well-intentioned, but hopelessly misguided, were actively seeking to make it a legal requirement to reach agreement, thereby fundamentally undermining their own side. The Prime Minister has been admirably honest that the deal is not perfect, with which I agree, but given the background, this ought not to be a surprise. However, overall, it is in our economic and our political interest, and much better than many feared. By ending in agreement, we also have the chance as a sovereign state to chart a friendly path forward with the EU once the dust settles. I can foresee, I hope correctly, a revival of interparliamentary political dialogue with the EU, as advocated by the noble Lord El-Kanoul, and of collaboration on business and economics, on health, on digital and creative industries, and on climate change. But for the first time for nearly 50 years, we also have a chance to forge independent relationships on these matters right around the world and to create a simpler climate of control for our entrepreneurs at home. With a successful vaccination programme and COVID behind us, we can emerge from the fog and the gloom of recent times. Opportunity knocks. Thank you, Prime Minister. You have changed the weather.
Baroness Quinn.
My Lords, I share the sadness of many in this debate as we reach the end of the road for our EU membership, of which I've been a strong supporter since well before being elected to the first directly elected European Parliament in 1979. And indeed, my support for the EU was strengthened when I was a minister, attending Council of Ministers meetings in Justice and Home Affairs, in Agriculture, and in Foreign and General Affairs. And in contradiction to the caricature of the bullying EU, I found it a forum where British interests could be defended and advanced, and where you could forge alliances and conclude beneficial agreements. It's a tragedy that we left when we had a number of special arrangements and also had made a huge success of the internal market. Rather than being a victim of rules imposed on us, we were leading lights in forging those rules in so many sectors of our economy. This deal is a bad deal, exacerbated by being unnecessarily squeezed up against a self-imposed deadline, causing difficulties and uncertainties for business. It is certainly a worse deal than Theresa May's deal, particularly because of the creation of a border down the Irish Sea. It represents a loss of freedom for our citizens to live, work and study in the EU. It fails on proper mutual recognition of qualifications, which may cause us to lose contracts as a result. It causes difficulties for musicians and freelancers in our vital creative sector, and even creates new restrictions within the UK. An example I came across being the introduction now of rules for pet travel between mainland Britain and Northern Ireland, where no rules previously existed. It does not surprise me that so many parties in Northern Ireland represented in our Houses of Parliament find this deal unpalatable. This morning, I listened to the impressive speech made by my party leader, Keir Starmer, who, not for the first time, showed the qualities that I hope will make him Prime Minister in due course. It was clear that he knew the details of this deal better than the Prime Minister, who still won't admit that he was wrong to claim that there were no non-tariff barriers in the deal when there obviously are. I'm glad that Labour was united against no deal, and I'm glad too that Keir Starmer pointed out that those voting against the deal don't actually want to win the vote because it would lead to a no deal outcome. However, I still believe that abstention is a credible course of action for people like me. This is the government's deal. As we have seen, it has the majority to get it through. Abstention is not walking away when it is accompanied by a clear statement of the reasons behind it. An abstention does not facilitate no deal, but simply makes clear how poor this deal is. So while I support the regret motion by my noble friend, I shall actively and deliberately abstain on any vote on the bill itself.
Well, the next speaker, Lord Clement Jones.
My Lords, the Prime Minister and his colleagues have a nasty habit of telling us to sing Land of Hope and Glory while selling key sectors and interests down the river. Last year, Northern Ireland, now Gibraltar and the fishing industry, and it's become clear that our creative industries too are being sacrificed on the altar of so-called sovereignty. We've been assured by ministers countless times of the value they place on the arts, but they've now abandoned one of our most successful sectors, already heavily battered by COVID lockdowns, to its own devices. Baronesses Bull and Bakewell are absolutely right. In the trade and cooperation agreement, our hugely successful audiovisual sector is specifically excluded. They represent 30% of all channels in the EU. But if they're not to be subject to the regulators of every single country, they'll need to establish a new hub in a member state. We can look in vain for anything that helps our touring artists, particularly musicians, actors and sports professionals, with the ending of freedom of movement for UK citizens. From January, when freedom of movement ends, anyone from the UK seeking to perform in an EU country will need to apply for a costly visa for that country, and carnets for their musical instruments, necessarily CITES permits, and even perhaps proof of savings and a certificate of sponsorship from an event organiser. No wonder a petition seeking the UK government negotiates an EU-wide touring work permit and a carnet exception has gained over 200,000 signatures in record time, and no wonder UK Music and the ISM have expressed their dismay. On top of this, quite apart from its dramatic impact on the creative industries, there are huge gaps in the agreement. Services are barely covered, despite making up 42% of our trade with the EU. No deal on recognition of professional qualifications. No deal on data adequacy. No membership of the Erasmus scheme for our students, as we've heard. And very limited recognition of the needs of the tourism, travel and hospitality industry, especially given the catastrophic impact on jobs that COVID is forecast to have on the sector. This is a failure of negotiation on a grand scale. So our architects and engineers, who have made a huge impact on the built environment on the continent over the past 40 years, will have no right to work in the EU. Service industries, global business and tech companies who depend on data exchange with the EU will have no assurance that data flows can continue after 6 months. Our UK students, 15,000 of whom have taken advantage of the Erasmus scheme each year for exchanges and work placements, will no longer take part. My Lords, to describe this as a thin deal doesn't quite cut it. The bill implementing it hugely erodes parliamentary sovereignty. Negligent and ignorant, my Lords, are words that best describe it most aptly.
Next speaker, Lord Darragh of Kew. Lord Darragh, you need to unmute.
My Lord, could you unmute yourself, please?
My Lords, I should be voting in favour of this bill. This is not because it's a great outcome, far from it, but because we are faced with a binary choice here between a poor deal and a no-deal outcome, which would be catastrophic for British interests. But I want to make two brief points about why I think it is nevertheless a bad deal for British interests. The first concerns trade. The government has made some extravagant claims, and the agreement in principle provides for tariff and quota-free access, but it also creates new non-tariff barriers in the form of extra bureaucracy and checks on goods, imposing significant extra costs on British business. I spent 15 years of my Foreign Office career working on EU policy in London or representing the UK in Brussels. I recall endless criticism from many quarters of a supposed unstoppable tide of EU bureaucracy. The reality is that, especially in comparison with what is coming, this was a golden age of genuinely frictionless trade. By comparison, we are invited to see this deal, with its creation of a vast amount of form-filling and red tape, as a triumph. To put it gently, this feels a stretch. The deal, moreover, does nothing for the British services industry, as others have said. That's 80% of our economy, and is the area, unlike goods, where we actually have a surplus with the European Union. It is frankly hard to understand a negotiating strategy which seemed to prioritise fishing, 0.01% of the economy, and did almost nothing for financial services, which contribute £75 billion to the exchequer every year. Finally, on trade, the deal is also not the sovereignty triumph that is claimed. Behind the detail about processes and committees, there is a hard reality. If now or in the future we diverge significantly from EU labour or environmental standards, the EU will respond by restricting our access to the EU market. So, as the noble Lord Kerr pointed out, if we want to maintain free trade, we must become rule followers, not rule makers. As for the security provisions, senior government ministers have claimed the deal makes the UK safer. As my predecessor as National Security Advisor, the noble Lord Ricketts, pointed out, this is impossible to reconcile with the facts. The deal does deliver some worthwhile provisions, such as the fast-track extradition arrangements, but most damaging, we have lost access to the Schengen Information System, which delivered our police and security services real-time information on the location of terrorists and criminals. I know from my time as National Security Advisor how valuable that was. Now it's gone, and British citizens will be less safe as a result. It's not all bad news. The deal does at least provide a framework, a structure on which we can build. And this process will, I believe, go in only one direction. Both common sense and, I anticipate, economic necessity will compel us to build deeper and wider cooperation in the future. So I agree with the Prime Minister's statement that this is not an end, but a beginning. I suspect I have a different vision of the ultimate destination. Thank you.
Call the next speaker, Viscount Trenchard.
My Lords, it is a very great privilege to be able to speak in this debate today, which for me will be most memorable for the excellent valedictory speech by my noble friend Lord Cavendish of Furness. He is much respected on all sides of your Lordship's House, and his wise and sensible interventions will be greatly missed. I congratulate my noble friend the Lord Privy Seal for introducing the debate with a powerful speech which fully recognised the significance of the occasion. I would like to add my congratulations to those of other noble lords for the triumph of the Prime Minister, my noble friend Lord Frost and his team, and all those who have worked so hard for so long to ensure that the majority of the population's will, as expressed in the 2016 referendum and confirmed by the stunning election victory in November 2019, has been honoured in full. It is immensely reassuring for business that free trade in goods without tariffs or quotas will continue. I have felt for a long time, since soon after I first went to live and work in Japan 40 years ago, and indeed when I worked in Brussels, that we were uncomfortable passengers on the European train because we did not agree with most of our fellow passengers on the ultimate destination. And I am delighted that we have finally recognised that fact and had the courage to get off the train. Many have expressed an opinion that the Trade and Cooperation Agreement is somewhat thin as far as its services chapter is concerned. My Lords, I don't think that matters much. Is the EU really going to put politics ahead of economics and try to stop Daimler or AXA from raising funds in London's capital markets? The single market is anyway only partially constructed as far as services are concerned. Furthermore, the EU has been including political as well as technical and economic criteria in its equivalence assessments. As a financial services practitioner, I agree strongly with the views expressed by my noble friend Lady Morrissey, but I completely fail to recognise the financial world described by the noble Baroness Lady Kramer. Does my noble friend agree that it is more important that the UK's regulators, rather than continuing with special pleading for equivalence, should urgently start work on devising a simpler, principles-based, innovation-friendly, more British style of financial regulation, consigning the cumbersome, expensive and complicated MiFID II, AIFMD, EMIR and UCITS to the dustbin in the process, in order to retain its position as the world's leading financial centre, and recognising that its competitors are New York, Dubai, Singapore, Shanghai and Hong Kong, rather than Paris and Frankfurt, we need to adopt a completely different regulatory style and framework, rather than continue with cloned copies of EU rules based on individual regulations and directives.
I call the next speaker, Lord Judd.
My Lords, it's with considerable sadness that I should vote to support this bill. The alternative is even worse. The bill is further confirmation that we have turned our backs on a great European initiative. From the earliest days of the coal and steel community, the driving vision has been political. Of course it has. Economic arrangements have never been the primary end in themselves. They were the practical means of building a peaceful, stable Europe in which the horrors of 2 world wars would never recur. In this context, I want to record my admiration for the statesmanlike fortitude and firmness of Michel Barnier and the President of the Commission and their colleagues, who largely refused to be provoked by the petulant and provocative way in which our media and too often our own government performed. We owe our European friends a great deal of appreciation for the fact that there is in the end any deal at all, however thin the gruel. But Lords, we are the prototype of a highly interdependent nation. It is difficult to think of any major issue confronting the men, women and children of the United Kingdom, not least the coronavirus, in which can be resolved by the UK alone. We desperately need international cooperation, starting with our European neighbours, on climate, health, security, law, education, human rights, and much, much more, as well as on trade, finance, social policy, especially workers' rights. It is essential from this moment onwards to make central to our foreign policy the rebuilding of our friendship and trust with our many European friends, and the determination to recognise our interdependence and the indispensability of international cooperation in our mutual interests. While we must, of course, seek to meet the frustrations and anxieties of too many of our fellow citizens, we must never do that by selling them short on the imperative of the international cooperation which is necessary to build a strong future in their own interests, no longer than anybody else.
Baroness Jolly.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow Lord Judd. The two health-related issues I will raise relate to our reliance on radioactive isotopes produced in the EU, Amendments 27 and 28, and the employment of health and care workers from EU states, on which the bill is silent. My Lords, approximately 1 million UK patients each year rely on radioisotope procedures to diagnose or treat many conditions. These include cardiovascular imaging and cancer treatment. In addition to the TCA, the UK and the EU signed a nuclear cooperation agreement, which is to define the future of the UK's relationship with the European Atomic Energy Community, Euratom. This is a good deal for clinicians, for researchers, and of course, for patients. We import around 80% of the medical radioisotopes we use, most coming from the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. And it will be critical that their transit is smooth and without delays, or we will not get what we pay for. These cannot be stockpiled, and as soon as they're produced, they begin to decay. The longer the delay in transit, the smaller the dose of useful isotope that remains. These amendments are good for our health. Less positive, I regret that within this bill there is no mention of mutual professional recognition of qualifications. Could the Minister outline how that will now function, or is the idea now defunct? The EU's policy of freedom of movement and mutual recognition of professional qualifications within the EU meant that British health workers work across the EU, and many health and social care professionals currently working in the UK came from other EU countries. This includes 55,000 of the NHS's 1.3 million workforce and 80,000 of the 1.3 million workers in the adult social care sector. My Lords, these are not going to be easy to replace. A rough estimate of the current shortfall of nurses across all disciplines in England is recently reported as 43,000. Now, EU nurses are feeling unwelcome, and the number of them leaving the NHS to return home has grown. My Lords, are EU's nationals working in our health and care sector still welcome? The Home Secretary is on record saying that we should be reliant on British staff. Finally, I return to scrutiny. Baroness Taylor of Bolton's powerful remarks and her Constitution Committee's response to this bill makes for interesting reading. It notes the bill's omission of sunset provisions and disagrees with the government on post-legislative scrutiny of the bill, recommending the House should decide how best to scrutinise the trade and cooperation agreement. My Lords, I get the impression that today's debate is not the end of scrutiny, only the beginning.
Lumba.
My Lords, I welcome the Prime Minister's valiant efforts to secure a trade deal with our friends in the European Union ahead of January 1st. It is no mean feat to have accomplished such an important and complex deal during the unprecedented pandemic crisis in the UK. My Lords, many speakers before me have already said that a deal is a better outcome than the alternative of no deal at all. And here, my Lords, a great many things have been achieved in this deal, such as no extra charges on goods or limits on the amount of goods that can be traded. We now also have control over our own laws and borders as any sovereign state rightly should have. My Lords, sadly, some MPs in the other place have voted against the bill today, especially the devolved nations. Some of these issues relate particularly to fishing rights around the coastal waters of Scotland and Wales. And in Northern Ireland, there is continuing disquiet about the protocol. Can the noble Lord Minister, tell us how the government is going to take things forward so that we have a united front on all matters and harmony between our devolved nations and the United Kingdom does not break up as a result of this deal?
Call the next speaker, Baroness Hoey.
My Lords, this is not just a historic day, it's actually quite an emotional day for many of us who've spent many, many years arguing that the future of the United Kingdom was best outside the European Union. I want to pay tribute to the Prime Minister who, through his determination, and despite many people, even in your Lordship's House, saying it could not happen, has brought back a trade deal that must be the catalyst that will allow us to grow and thrive and trade with the whole world. I recall Lord Kerr of Kinlochard saying this about our country in relation to the negotiations with the EU, and I quote, "We will huff and puff, but in the end we will basically come to heel." Well, our Prime Minister didn't come to heel, but it's very sad that talking our country down has been so typical of many of the ex-mandarins, a few of them in your Lordship's House. This has to end now. The culture in the civil service will now have to change. No more relying on an EU bureaucrat to blame. No more kowtowing to an unelected commission. We can finally, unashamedly put the British people and our country first and work more closely with the Commonwealth, so shamefully betrayed when we originally joined the common market. Of course, this deal is not perfect. Too much red tape, too many committees, which I hope will not be filled with Sir Humphreys, who think close alignment with the EU is somehow glorious. And we have not moved as quickly as I would have liked on fishing. The extra money for fishing communities is so welcome, but can the Minister assure us that the policing of our fishing waters will be constant now and that we immediately stop, as we can legally do, the huge Dutch trawler that comes into our waters and hoovers up fish while destroying the seabed? As many of your noble lords have said, the Northern Ireland Protocol is unfinished business. Every day we find something, a new thing, which divides Northern Ireland further from the rest of the United Kingdom. Once again, those who threaten violence have been rewarded, whilst the pro-union community who haven't threatened violence are rewarded with a trade border with their own country and their biggest market. I have a gentle warning for Michael Gove, who I know to be an ardent unionist and friend of the Union. Those of us who really care about the union between Great Britain and Northern Ireland will see tomorrow as the beginning of the work to end this protocol as soon as possible, but certainly in 4 years' time. Finally, may I pay tribute to the remarkable courage, fortitude and enthusiasm of all those in our country who made that brave decision to vote to leave in 2016. It is they who took the brunt of the ridicule and the nasty abuse. Their dedication and continued support for those of us fighting in Parliament, the Remainers who wanted to ignore the referendum, kept us going, meant a lot to us, and kept us going when sometimes it looked like we were losing the battle. One other man, apart from our Prime Minister, who's been absolutely instrumental in where we are today, is Nigel Farage. And the country and millions of people, whatever members of this House think, will forever hold him in its debt. Never has a man been more attacked and vilified, yet throughout he kept focused. And today, as he himself said, the war is over. I am confident that if our government and our people show positivity, vision and enterprise, we can make our country great again and even greater. Thank you.
Call the next speaker, Viscount Ridley.
My Lord, could you unmute yourself, please? Can you press your unmute button?
Speaker, Lord Wrigglesworth.
virtual stuff, isn't it? Marvellous. That's royal.
Call the next speaker, Baroness Royal.
My Lords, I speak as a Brit, but also as a European. I will always be a proud European, though sadly no longer a citizen of the European Union. I remind noble Lords of my interest in the Register as Principal of Somerville College, Oxford. It's a very proud day for everybody associated with the university, and I pay tribute to the extraordinary vaccination team and to the partnership with AstraZeneca, which means that hundreds of millions throughout the world will be vaccinated on a not-for-profit basis. A reminder that we live in an interdependent world in which collaboration amongst scientists and researchers is crucial. The most extraordinary collaboration that we have enjoyed in the last 40 years is as part of the EU, but we're now on the outside, looking in, grasping at this very thin deal. One of the great benefits to our universities has been participation in Horizon 2020 and the previous research and innovation programmes. The financial benefits were huge, but likewise the networking, the freedom of movement for our academics. I'm glad that the UK will continue to participate in Horizon Europe and look forward to details, including in relation to freedom of movement for academics, researchers and students. My Lord, students, indeed all young people, seem to have been entirely forgotten where the deal is concerned. It is our young people who will suffer the long-term economic, social and cultural consequences of both COVID and Brexit. It is their horizons which have been drastically narrowed. It is their opportunities that have been curtailed. They will no longer have the freedom to live, work and study throughout the European Union. Those who are performing artists will no longer have permit-free access across the EU. And newly qualified doctors, nurses, dentists, pharmacists, vets, engineers and architects will no longer enjoy mutual recognition of their professional qualifications. Everyone engaged in Erasmus is devastated that we will no longer be participants. I agree with the noble Lord Ricketts that it's short-sighted and mean-spirited. In January, the Prime Minister categorically said that its future was secure. The failure to live up to that statement will once more diminish the trust of young people, not only in government, but also in politics, which is far more dangerous. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster suggested that Erasmus was being abandoned because, in addition to funding the new Turing scheme, they wished to invest more in disadvantaged young people, or they could do that and should do that. He implied that Erasmus was for the elite, whereas in reality it's for students, trainees, apprentices, pupils, adult learners, youth workers and professionals of all organisations that are active in education, training and the youth sector. It's a brilliant tool of soft power, nurturing mutual understanding, not just between individuals, but between institutions. It's also a great vehicle for social mobility, not to mention the learning of languages. We have few details of how the Turing scheme will work, so a large number of written questions will follow from me. I recognise, my Lords, that we have to look to the future, and I will play my part in ensuring that all young people with whom I have contact, both privileged and disadvantaged, understand the value of friendship, cooperation and collaboration with our European partners.
Return to Viscount Ridley.
My Lords, I find it quite astonishing that a Conservative government should be introducing a bill like this. During the 1990s, I was chairman of the Northern Region CBI. At conference after conference, I listened to Conservative spokesmen promising to have a bonfire of red tape. The same dubious cry was taken up by David Cameron and more latterly by Boris Johnson. Yet here we are, faced with a bill that will not have proper scrutiny and gives business no time for preparation. It will increase the number of forms that have to be filled in by in excess of 200 million. It will cost business anything up to £15 billion. And as my noble friend Baroness Randerson pointed out, it will require at least 50,000 additional customs officers, along with thousands of additional public servants in government departments and quangos. This is not a bonfire of red tape, but a bonfire of business and an uncertain future for financial services. It is a perverse and retrograde step by a Conservative Party captured by an ideological anti-European group fueled by populist xenophobic nationalism. As the Office of Budget Responsibility has forecast, the bonfire of business will directly lead to a fall in GDP and to us being poorer, particularly those at the bottom of the pile. That alone is a very good reason for voting against this bill. But to me, there is an even more important reason. As my noble friends Baroness Northover and Lord Wallace of Saltaire have said, it represents a damaging change in role for the United Kingdom that is wholly against the interests of its people. Never has there been a time since the Second World War when we needed close allies and the closest cooperation between the nations of the world. As Lord Judd said very little time ago, there never has been a time when we more needed closer dialogue and a forum in which to solve world problems that we all face together. Instead, we have the politics of slogans, straight out of the Donald Trump playbook of making America great again. We are told we're going to have a global Britain. We are told we're going to take back control. They are meaningless slogans. As Churchill said after Dunkirk, wars are not won by evacuations. This bill is facilitating an evacuation and will do great damage to the country. For the sake of our children and our grandchildren, it should be opposed. I shall vote against it tonight with great enthusiasm.
Called by Count Wrigley.
My Lords, I hope you can hear me this time. It was my fault last time, I apologise. I was going to say what an honour it was to follow the courageous Baroness Hoey. And I warmly welcome Lord Austin of Dudley and congratulate Lord Cavendish of Furness on his valedictory speech. The ratio of good sense to words spoken is probably higher in him than any other member of the House. We will miss him very much. The hour is late, much has been said, so I shall digress and take a long view. Whatever your views on Brexit, there is no doubting the peculiar agony of Britain's relationship with its neighbouring continent. Ever since the day 8,100 years ago that the sea broke through the chalky gorge between Dover and Calais, there has been a dilemma. Are we separate from or close to the continent? If the Strait of Dover had been 6 times wider, as the Tsushima Strait between Japan and Korea is, I suspect we would never have joined the common market. And if there was an isthmus, I think we would never have had a referendum. Britain is close enough to the continent to be repeatedly entangled in continental political systems, but far enough away to repeatedly regret joining them. Henry VIII's break with Rome and the events of 410 AD were both a form of Brexit. Of the Reformation, a former leader of this House, Lord Salisbury, said this during the referendum. Henry VIII declared independence from the Pope and the Emperor for the lowest of reasons, his lust and his wallet. But it released this country from its obscurantist shackles and made the Industrial Revolution and the period of British dominance possible. Of 410 AD, the writer and historian Paul Johnson, in his book The Offshore Islanders, written the year before Britain joined the common market, argued that the British were by then terminally fed up with the festering incubus of Roman colonialism. Opportunity came when a barbarian army crossed the Rhine and Goths sacked Rome itself. At that point, something peculiar happened to Britain. It's a myth that the Romans told Britain it was on its own. Rather, a rebel force of semi-Romanized British nationalists, inspired by a British-born theologian, Pelagius, with his heretical doctrine of free will, captured London and other cities, imposed peace, and then wrote to the Emperor Honorius requesting legal recognition of their independence. Otherwise preoccupied, the Emperor agreed. Johnson wrote this, which I think has interesting echoes. There was no provision in Roman law for a territory to leave the empire. But by an ingenious use of the Lex Julia, the British got round this difficulty and severed their links with the continent by a process of negotiation. Rumour has it that the British negotiator was named Davidius Frostus. That Brexit did not end so well. though the Dark Ages were no picnic on the continent either. This separation is as historic. It is up to us to make it work by unleashing enterprise, innovation, and economic growth.
As Cousins.
My Lords, as many others have said, taking the UK out of the Erasmus programme is a short-sighted false economy. As an administrative decision, it isn't on the face of this bill, though it's clearly of importance. Despite its illustrious name, the new Turing scheme will be a cheap, inferior substitute whose unintended consequences haven't been thought through, and funding is guaranteed only for 1 year. The DFE says that it'll enable students to go to countries worldwide, not just Europe, as if Erasmus hadn't provided such choices, whereas in fact it covers 190 different countries. The DFE says the new scheme will target disadvantaged students who've benefited little from Erasmus. Yet this year in the FE sector, 38% of Erasmus participants were disabled students or those with fewer opportunities. And our own EU committee concluded that Erasmus offers unparalleled financial support and flexibility to enable people from lower income backgrounds to take part. So will the Minister tell the House whether the Turing scheme will match Erasmus in benefiting apprentices, volunteers, job seekers, and those with disabilities? But the most strategically important gap in the new scheme is the claim that it is truly international, when in fact, unlike Erasmus, it is not reciprocal, providing only for outward mobility. The British Academy says that incoming students and staff through Erasmus provide important economic benefits to the UK and an invaluable contribution to the UK's academic, intellectual and cultural life. Universities UK estimates a net profit of £243 million a year for the UK from Erasmus, once incoming students' local spending is taken into account. Finally, my Lords, there are two particularly severe consequences of a non-reciprocal scheme. First, it may not be accepted by key universities around the world. This is exactly what happened to the non-reciprocal scheme devised by Switzerland, which ended up having to fund incoming students as well in order to secure any international buy-in. What guarantees has the government sought from other countries that they would sign up to a UK alternative? Secondly, Erasmus has been a vital part of the supply chain for modern language staff in schools and universities. Erasmus isn't just for linguists, of course, but without reciprocity, the Turing scheme would risk further damage to the sustainability of MFL teaching and learning in the UK. And combined with the government's refusal to accept the MAC's recommendation that MFL teachers should be added to the shortage occupation list for post-Brexit immigration purposes, future recruitment looks very vulnerable. If we do abandon Erasmus, then a so-called global Britain requires nothing less than a fully reciprocal and fully funded replacement. But given that the time-critical factor of this legislation isn't an issue, will the government please think again about sticking with Erasmus?
Milton of Epsom.
My Lords, I'd like to join many of my noble friends with paying great tribute to my very good friend, my noble friend, Lord Cavendish of Furness, for the very moving and powerful speech that he gave as his valedictory performance. He'll be sadly missed here. This is a very great day for me for two reasons. One, that we are finally unshackling ourselves from the EU, and secondly, it is my birthday. And I can't think of any better way to spend one's birthday than being here on this historic occasion. I'd like to look at the whole question of how historians are going to look at this historical moment. And I'd like to turn to the remarks of the noble Lord Newby. I'm glad he's still in his place. He said that the referendum was called by David Cameron as a result of splits in the Tory party. Well, I take issue with him on two issues there. One, he seems to think it was a mistake of David Cameron to call a referendum and put it in his manifesto, which is rather strange coming from Liberal Democrats, because I thought they were rather keen on referenda. But perhaps it's only referenda where the result is one that they can agree with. And the other thing is that it wasn't because of Tory splits. It was for the very simple reason that many Tory members of Parliament, particularly those in marginal seats, were actually challenged at the time by Nigel Farage and his UKIP party. And Nigel Farage and his UKIP party were undertaking to stand on the basis that there would be a referendum on whether we stayed in Europe or not. And basically, a number of Tory MPs came to David Cameron and persuaded him that we must put it in our manifesto as well. And as a result, a number of votes moved over to Tory MPs who saved their seats. And indeed, as we know, what actually happened was that it turned out that there was an overall majority. I have a theory, and I don't know whether this is true or not, that David Cameron at the time was looking at the polls and he expected that he would end up with another hung parliament and in coalition with the Liberal Democrats. And was it possible that he thought, well, if I do end up with another coalition, I'll make it a condition of going into coalition with the Liberals that they drop any commitment to a referendum. As it is, I join with the noble Lady Hoey in commending Nigel Farage and the UKIP. They have made a material difference to this country. I think it is shameful that he's not in your Lordship's house. You don't have to agree with somebody to accept the very major contribution that somebody like him has made. He has been pivotal to this referendum being held, and as a result, we are now leaving the EU. And to this day, he has substantial support in the country. And I don't know how many members of your Lordship's house can say that today. So I would like to say that I very much support this bill. I commend my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, for his great negotiating skills and indeed for keeping no deal on the table, which has been absolutely critical for getting the very agreeable terms that we have today.
Viscount Waverley.
Many still argue, my lords, that the UK is not in step with the world order of regionalism and question whether the people were right to make the call that they did. Those points of principles have now had their day. Uncertainty has been removed, and I join with others in believing this agreement appears positive. I'm equally relieved that many of those who have been vehement Remainers throughout appear to equally support. This should serve as a reminder to European parliamentarians when they consider ratification. My lords, there is no time for complacency. And whilst being an optimist, I sense the sword of Damocles having over us to ensure that in certain quarter, we do not step out of line. However, with pragmatism, flexibility and nimbleness, being strategic in abundance, we can and will be match fit for tomorrow's world. We have now arrived at a new chapter to build back better, being inclusive in arriving at solutions to challenges and to take stock with fresh eyes. The voice, my lords, of business, unions, consumers, academics, NGOs and civil society, all voices in regions up and down the nation should be at the heart of the national debate. Now is the time to cast divisions aside and to work together for the common good. Hard work lies ahead to ensure Brexit happens happily. But whilst opportunities present, we must ensure a great equaling of the regions within our kingdom of nations as being paramount. Yes, there have been and will be winners and losers. The fishing and financial services industries are expressing concern, but taken on balance, given the Europeans were always understandably going to defend their interests to the hilt, the government have delivered on the mandate of the people and negotiated the possible within the pre-agreed timelines. All sides should now see the advantages to bridge building and in strengthening cooperation to mutual advantage. My lords, the real work begins now. Now is the time to forge and deepen relationships and maximize the synergies between supporting international development, business and international investment and political interests. Now is the time to evoke the British spirit to secure a bright future for our country. Thank you.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Howell of Guildford.
My Lords, I welcome support for this bill and the agreement underlying it, as anyone of common sense should surely do. It's plainly a historic and remarkably comprehensive achievement. Two quick observations. First, now we have an agreement on which to build. I plead for a new phase of illusion dissolving honesty from our leadership, our opinion formers, and our phrase makers. Could we henceforth take much more care in using the overworked phrase, taking back control? This is accurate in narrow legal terms, of course, in that our Parliament will make our laws and British courts under British judges will implement them. But it's equally obvious that we cannot do exactly what we want in today's conditions. Unless we wish to become a hermit kingdom, a very large number of our laws and rules will be constrained by the realities of an increasingly interdependent and connected planet and by multiple international standards, treaty commitments, and solemn agreements. So perhaps could we give the control mantra a rest, at least, until we are clearer as to who exactly is getting back this control? Is it our sovereign parliament, as the noble and learned Lord Judge was urging, or the devolved administrations, or is it the executive itself, or is it the proposed EU-UK Partnership Council and the arbitration bodies set up by the agreement, whose rulings on EU alignment and fair competition will actually control us, but not even be subject to parliamentary scrutiny, although they will be international law? Some of these questions were rightly raised earlier by the noble Baroness Taylor, chair of the Constitution Committee, of which I'm privileged to be a member. Second, my lords, the government constantly gets accused of having no coherent vision, no narrative as we move out of the EU treaty system. Actually, our future narrative is there for the telling. The International Trade Secretary, who is doing an excellent job, was rightly calling the other day for a Pacific Ocean mindset, or an Indo-Pacific mindset, in repositioning the UK in an utterly changed world. Of course, we need good and settled relations with our nearest neighbours, although a Europe of constant bargaining is what actually we have to look forward to regionally. But the bigger and much faster growing markets are taking shape elsewhere. For instance, in dynamic Southeast Asia and in parts of the Commonwealth network, where investment is now being sucked away from China and where most future world growth in both goods and services lies. My lords, in a networked world and in this hyper-connected age, the whole nature of global trade has changed, the distribution of power has changed, the nature of security threats has changed, and the very texture and character of international relations has changed. So in passing this bill and validating this excellent agreement, please could the tone and the phraseology now be updated accordingly to give people an honest and balanced assessment of where we are indeed going and by whom we will be controlled.
Ernest Gowdy.
My Lords, the Brexit agreement is accompanied by 15 declarations. None of these are about human rights. The government's 34-page summary of the agreement repeatedly make the point that the European Court of Justice at Luxembourg will have no jurisdiction, and it makes no mention that the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights at Strasbourg will remain. The summary makes no mention of human rights, save by way of lip service in paragraph 175. My Lords, human rights are being pushed to the margins. My Lords, there is a land border between part of the UK and the EU in Ireland. There is a land border between Scotland and England. If Brexit can work despite the land border in Ireland, does this not create a precedent which will be a gift to the SNP, my Lords? Is the Prime Minister's Little England not only exiting the EU, but also provoking exits from the United Kingdom? My Lords, on Erasmus specifically, we have already seen a welcome move to a united Ireland in relation to university students. Will Scotland be able to continue to participate in Wales? Will only English and perhaps Welsh students be the losers? I urge the government, my Lords, to look at this again. This is a bad deal, but no deal would be worse. My Lords, we must now move forward.
And I'll call the next speaker, Lord Shipley.
My Lords, in today's debate, we've heard a lot about sovereignty.
the government has prioritised sovereignty over the benefits of frictionless trade. But by sovereignty, they have meant the sovereignty of the UK government, not the sovereignty of the nations of the UK, nor the sovereignty of individuals. And there are consequences in that approach. First, as demand rises in Scotland for independence, this bill represents another step towards the breakup of the UK, as many in Scotland seek their own sovereignty, rather than being constrained by UK sovereignty, having voted to stay in the EU. Several speakers have recognised the dangers, but there has been a more constant assumption that sovereignty relates only to the UK level. And my lords, that is a dangerous assumption. Further, this bill represents a clear loss of sovereignty for individual UK citizens. For example, UK citizens working in the EU will in future only be able to travel visa-free within the EU for 90 days in a 6-month period. A work visa will now automatically be needed for a UK citizen selling goods or services in an EU country, and surely we need easier travel arrangements for those working. And in addition, there should be visa-free cultural work passports to cover the whole of the EU in one document. As we've heard, a UK citizen may well have professional qualifications, but those qualifications will no longer be recognised across the EU as they are now. There is hope for bilateral agreements, but they will, even if successful, take time to negotiate. Each of these matters represents huge barriers for very many individuals, many of whom are young and just trying to earn their living. And for young people thinking of the Erasmus scheme, I agree entirely with the Noble Lord Ricketts and several others that its abolition is short-sighted. And what about all the broken promises over sovereignty in fishing? There were promises to regain control of British waters, but they have not been delivered. There'll no longer be quota swaps as there are now, and there'll be no exclusive 12-mile limit, which used to be a red line for the government. So there is no return of real sovereignty for our fishing industry. And what about the sovereignty of Gibraltar 24 hours before the end of the transition period? Well, I hope the Minister is going to tell us. My lords, from tomorrow, we begin years of continuous negotiation with the EU from the position of a supplicant trying to make an agreement work which is thin in content but heavy in regulatory structures. There will be lots of technical committees, new customs checks, rules of origin checks, customs forms, systems of arbitration, and lots more red tape than we have now. And I fear the complexity will not prove attractive to potential future inward investors wanting access to the EU single market from the UK.
My Lords, I would like to start by adding my congratulations to my noble friend Lord Cavendish of Furness on his splendid valedictory speech. Despite what we were repeatedly told by those experts both within and outside this House, that there was not the remotest possibility that the government could reach an agreement with the EU before the 31st of December, the Prime Minister and his negotiating team have succeeded in doing just that. In the time allotted to us, I am unable to provide much comment either on the details of the agreement itself, which runs, as you Lordships know, to 1,200 pages, or the bill before the House today, which runs to some 80 pages, which I only saw for the first time yesterday. In my experience, the exact effect of agreements or contracts of this kind are very rarely possible to discern in advance, and the problems usually only emerge following implementation. I am therefore surprised and even a little cynical about the detailed analysis provided by those who in the old days were called Remainers, who seem not only stuck in the past, but have a unique ability to predict the future, but their predictions are only of doom and gloom. From where I sit, any deal that takes us outside of the single market and the customs union, that provides for trade without quotas or tariffs, that excludes us from the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, that provides protections for the UK's internal market and Northern Ireland's place within it, and at the same time provides for future cooperation on law enforcement and emerging security challenges, sounds to me like a pretty good deal. It also sounds to me remarkably like the Canada Plus deal that the Prime Minister asked for last year, but which Mr Barnier told us was no longer available. And what it undoubtedly is an extraordinary political triumph. And I can do no more than to offer my congratulations to my right honourable friend the Prime Minister and his negotiating team, led by my noble friend Lord Frost. Like me, the British people can now look forward with confidence to the independent future for which they voted.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Berkeley of Knighton.
My Lords, I agree that this deal is preferable to no deal, and I will support it, but with some, I hope, constructive reservations. I wish that Parliament had had longer to scrutinise a bill of such massive importance. I agree with the noble Lord, Lord Moynihan, on the undesirability of taking our legislative cue from Henry VIII. I share the concerns of my noble friends, Lords Pannick and Anderson of Ipswich and the Baroness Taylor over Clause 29. Negotiation does sometimes mean going back on what one has originally said, but that tends to suggest that care is needed when giving assurances. I too saw the Prime Minister's response to an MP in the other place almost a year ago, Mr. Champman, who asked if there was a threat to the Erasmus programme. The PM said Mr. Champman was talking out of the back of his neck. Well, clearly Mr. Champman has better foresight from his rear than the PM does from his front. It's a tragedy that Erasmus will no longer involve UK students and UK places of study. As the noble Lord, Lord Ricketts, and the noble lady, Baroness Donaghy, said, this is a disastrous and small-minded move. It'll cost far more in money and time to start a new scheme. If it ain't broke, why fix it? I concur too with worries over the lack of any useful information on the services side, and in particular as it relates to the creative industries and broadcasting. Finally, the ability of artists to tour, as mentioned by my noble friend Baroness Bull, already hit by COVID and falling through the government support net, musicians and artists are now going to suffer the third strand of a triple whammy. UK Music and the Musicians' Union have consistently proposed reciprocal arrangements for musicians and their crew to facilitate music touring without having to navigate the complexity of 27 plus different immigration systems in light of Brexit. This House was reassured, and I was too, by ministers in June, that the government was looking to negotiate, and I quote, a reciprocal arrangement so that UK musicians could work short-term within the EU. Yet this agreement we are debating today fails, I'm afraid, to achieve this. Musicians and crew are not included on the list of workers for short-term visits without a permit, meaning they now face additional costs and bureaucracy when touring EU member states in future. Can the Minister please explain why the negotiations failed in this regard and why it has been reserved under pages 695 and 733 of the agreement? Will they please take this opportunity to reassure the House that the UK government will seek a supplementary agreement with the EU to rectify the issue of work permits for musicians to minimise the disruption and damage that the new arrangement will cause to our much valued music industry?
Treesman.
My Lords, we are near the end of another long day in an interminable process. 1,336 days of negotiation, an outcome which is at best emaciated, even if it's an advance on the anorexia of no deal. The government will certainly own this poor deal, and it alone. I fear that Lord Frost laboured mightily to produce a mouse. The deal is testament above all to the government's narrow English nationalism and exceptionalism in a multinational world, and I do mean English. There's little resonance in Scotland, Wales, or among the progressives in Northern Ireland who have been pushed outside the margins of discussion. It's true, the partial relief of a bare bones deal gives some businesses and people a workable route ahead. And the need for agreement arises, as my new noble colleague, Lord Austin, powerfully said, because few would be willing to leave the transition period with jobs less secure, environmental standards weakened, health and safety protections reduced. The huge significance of the UK's financial and related businesses is almost wholly neglected, despite their importance. The agreement we will adopt tonight is 1,246 pages long. The inadequate pages, which sort of relate to financial arrangements, number 31. 2.4% of the total. 97.6% of the agreement is silent on 80% of our economy. Banks were, consequently, as you can imagine, hammered in the markets in recent days. Equivalence assessments, passporting, data transfer, the practical alignment required for frictionless trade in financial services were all promised, promises now broken or with limited shelf life. And my other example, as with many other noble lords, is from the treatment of higher education. I've asked ministers, including Lord True, about this for months, and I've heard evasions for months. The decision not to include Erasmus, the failure to protect mutual recognition for professional qualifications, the consequences of failure to deal with data transfer are dreadful outcomes for the universities, harms scholars, institutions, and the international research community. This country will not ever again make its living by beating metal or digging things out of the ground. Our only future lies in brain power, in innovation, science, cultural production. And brain power does not recognize border posts. It depends on great international cooperation. Yet we have cut ourselves off from its main structures to build a pallid, underfunded alternative, which I suspect that Alan Turing would have thought derisory. This may be a rationale for a government whose leadership disparages expertise. For the rest of the world, it is proof of madness. In the middle of a pandemic, when international research is our greatest hope, we have decided to dismantle its scaffolding. My lords, I will vote for this. It is Hobson's choice. We're 25 hours from the onset of a calamity, and we'll try and make it work. We will try, but we'll do so without the Prime Minister's bombast and jingoism, and without the sycophantic praise of his colleagues.
Everybody of the time limit of 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Blaine Caffrey.
My Lords, what an historic day to speak on a bill which makes the Prime Minister's amazing achievement of a deal into law. Perhaps now we can hear less from all his detractors who said that he was just a blusterer, could never get us out of the EU and could never pull off a trade deal because he was no good at the details. Well, my lords, not only was he the master of the details, but a master of strategy too. He knew how to combat the usual EU negotiating tactics which left the hapless Theresa May with a sell-out deal thrice rejected by the Commons. As the Times said yesterday, quote, "The trade deal is an extraordinary negotiating achievement by the British and EU teams. Many doubted that the Prime Minister could get a deal by the end of the year. He has proved those doubters wrong," unquote. He succeeded where Theresa May failed because, as my noble friend the Lord Moore of Etchingham wrote at the weekend, Brexit, Boris gets it. Theresa May thought that Brexit meant keeping as close to the EU as possible. But the Prime Minister knew that Brexit meant the ability to do what we want, to diverge as much as we like, and this deal offers that. Now, many noble lords today focused on what we can't do now in the EU, or the EU trade that is not as frictionless as before. That's irrelevant. What matters are the new freedoms we will have, and there is no one in Europe to stop us using them now. So I want all ministers on Friday starting to purge our statute book of all EU law and regulations which are not in the UK national interest. Apart from environment and workers' rights, let's free up our industry to be as competitive as the United States. Ensure that the City of London has the right regulations to be the finest financial centre in the world. If we get EU equivalence on passporting, then great, but the rest of the world is far more important. Then start writing the laws which we need in the UK, like better environmental protection laws, laws to restore and protect our wildlife and endangered habitats, as well as enhanced phytosanitary measures at our ports. Now, of course, the Prime Minister must use the diplomatic language of friend and partners in Europe, but as we have seen, the EU set out to punish us, and they will be ruthless in gaming the system for their benefit. Our ministers must exploit the agreement just as ruthlessly as our European competitors will. For the first time in 40 years, our ministers have the freedom to govern again. There is no one in Europe to stop them, no EU court with sanctions. So they should do what is in our national interest. And so what if we lose arbitration? Tariffs might be a small price to pay for the freedom to write our own laws, set our own taxes, and regulate our economy. Brexit was all about the freedom to do that. We now have that freedom, and I look forward to seeing it in action.
Lord Sharkey.
My Lords, this is a bad deal, a bad bill, and a bad way of dealing with Parliament. The deal and the bill don't really address the major component of our national commercial life, our service industries, as Baroness Donaghy has pointed out. The bill is hastily put together and contains at least one howler about IT systems, as pointed out by the Times. There'll be other howlers buried in the detail we're not allowed to scrutinise. The bill also contains the mother of all Henry VIII powers in clause 29. This gives ministers carte blanche to amend laws without going anywhere near Parliament. The time given to parliamentary scrutiny for this bill is effectively zero. We could easily have extended the transition period to allow proper consideration. And in choosing not to do this, there was a deliberate political decision to bypass Parliament. The Hansard Society, of which I'm a former chair, published this morning a note on the bill. It describes Parliament's role in scrutinising the bill and the TCA as a farce. It concludes that Parliament's role around the end of the Brexit transition and the conclusion of the EU future relationship is a constitutional failure to properly scrutinise the executive and the law. And that matters not just because the devil is in the detail, as always, it matters because this bypassing of Parliament is directly contrary to the professed aim of Brexit to take back control of our laws, for laws to be determined by the UK Parliament. As things stand, this bill will scrutiny at all. This is an exercise in executive power and not in parliamentary lawmaking. It's hard to see who really gains from this bill and from the agreement, apart from a faction within the Conservative Party. Certainly, the country as a whole won't gain. The economy will shrink. Our fishing industry feels betrayed. Our car makers will struggle as accumulation becomes more difficult to work around. And our vital services industries, the engines of our prosperity, will lose out. The government has, of course, pointed to the tariff and quota-free access to EU markets as a sign of success. But that takes no account of the huge additional burden of red tape which will fall upon our businesses. And anyway, all this access is conditional. If the EU doesn't like our regulatory regimes, it can impose tariffs as it chooses. If sovereignty is to have any real meaning, it must mean parliamentary sovereignty and not executive fiat. And if it is to mean that, then Parliament must reassert its right and its duty to scrutinise and to amend. We need to decide how we do that.
Well, the next speaker, Lord Howard of Lympney.
My Lords, I begin by paying tribute to my noble friend, Lord Cavendish of Furness, not only for his excellent valedictory speech, but for his decades of service to your Lordship's house. He will be sorely missed. I also welcome the noble Lord Austin, and congratulate him on his maiden speech and on his fight against anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. My Lords, I welcome this historic agreement and the bill before your Lordship's house. The agreement is a considerable achievement for which the Prime Minister and my noble friend Lord Frost deserve great credit. I welcome in particular the provisions in the agreement for the resolution of disputes through arbitration. That is how disputes between civilized nations should be resolved. The noble Lord Kerr, in his diatribe earlier in your Lordship's debate, and indeed Lord Sharkey, who has just spoken, seem to imply that the European Union has a unilateral right to impose tariffs on exports from the United Kingdom in the event of regulatory divergence. That is indeed what the European Union wanted, but it's not what they got. Their right they have is qualified, reciprocal, and subject to arbitration. And that seems to me an eminently sensible way of resolving disputes of this kind. My lords, there are those, alas, many of whom have spoken in this debate, who seem determined to construct a narrative of failure. But we will only fail if we succumb to that melancholy litany. We will succeed if instead we focus on the undoubted and considerable potential for success that lies before us. I offer your lordships one fact and one forecast. The fact comes from CB Insights, which recently reported there are more unicorns, that is, private companies valued at more than £1 billion, in the UK than in France, Germany, Italy, and Spain put together. The forecast comes from the CBR, the Centre for Economic and Business Research, which has an enviable record of accuracy. It forecasts not only that the UK economy will be one of the better performers in Europe over the next few years, but that by 2035 it will be 23% larger than that of France. My lords, the key to the agreement and to the bill is that as an independent sovereign state, we are now free to set our own course to make the most of these great opportunities. I agree with the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell that we can look forward to the future in a spirit of optimistic anticipation, and I look forward to supporting the government in the vote later tonight.
Now call the next speaker, Baroness Watkins of Tavistock.
I'm delighted that this agreement is before us and will vote in support of it. Like many others, I voted to remain in the referendum, but have always respected the outcome. I had real concerns that the concept of leaving on WTO terms would result in severe consequences for many in the UK, and therefore believe the framework agreement before us is very appealing in comparison. I live on Dartmoor and have many farming friends in the West Country. I know the anxiety they have been experiencing with the fear of no-deal Brexit. What were they going to do with the lambs due next spring if massive tariffs were placed on exports to the EU? This deal enables ongoing no-tariff exports, an enormous gain in comparison to no deal. Plymouth, my nearest city, rests on engineering and fishing. Both industries gain from the deal before us. The increase of fish available to UK fishermen to catch may be smaller and take longer to achieve than initially desired, but now our fishing industry will be able to continue to export their catch to the EU. A no-deal scenario may have enabled a bigger gain in catch, but with potential tariffs could have resulted in a false victory if we could not sell it at higher prices to the EU. I'm convinced that the fact that so many fishing communities voted for Brexit, as did so many farmers, that they really believe that this will benefit rural communities. The engineering opportunities in, for example, shipbuilding in Devon are expected to increase as a result of no longer being required to follow EU tendering rules for English and, in fact, UK requirements. As a previous Deputy Vice-Chancellor at Plymouth University, I am disappointed that the government has chosen to withdraw from the Erasmus scheme, but will say no more because so many people have explained the reasons for this. Finally, my lords, can I ask the noble Lord the Minister how the government plans to ensure that there are sufficient health and care staff to provide high-quality care, given that the agreement does not include mutual recognition of professional qualifications and that care workers' salaries do not meet the salary set for those wishing to come from abroad? In particular, will consideration be given to adding care work to the shortage occupation lists in relation to immigration? My Lords, I join with others in congratulating Lord Frost and his team for negotiating the agreement and the Prime Minister for his tenacity in the final stages of its development. The newspapers report that his multilingual ability was of particular value at this point. I do hope that we can ensure that the next generation get the opportunity to experience and gain linguistic ability through Erasmus or the Turing scheme, if we can design it in a similar way.
Lord Howard of Rising.
My Lords, listening to my noble friend Lord Cavendish's excellent speech emphasises how the House will be poorer without him. My Lords, in 1975, I voted against Great Britain remaining in the European Economic Community because the ultimate authority for our laws had moved from Westminster to outside these shores. The brilliance of my noble friend Lord Frost, ably assisted by Oliver Lewis, has reversed this and returned the sovereignty of Great Britain to Westminster. However talented our negotiators, they could not have reached agreement without the support and the strength and the determination of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. It took great courage for him to stand steadfast and firm against the never-ending cries of surrender from the faint-hearted and those wishing to remain subservient to bureaucrats in Brussels. There are very many to whom we must give heartfelt thanks for what they have done to make this agreement possible, not least the British people. There are two whose contributions deserve a special mention today. Sir James Goldsmith, whose creation of the Referendum Party resulted in both main parties promising a referendum before joining the single currency. Without this commitment, we would probably have joined the euro, making our exit from the European Union considerably more difficult, if not impossible. It is sad he is not still with us to see the result to which he contributed so much. The other is Nigel Farage, as mentioned earlier by my noble friend, Lord Hamilton. Nigel Farage's ceaseless campaigning, hard work, and devotion to restoring Great Britain's sovereignty led to his party's success in the 2014 European election. This triggered the referendum. The Brexit Party's 219 electoral success caused Theresa May to resign, and so Britain got, in Boris Johnson, a Prime Minister strong enough and brave enough to overcome all difficulties and achieve the final divorce from the European Union without making unacceptable compromises. I salute the British people and all those who fought so hard to once again make Great Britain an independent nation.
Speaker Baroness Young of Old Scott.
My Lords, I will only vote to pass this appalling bill because the alternative of no deal is even worse. Let me expand on one of the many inadequacies of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and the bill, and that is the provisions for environmental protection and for climate change. One of the great achievements of the EU for the UK, apart from helping secure peace in Europe, was the major improvement in environmental protection that was secured for citizens right across the UK and Europe as we worked together with European partners in the collaborative way that the noble lady Baroness Quinn described so well. The quality of our air and our water, our biodiversity and climate change impacts all span national boundaries. We can choose to leave the European Union, but we can't choose to leave the European bioregion. The Prime Minister's letter of December 24th asserted that the agreement, and I quote here, delivers on our commitment to maintaining environmental and climate standards. Well, surprise, surprise, the PM got that one wrong as well. The agreement certainly contains reciprocal commitments to high-level principles on environment and climate change and on energy. But alas, neither the agreement or the bill delivers adequate provisions for enforcing these commitments. Regression from European environmental standards will only trigger any dispute mechanism in situations where there is demonstrable impact on trade or on investment between the parties. Now, we all know that previous trade agreements have shown how difficult that is to prove. So even if regression from standards sufficient to jeopardize trade was provable, an independent panel of experts would then be appointed to report on the alleged regressions. But the Noble Lord the Minister yesterday at his briefing already confirmed that the findings of such expert panels would not be binding, and the environmental principles in the agreement are, and I quote again, not an obligation. Now, I'm sure the Minister will say that the agreement requires each party to ensure competent domestic enforcement authorities and effective administrative and judicial procedures to ensure environmental standards. But the debates on the new Office for Environmental Protection in the other place raise major doubts about its powers, resources, and independence. So yet again, the Prime Minister has given expansive assurances about what the agreement and this bill deliver for environmental protection and for climate change. But these have been revealed to be baseless within a very few days. So I ask the Minister, can he tell us how the fine assurances on high-level environmental principles and non-regression will be assured? And will he tell us that he is going to let the Prime Minister know? Or is this just another collective EU achievement we will have needlessly thrown away?
Speaker Lord Lilly. My Lords, I respect those who've devoted their lives to the integrating Britain into the European project, and their evident sadness today is the one downside to the joy I feel. But as good parliamentarians, I hope they, like the Noble Lord Judge and Baroness Morgan at the beginning of this debate, will see some upside in the restoration of parliamentary sovereignty. I served on the committee scrutinising the transfer of European law into British law. Tens of thousands of pages of regulations accumulated over 4 decades, few of which had ever been debated, none voted upon. Indeed, had every parliamentarian voted against them, they would still have become the law of the land. Tomorrow that changes. We will be free to amend, repeal or enhance any of these measures. But it's a mistake to believe that the only choice is between high standards and lower standards. There are many ways in which rules and regulations can be improved which don't affect the level of environmental, social or other protection, none of which anyone wishes to reduce, despite what the Noble Baroness has just implied. When negotiating in the Council of Ministers, I, and I gather my Labour successors, brought a different regulatory philosophy from that of our European friends. We focus on outcomes, they focus on process. We set principles, they try to legislate for every conceivable eventuality. We allow everything which is not forbidden. They tend to forbid anything which is not specifically allowed. Our priority is to protect consumers, theirs is protecting producers. The result is that our approach encourages innovation, stimulates competition, facilitates new entrants to a market, and minimises the burden of compliance without reducing standards. As a result, it creates a more dynamic and enterprising marketplace while maintaining high standards. The clearest example of this different approach is the contrast between British common law and continental Roman law. It's no coincidence that the world's 4 leading financial centres, London, New York, Hong Kong and Singapore, are all based on common law, whereas the EU's biggest financial centre, Frankfurt, ranks only 15th in the world. But within the EU, detailed prescriptive EU laws like MiFID, with its 2 million paragraphs, have steadily overwritten common law. That's why the Bank of England said the overriding priority for the UK was to become a rule maker, not a rule taker. We can make a success of Brexit if we bring that same spirit of rule making, not just in financial services, not just in common law, but to the whole acquis communautaire, to make Britain's economy more innovative, more competitive, dynamic and prosperous. And your Lordship's House will play a key part in this.
For the next speaker, the Earl of Clancarty.
My Lords, this is a wretched arrangement for so many, and I use the term arrangement rather than deal, since there is much that the EU offered as part of a deal which we have rejected. My hope for the future is that we will, over time, repair and restore what has been lost. It is a wretched arrangement for education, and it is hugely disappointing that we have lost Erasmus, excepting Northern Ireland, where the scheme is to be funded through Dublin. In making that announcement, Ireland's Minister of Higher Education said that they do not see this as a cost, but as an investment, and rightly so. The principle of cultural exchange, so bound into the ethos of the EU, is intrinsic to that scheme. As Baroness Cousins said, the new, less ambitious Turing scheme will not be a reciprocal one. Like others, I want to see Erasmus back. It is a wretched arrangement for services. There is no mobility framework, even though this is essential for effective trade in services with the rest of Europe. In respect of the creative industries, particularly the performing arts, will the Minister clarify what arrangements will be made for short-term work for artists? Can the Minister confirm that musicians and other artists will operate under Mode 4 and will be included in the list of exempted independent professionals? Moreover, artists urgently require a long-term visa-free permit valid across the EU, which also obviates the necessity for carnets for touring equipment. Will the government negotiate this? I ask the Minister to look at the arrangements for independent professionals as they affect IT work, which will be damaging if agencies are excluded from the provision of work as specified in the agreement, since the majority of such work abroad comes through agencies. My Lords, ultimately, I cannot support an arrangement which does so much damage to British job and other opportunities, particularly for young people. To those who believe it is either this deal or no deal, I say that that is a false dichotomy, one which has been purposely engineered by this government and to an artificial deadline. Far from putting Brexit behind us, Brexit and the different relationship we will have with Europe will help to define the country we live in. I will vote against this bill.
And I'll call Baroness Noakes.
My Lords, we are nearly there. Just one more sleep until we finally take back control of everything that we've promised to the British people. Control of our borders, money, laws, trade and fishing. This is indeed a deal and a bill to celebrate. I'm appalled, though perhaps not surprised, at the amendments tabled today in the names of the Noble Baroness Lady Hayter and the Noble Lord Newbury. If we wanted examples of futile gestures out of touch with the will of the people, we would need to look no further. Each catalogue of woes is expressed differently, but they are both drawn from the same well of distaste for what the people decided in 2016 and reiterated in last year's decisive general election. My Lords, if either of the amendments is approved today, your Lordship's House will simply confirm that it is living in the past and does not share the broad aspirations of the British people. The government are delivering on those aspirations. A UK whose future is as a freestanding sovereign nation, taking its place in the global community and no longer yoked to an EU set upon ever closer union. My Lords, we face a crisis in this House. This is nothing to do with the increased number of peers, which some noble lords got excited about last week, though I welcome more noble lords with a commitment to our future outside the EU. The real crisis is that this House has lost touch with our nation. We often represent not much more than a metropolitan bubble, and we all know what happens to bubbles. My Lords, I'd hoped that today the whole House, including the Labour and Liberal Democrat benches, would be singing the praises of my noble friend Lord Frost and my right honourable friend the Prime Minister for their relentless pursuit of a good deal for the UK. They inherited a debauched job and have succeeded beyond all reasonable expectations. We owe them and their teams a great debt of gratitude that we go into 2021 with great trade prospects and, importantly, our head held high in the world. If the benches opposite think they could have done better and magicked away their shopping lists of complaints about the deal, I say to them that that is simply proof positive that they are still suffering from Brexit derangement syndrome. My Lords, this historic day is tinged with sadness at the departure of my noble friend Lord Cavendish of Furness, whose uplifting valedictory speech we heard earlier. He's been a steadfast supporter of all matters Brexit. We shall miss him.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Inglewood.
My Lords, as an avowed Remainer, I hoped I never ever would be faced with this evening's decision, but we are where we are, and I have got to. Now, what has struck me about the process we are going through is how constitutionally smooth and seamless it has been, despite the political noise and turmoil. Legal sovereignty is about taking decisions and implementing them, and how that is done. Brexit has been politically complicated, but it's been a relatively straightforward exercise of our sovereignty, which was not affected inherently by EU membership. And not for the first time, we have changed the way we do things, and we may and are entitled to do so again in the future. This appears to me to contrast with the inevitable economic consequences of change, which together with COVID, in the short and medium term, is going to be very economically damaging. I don't see any alternative in the circumstances other than to do a deal which does a, quote, what I might call Dunkirk for some, but not all, our businesses and commerce. And we mustn't forget that regulatory rules are becoming the new tariff rules in the 21st century. I'm a Northerner and chair a Northern Local Enterprise Partnership and eagerly look forward to levelling up. Hitherto, in my experience, it's London that has always been the problem, not the EU. The economic implications of no deal are horrifying, and you cannot level up if you haven't got any money. My Lords, again, in another sector, compared to no deal, our fellow citizens' rights and freedoms are less extensively expropriated, and our wider security is better. And individual and collective freedoms, I believe, matter. Historically, geographically, and culturally, we are everywhere, and everyone agrees, part of Europe. We shall have to work closely together. To reject the deal now would be a supreme act of bad faith, which would destroy our negotiating bona fides for the future. Finally, after the political events in this country of recent years, I believe that Parliament and the country as a whole must reflect carefully on what has been going on. The other place, at least to me, appears to be evolving into an electoral college which defines the executive. And once done, the executive then controls it via the whip's office and patronage. This has nothing to do with party. It looks as if we are edging towards a unicameral parliament controlled by the executive, which, quite apart from everything else, tend to be bullies. As the noble and learned Lord Judge commented earlier in this debate and was echoed by other speakers, it is Parliament which legislates under our Constitution and is the body to which the executive is answerable. It's one of our Constitution's core principles. Another one is that the arrangements incorporate checks and balances, and we must not inadvertently lose them and carelessly do so by allowing them to disappear by default.
I too wish to congratulate my noble friend Lord Cavendish on his excellent valedictory speech, and I'd like to wish my noble friend Lord Hamilton a happy birthday and pick up on something he said in his speech, because I think he should recall with me, a fellow called Nick Clegg calling for a real referendum, an in-out referendum on Europe. And I'm not sure, but I think the noble Lord Newby was subsequently Nick Clegg's chief whip in the Lords. There you go. Times change. My Lords, Brexit has driven people quite literally mad on both sides of the argument. It would be invidious to name names. I could. But we've had 5 years of argument and division. I was surprised when David Cameron called a referendum, and whilst I was happy to vote to leave, I thought the referendum was a bad idea. I was not surprised by the result. And we are finally honouring that today. We are finally honouring what we promised the British people we would do. I know some are still very unhappy. We've heard in several of the speeches today, and indeed there's letters in the Times in the same vein. But I hope all will be reconciled, will accept the new dispensation and work in the best interests of our country, a country that is again able to control its own destiny, its own laws determined by a sovereign parliament, not by the ECJ, not by the European Commission, nor, and I agree here with my noble friend Lord Inglewood and Lord Judge, an overbearing executive. I congratulate the government on this deal, especially the Prime Minister, my noble friend Boris Johnson, and my right honourable friend Boris Johnson, and my noble friend Lord Frost and his negotiating teams. I think they've done very well. This is a much better deal than no deal. It's not perfect. I worry about Northern Ireland, I worry about fishing, I worry about financial services, amongst other concerns. But negotiators have to make compromises. And there will be bumps along the road, as there would have been if we'd stayed in the EU. Now, I believe we can look forward to a better future now, one that we control. And I've been distressed by those over the last years who have so often backed the position of the EU negotiators vis-à-vis those working on the British side of the best interests of our country, often against EU intransigence. Some said we would be brought to heel. Monsieur Barnier said we needed educating, which I translate as being taught a lesson. Mr Tusk sneered at us. Do you remember the cake? No cherry? Many wanted to see the UK humiliated and punished. Well, that has not happened. I wish our friends on the continent well. I'm unusually a Francophile, and I have lived in Germany and like the Germans. Our prosperity and security is closely linked to the continent. I am very optimistic that both we and they can flourish under our new and different relationship in the future.
I now call Lord Hogan Howe.
My Lords, I would like to speak in favour of this bill and congratulate the government on producing a very good agreement. I decided quite late to vote for Brexit, and at every opportunity in this House have voted to support the government in delivering on the outcome of the 2016 referendum. A referendum voted for by both Houses of Parliament, so leaving the EU had a double mandate, the mandate of the people and a mandate of Parliament which confirmed the outcome of the referendum. At times the debates here have left me and I believe the country very frustrated. If one was to be reminded of various models of conflict, it highlights that ascending levels of disagreement are marked by signal behavioural changes. One verbal symptom is that one side says of the other, well, you would say that, wouldn't you? The participants doubt not only what is said, but also the motives for saying it. And I've often needed to check myself in listening to the contribution of others. And the country did notice this disingenuous behaviour at times on both sides of the argument. But I genuinely do believe it's time to look forward and try our best to put that behind us and be confident for the future. I wish mainly to concentrate on our future security described in the agreement. I believe the government have achieved a good outcome for working together on criminal investigation and general safety. People have criticised our lack of future access to the CIS or Schengen database used over 600 million times in a year. This is an automatic check running in the background for any UK police national database search, which accounts for the high numbers. There are three types of check broadly, one on arrest, one while somebody is detained after arrest, and during long-term investigations. The gap is mainly for street checks, where time is tight before the suspect walks away. However, we should not exaggerate the frequency of this event or the seriousness of the outcome, and there are mitigations. However, I do suggest that the government and the EU working together could fill that gap and do far more in the future. However, I want to highlight the achievements of this agreement. There will still be an extradition process, similar to a European extradition warrant, and in fact, the government have strengthened the power to arrest. The UK will still be allowed access to Europol and Eurojust. In fact, we will have as many people there post-January the 1st as we did before, interestingly only second in numbers to the USA. We'll continue to have access to Prüm, sharing DNA and fingerprint databases. Ironically, various governments delayed our access to it until 2016, yet now people are saying we always needed it for our safety. We'll still have access to the criminal convictions of criminals. We'll still be able to make mutual assistance agreements on cross-border investigations. We will have access to the passenger name records for travellers. And finally, on counter-terrorism, we'll continue to share national security on a bilateral basis, as we always have. There's no European database where the French tell the Germans all that each of their security services information holds. In short, our mutual security interests in the UK and Europe mean we have to cooperate on each other's terms, and we will. There's no benefit to France in allowing UK murderers to wander their country, or to the UK in allowing Dutch rapists to remain at large here. So I support this agreement and commend the work the government has put into achieving it, and I will support the vote tonight.
I now call the next speaker, Lord Forsyth of Drumlene.
My Lords, I would like to associate myself with the immense chorus of colleagues who have paid tribute to my noble friend, Lord Cavendish. His good humour, his balance and his wonderful contribution to this House are a very great loss, and I'm very personally sad to see him go. My Lords, on the issue of Brexit, your Lordship's House has not covered itself in glory. In the battle of peers versus people, today the people triumph, and we are within hours of becoming an independent country again. All those endless debates aimed at overturning the result of the referendum have been for naught. 4 years of question times being hijacked by Project Fear has ended without the predicted planes that couldn't fly to Europe, the expat pensions that wouldn't be paid, the impossibility of getting a free trade deal, and most sinister of all, as the noble Baroness Hoey and my noble friend Lord Robertson have pointed out, that the claim that Brussels would soon bring Britain to heel. I warned the leader of the opposition, Baroness Smith, before the general election, not to underestimate my right honourable friend Boris Johnson, and that he was a winner. And today, with the passing of this bill, he has his triumph. His courage and determination has restored our sovereignty and freed us, or freed Britain, from rule by a foreign court with its determination to advance the acquis. He and all of us owe a great debt to my noble friend Lord Frost and Oliver Lewis for the determined, grueling and successful conduct of the negotiations. But can it be true that as we say goodbye to the old year, the new year will mean zero tariffs, no quotas, freedom of parliament to legislate as it pleases, MPs' accountability to the electorate for our laws, an end to huge net annual payments to the Brussels bureaucracy, and control of our borders and waters as a sovereign coastal state? Surely there must be a catch. Something in the small print, perhaps. No, there are things I don't like the arrangements for Northern Ireland, and there will undoubtedly be difficulties in transition. But the fundamental point is that our country is free again to make whatever arrangements it sees fit for our country, as the noble Lord Howarth of Newport pointed out. Lenin once said, "Liberty is so precious it must be rationed." The President of the European Commission, and it seems some members of this House, seems to believe the same is true of sovereignty. Today we take back our sovereignty, and now the challenge for the government is to use it well in rebooting our United Kingdom and delivering the conditions necessary to enable our people to create new jobs and prosperity. The Prime Minister has been given the tools. Now he must finish the job.
Since Lord Whitty and Lord Krebs have both withdrawn, I call the next speaker Lord Lamont of Lerwick. My Lords, by this time, everything that could be said has been said, but not by everybody. So perhaps I could be forgiven if I repeat two things that have been said. Firstly, to congratulate Lord Cavendish on his valedictory speech and to say how much he will be missed. I view his departure with great sadness. And secondly, to repeat the congratulations to the Prime Minister, Oliver Lewis, Lord Frost, and the negotiating team. It's been an amazing achievement. We were told by 5 former Prime Ministers, no less, that there couldn't be an agreement in the time available. But now we have an agreement that goes further than Canada. We now have the common market that many of us originally voted for in the 1970s. Credit also belongs to the EU. It's welcome that the talks were concluded amicably. While I never thought no deal was unthinkable, no deal undoubtedly would have produced some lasting acrimony. My Lords, historians may conclude that British membership of the EU was always doomed from the very start, because the British view of the political destination of Europe was always different, although our establishment always tried to conceal this from the British public, particularly in the 1975 referendum. Nevertheless, the story of our membership has been one of endless arguments about further integration. From now on, there will be no more British vetoes, no more British opt-outs, no more British triple locks. Now we can have a more harmonious relationship between two sovereign equals. No, Lord Liddell, we don't want to forget about Europe. We want people like you to help to build us on that relationship. For years to come, historians will argue about the outcome of the referendum, but we will never, despite the Herculean efforts of Lord Forsyth, be able to prove definitively whether Project Fear was all hallucination or only partially so. But let's leave it to the historians. Politics will be sterile indeed if every event over the next 10 years has to be judged against some measure of whether it would have been better or worse outside Brexit. Or if every time there is a minor stumble, it's greeted by past Brexit opponents with glee as evidence of the folly of Brexit. Those who pursue that tactic of running down their own country will find it doesn't go down any better with ordinary voters than it did during the referendum. Far better to put the effort into addressing the international challenges it faces and also the domestic issues that cause so many of our fellow citizens to feel alienated, disillusioned, which is why they voted for Brexit at all. It's time to let the grass grow over the Brexit battlefield. Let us all work to make this new partnership the success it ought to be.
Baroness Ludford.
My Lords, we bid adieu to Lord Cavendish of Furness as we welcome Lord Austin of Dudley. I wish them both well. My Lords, the wisest comment on the Johnson deal came from his Conservative Party colleague, if not friend, the noble Lord Heseltine, somewhat puncturing the bluster and self-congratulation. He said, "We must welcome the news that Brexit does not end in the chaos of no deal, but only with the sense of relief of a condemned man informed that his execution has been commuted to a life sentence." What was promised in 2016 was the exact same benefits as EU membership and frictionless trade. That was a cruel deception then, and it is a very bad joke now. No wonder Mrs Thatcher was so keen to promote the single market. This threadbare Tory deal betrays her legacy, and it's not, I have to say to noble Lord de Mont, membership of the common market. The lack of an impact assessment of this sorry deal, pointed up by my noble friend Lord Purvis, speaks volumes, as does a new YouGov poll showing only 17% of the public think this deal is good for the country. The government's exclusion of British businesses from the EU Single Market and Customs Union means, as my noble Lord Fox and others have fully explained, that they face an avalanche of laborious form filling, a huge £7 billion cost, slower deliveries, duplication of certification, and inevitably leading to higher prices. Our farmers face tougher export barriers than New Zealand farmers do in exporting to the EU. And the ban on exporting sausages At least in Yes Minister, the Euro sausage could be traded. I will not repeat our present Prime Minister's expletive-deleted dismissal of business concerns, but he has delivered on his infamous curse. The claim of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster that dealing with all this red tape will be good for British exporters by making them match fit for global trade has rightly met with derision. Meanwhile, it was reported that the Prime Minister's extraordinary and, I have to say, ignorant claim of there being no non-tariff barriers in the deal, quote, had business leaders falling off their chairs. And there will be a plethora of committees overseeing this deal under the umbrella of the Partnership Council, plus those under the withdrawal agreement, 32 in all, as the Noble Earl Lord Kinnoul highlighted, with no transparency and no democratic oversight, unlike the EU institutions so reviled by the Brexiters. And there is almost nothing in this deal, as my noble friend Baroness Kramer and others pointed out, for the 80% of our economy represented by the service industries. There is no equivalence regime for financial services, itself a very second-rate replacement for passporting that can be withdrawn at any time. There is as yet no data adequacy regime for transfers vital to much of business, especially the tech industry. Given that 80% of our economy was sacrificed for fish quotas, there is no little irony in the fact that fishermen are up in arms too. And the Noble Lord Green remains unhappy about the smoke and mirrors on immigration. The lack of mobility for performers and broadcasters is a body blow, given the huge economic as well as cultural contribution of our creative industries, as my noble friend Lord Clement Jones, as well as Baroness Bull and Baroness Bakewell articulated. Speaking of cultural exchanges, the mean-mindedness of the government in refusing to continue participation in the Erasmus scheme, rightly highlighted by many noble lords, demonstrates that they know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Tory MPs have been tweeting, frankly, demeaning claims that only middle-class kids benefited from it, which is not true at all. It is interesting, as my noble friend Lord Newby noted, that the Irish government will pick up the tab for students in Northern Ireland. There are so many ways in which British citizens and consumers are losers. The chief one is from loss of freedom of movement to live, work, study or retire, as highlighted by my noble friend Lord Shipley. I acknowledge that I am an Irish citizen, but that is by birth, not scheming. And there are plenty of Brexiters who have hypocritically made sure to acquire an EU passport so that they are not subject to the same constraints inflicted on most Brits. Other losses include the loss of protection from mobile roaming charges and a loss of pet passports. There will be new VAT and customs hassles in receiving and sending parcels to the continent. It's reported the Post Office is already refusing to accept parcels at the moment. So bye-bye ease of online shopping and eBaying. As for policing and law enforcement, our citizens will, as my noble friends Lord Paddock and Lord Marks and others have pointed out, be less safe. We will no longer be a member of Europol, where we were a leading member. In both Europol and Eurojust, our status is reduced to having to wait to be invited to operational meetings. Our police and border force are locked out of the crucial Schengen Information System database, which, as many people have said, were consulted 600 million times last year. The extradition scheme is not as smooth or speedy as the European arrest warrant, but it's better than 1957 Council of Europe Convention. My noble friend Lord Marks has also rightly deplored the backward step on civil law cooperation. And as my noble friend Lord Wallace of Saltaire pointed out, there is a complete void where cooperation with the EU on foreign, external security and defence ought to be, a sector in which Britain led. This is not a case of the EU locking us out. Incredibly, such cooperation is to cease at the request of the UK government. This government is very quick to grab the Union Jack and to politicise it. But what have they done for the loyal British territory of Gibraltar? Nothing. And the government has indeed broken assurances to the government of Gibraltar that a deal with the EU would not be agreed unless and until a deal was also found for Gibraltar. What guarantee can the noble Lord the Minister give that that gap will be remedied soon? Get Brexit done was the slogan. This deal disabuses us of any such notion. A Times cartoon tellingly shows Mr Johnson jumping from the EU frying pan into the post-Brexit fire. Cans have been kicked down the road. The gaps in coverage that need to be filled, the level playing field, rebalancing provisions, the dispute resolution arrangements, the myriads of committees all mean that we will be locked into negotiations for years to come, as my noble friend Baroness Randerson pointed out. And there is no certainty. The constant spectre of reimposition of tariffs or withdrawal of financial services equivalents or data adequacy mean anything but a stable, sustainable relationship. Investors will be deterred. The Prime Minister's and Chancellor's celebration of the prospect of divergence seems reckless to anyone who cares about national wealth and jobs. It is a travesty that the government is sealing the breach from the EU when opinion polls consistently show in the last year that more people think leaving the EU is wrong than think it is right. We are a very divided country, and appeals to rally round this inadequate deal do not cut it. Brexit is in fact the culmination of decades of failure of the UK to become a modern country at ease with itself and its place in the world. Our highly centralised state, with governments holding 100% power on a share of the vote that consistently falls short of a majority, Boris Johnson's got 43%, and that's of people who vote, means many citizens feel alienated and voiceless. And as this bill amply demonstrates with its extraordinary Henry VIII on steroids powers, in the words of Lord Anderson of Ipswich, which mean, as my noble friend Lord Sharkey warns, that taking back control means even more executive power, not parliamentary lawmaking. Westminster gets 12 hours on this deal. The European Parliament, the demonised European Parliament, not only gets 2 months, but is key to ratification, as we are not. As my noble friend Lord Alderdice said, the government has released a dynamic that will make it difficult to hold all of the United Kingdom together. And in relation to Scotland, my noble friend Lord Bruce of Banaki urges that only if we can learn and find a more constructive way of engaging with each other may we begin to see the glimmerings of a brighter future within this union. There will certainly be a process of getting closer and closer to the EU. And as a Liberal Democrat, I am indeed convinced that this will culminate in renewed EU membership in my lifetime. And I intend to live quite a while. In the meantime, my group cannot support this sad story inadequate deal. Indeed, as my noble friend Lord Newby indicated, we will vote against it.
Yeah. Lord Faulkner of Thoroton. Could I thank the staff of the House of Lords for making this important debate possible? Could I thank the noble Lord True for his engagement since the agreement was announced and since the bill was published. He has been truly helpful to all of us in trying to understand this bill and make this debate meaningful. Could I offer my congratulations to the noble Lord Austin of Dudley. He is a friend, he is a courageous politician who stood out against anti-Semitism when many others didn't. He made a very moving speech as his opening speech, as his maiden speech today. This House will discover what I know about him, which is that he improves and shakes every organisation of which he's a member, and I very much hope that I'll be able to call him my noble friend fairly soon. Could I also say a sad farewell to Lord Cavendish of Furness? Everyone who knows him knows he's an absolutely lovely human being whose care and decency and straightforwardness have served this House very well for many years. He will be much missed. We should not lose sight today of the pandemic, which has claimed over 900 lives today and 60,000 new infections. Can I associate myself specifically with the remarks of Baroness Royal of Blaisdon and the noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Judge? We live in an interdependent world. If we want to fight that pandemic effectively, it has to be done by cooperating right across the world. Today there has been many insightful and worthwhile interventions in this debate. It has been a good debate, but it's been an absolute travesty of parliamentary scrutiny. It did not have to be like this. The deal that was done by the Prime Minister and the European Union was one which involved provisional ratification. Both sides agreed in Article 10 of the final provisions of the agreement that ratification would not have to take place until February 2021. In the meantime, a process of provisional enablement would take place. We have chosen not to do that. Instead, what has happened is that the Prime Minister has produced the 1,250-page agreement and an 80-page bill, put it to us in one day. That 80-page bill will be the framework not only of our relationship with the European Union, but it will deal with, for example, extradition, it will deal with criminal records, it will deal with social security, and it's all being done without any parliamentary scrutiny at all, as is recognised by the fact that both houses have in effect agreed there will be no committee stage for this bill in either house. Why has it been done like that? Could the noble and cooperative Lord True explain why the government chose, instead of there being a parliamentary process, there was only going to be an executive process in relation to this? My Lords, could I echo the words of the noble Baroness, my noble friend Lord Taylor, who chaired the committee that produced an absolutely excellent report that drew attention to the fact that it was provisional ratification only that the parties envisaged, when she says this represents a new level of executive abuse. This is a new low in the Prime Minister's sidelining of Parliament. He did not need to put Parliament in this position. The ideological ERG, without a trace of irony, convened what they called a star chamber, not to decide whether the agreement was good for this country, but whether it satisfied their self-important bunch of lawyers' view of sovereignty. Many noble lords will remember that Parliament abolished the Star Chamber in 1641 because Charles I used it as a means of gaining support for his policies without having to go to Parliament. The Star Chamber allowed Charles I to get away with a series of disastrous policies. As you probably know, it ended rather badly, both for King Charles and for the Star Chamber. The noble and learned Lord Judge said that Parliament is going to regain control over the process. That remains to be seen. There's been a very bad start with this bill and this agreement. My Lords, the debates about whether to Brexit at all and whether we should leave the single market or the customs union are over. The country, Remainer or Leaver, has little stomach for them anymore. As long as they continue, we cannot move on as a country, and we must move on. I agree with all of those who said we should put past divisions behind us. I agree that this deal is, in the words of the noble Lord Dubs, the best of a bad job. I agree with lords like the noble my noble friend Lord Fuchs of Cumnock, who says he will vote for it with a heavy heart. I understand why the noble Lord Hayne and the noble Baroness Quing cannot bring themselves to support this, but I believe we should support this bill and this deal. We have been urging the government to get a deal. The chaos we would face if we broke with the EU without a deal are acknowledged on all sides. We accept the deal because it is better than no deal and because it avoids massive friction with the European Union for years. For our country, it is the future that matters. The country needs transforming investment and new economic policies to address the grinding inequalities and lack of opportunity and hope which so drove Brexit. The Prime Minister's incantation of the phrase levelling up has to be exposed for its total emptiness. We need to make the economy work for the many. That is our task now. This is not a good deal. The government understands that. It is a Christmas sack of broken promises from the Prime Minister, who deals with the problem by simply misleading the country about the deal that he has done. Can I quote the Prime Minister on Christmas Eve? There will be no non-tariff barriers to trade, close quote. Rules of origin, customs, VAT, plant, animal health, the list is endless. As so many noble lords said, an ocean of new paperwork is on the way. The Prime Minister said on Christmas Eve, "We will be an independent coastal state with full control of our waters." And in the Commons this morning, he said, after 5.5 years, quote, "We'll be free to do what we want in our waters." No, the agreement will reduce the rights of EU fishermen to fish in our waters, but the deal is a haggle about percentages, not a fundamental change in our relationship on fishing. And it goes on in perpetuity after those 5.5 years. The Prime Minister is wrong to pretend otherwise. The Prime Minister on Christmas Eve also said the following: "We will be able to decide how and where we are going to stimulate new jobs." Again, wrong. The agreement provides that if the European Union thinks a UK state aid subsidy causes, or there is a serious risk that it will cause, a significant negative effect on trade or investment with the EU can unilaterally impose tariffs. No need in that case to await for any arbitration. That only related to labour, climate and environment regulations. So don't mislead us on what this agreement says. And the Prime Minister said the following on Christmas Eve: "It means certainty for business in our financial services to our world-leading manufacturers, our car industry, certainty for those working in high-skilled jobs in firms and factories across the whole country." Wrong again. This agreement is explicitly the beginning of long years of negotiation. On financial services, as this House knows, the deal offers nothing in terms of access, and the government's own summary of the financial services deal is as follows. Quote, "The parties will discuss how we move forward on specific equivalence determinations. The parties will codify the framework for regulatory cooperation in a memorandum of understanding." That is not certainty. Listen to Banas Donaghy, Lord Cormac, Lord Kerr. It's a bad deal on financial services. On the car industry, there is a whole annex to the agreement which sets up a structure to try to promote agreement on regulations on the car industry. This is not an agreement which provides certainty. It provides only the certainty of an endless haggle with constant end-of-negotiation cycle cliff edges like we have just gone through. The Prime Minister on Christmas Eve again. Just one last one of his misleading comments on this agreement. "It means," he said, "certainty for the police and the border forces and the security services and all those that we rely on across Europe to keep us safe." He's done well on DNA, fingerprint and car registration databases. But we now know that he's done incredibly badly on the SIS database. When a wanted person is travelling around Europe, they won't be providing the information as they do now as to where that wanted person is going. The list of misstatements is endless, and we've heard so much about them. Gibraltar, Erasmus, museums, and what's more, musicians who can't now, for example, tour Europe without first getting a range of visas. What happens to our relationship with the EU in the future is the key. That depends on how our country implements this agreement. If the UK government wants to plunge to the regulatory bottom, determined to make the UK the cheapest place to do business through deteriorating labour, climate and environment protection relative to the EU, this agreement allows that. And diverge they want to. Within an hour and a half of this deal being announced, the Prime Minister was keen to stress to Mr. Harry York of the Sunday Telegraph that the UK will now be free to diverge from EU standards. Mr. Johnson told Mr. York he has achieved what his critics said was impossible, that you could do free trade with the EU without being drawn into their regulatory or legislative orbit. He failed to draw attention to the terms of the agreement that do precisely that. The question for the UK is whether we should recognise and embrace the need for alignment and use it to ensure our standards are at least as high as the EU's, and then to promote our trade with the EU and the rest of the world. I have no doubt we should. Or whether we should constantly be lowering our standards to levels at or beyond the point where the EU can retaliate under the many provisions which allow that under this agreement, or where we are constantly in dispute with the EU on just how low we can go. We would make a different choice from this government. We will choose high standards, not low regulation profiteering. We accept Brexit. We must now deliver the economic reform which the public expect.
True. Gosh, my lords, when you've been sitting for 7 hours in the same place, you begin to learn how old you are. I thank the noble Lord Opposite for his kind remarks at the start, and I also appreciated, obviously, the engagement. I appreciated also the preamble to his speech, which spoke of looking to the future. Unfortunately, most of the rest of his speech seemed to be a lament that we don't have still more Europe than the public have voted for. And as for the Liberal Democrats, I must say, my lords, that in a time of national gloom, their unremitting pessimism throughout this debate represents a clear and present danger to the national weal. Now, my lords, in opening, I declare my interest as ever as a long-term resident of Italy, and I do affirm, as a European, the abiding genius of the diverse nations and cultures of Europe, inside the EU and outside, Proust and Dostoevsky, Goethe and Ibsen, Dante and Shakespeare, are all part of a glorious common European culture we must cherish and never allow, in this age of political correctness, to be washed out of our minds. And, my lords, with the good news this morning, how much we celebrate the achievements of scientists, the genius of scientists born in Hungary and Britain and Germany, again part of our great European scientific tradition. I agree with those who say that we will always be European. But, my lords, the genius of Europe and the genius of the United Kingdom did not spring from any international institution, nor, however sad I know some are at leaving that institution, and we heard quite a lot of it today, my lords, will that genius be dimmed after we leave the EU. I believe a great future lies before this country, as some at least who've spoken today told us with confidence and pride. And I'd like to thank all noble lords who've taken part in the debate today, 125. I counted them all in and counted them all out with, I regret the exception of the noble Lord Allardyce, to whom I apologise. It's Allardyce. It's quite difficult to bolt down a plate of fish and chips in 10 minutes. So I'm sorry I missed his speech. There were exceptions. The noble Lord Hannay of Chiswick, for example, was scarcely rapturous, I felt, in his reaction. But I welcomed overall the tone that was set at the start by the noble and learned Lord Judge, the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell, the noble Earl Lord Kinnoul, and many others who did say, as the noble learned Lord Faulkner did at the end, that it was time to move on. And many of those who had set themselves against Brexit recognised that. But there was nonetheless, my lords, clear opposition and anger from the Liberal Democrat benches, and a deep undertone of hostility from Labour. My lords, for once now, as we do close the book on our membership of the EU, 57 years after de Gaulle's first veto, which I remember watching on black and white television, we can truly say that this was a historic debate. And I do know that more would wish to have taken part, to have spoken longer, or had more time to scrutinise this agreement. That was an abiding theme of the debate, and I recognise that. Of course, my lords, on a night like this, the House should have been full, and the air ringing with challenge and counter-challenge, the conflict across the House that actually forges common parliamentary wisdom. We all long for that day to return. But, my lords, that the Lords of Magna Carta look down on a house so empty isn't the government's choice, nor, my lords, is the timing of this debate or this bill on the very day before the end of the transition the government's choice. It wasn't the United Kingdom's choice that the negotiations ran so long or so late. But who is to say that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was wrong to go so long and aim so high when the prize is so great? A historic Canada-style deal with the EU, worth over $650 billion to the United Kingdom, containing zero tariffs and zero quotas, the first such trade deal the EU has ever entered into with an independent country. My lords, I pay tribute to my noble friend Lord Frost and to his team for their brilliance in negotiation. As almost all, with the notable exception, I fear, of the noble Lord Kerr of Kinlochard, said, they were outstanding. In many ways, in ways that many said were impossible. They broke through barriers in the talks with a sonic boom that scattered the naysayers and the doubters. There are some, including the front bench opposite, who say it wasn't necessary to act today, that we could have dithered and dallied, that we could have acted provisionally. Never now, not yet, they say. But, my lords, who is to say that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was wrong to act so decisively, when the prize he has won is ending the transition period with a deal implementing our future relationship, providing that much-needed certainty to citizens and businesses across the United Kingdom for which your lordships have rightly asked for so long. The deal agreed with the EU means we have achieved what the British people twice demanded. This deal is based on friendly cooperation between sovereign equals and centred on free trade and shared values. A new partnership that builds on our common bonds of friendship and cooperation, but I say as sovereign equals, with a clear independent voice for Britain to speak and act in the world on the things that matter to us. And I say to my noble friend Baroness Mackintosh, we're not entering a deal to terminate it. Termination clauses are standard in trade agreements. The bill ensures that our goods and services can continue to flow to the European Union, but also that our businesses can prosper mightily outside the EU by enabling them to trade freely, widely, and ever more widely across the world, and, my lords, in the fastest growing corners of the world. There have been many questions quite properly raised in the debate, and as your lordship's Constitution Committee have said, the pace of passage will no doubt call for considerable ongoing scrutiny, as frankly what EU treaty ever signed might not have. The government will cooperate with that. We are carefully considering what scrutiny processes should be put in place to assist that. And I give that assurance to the Noble Earl Lord Kinnoul that the government will work with his committee, and I share the tribute paid by the Leader of the House to the work of the Noble Earl and the European committees of this House. The Noble Lord Faulkner said that it wasn't necessary to act, but, my lords, the UK and EU need to exchange notification of completion of procedures for provisional application early on the 31st of December. This exchange cannot be done until the bill has received royal assent, as the passing of legislation is a necessary procedure for provisional application. I was asked about security. The EU was never ready, my lords, to allow us access to SIS2. That was not a matter of ECJ jurisdiction. But we have, as the Noble Lord Hogan Howe reminded us, reached a far-reaching agreement to protect the British public in areas including evidence, extradition, sharing of passenger and criminal records data, and control of our borders, my lords, will enhance our security, allowing the UK to remain safe and secure. The bill gives us the tools to achieve this. I was asked about Northern Ireland, and I acknowledge the terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol mean the position of Northern Ireland is not as the rest of our kingdom, but we will guarantee unfettered access for Northern Ireland goods. This deal means there will be no tariffs on UK goods destined for Northern Ireland. Ulster and its businesses will be able to benefit from the free trade deals we strike across the world. And the long-term future of the protocol rests on the democratic consent of the people of Northern Ireland. I was asked about impact assessment. My Lords, the Government's number one priority must be to pass this implementing legislation before the end of the transition period to ensure certainty and clarity for businesses and citizens alike. Of course, the Government recognises the value of conducting impact assessments in normal circumstances. But in light of the tight turnaround time to introduce and pass the bill following the agreement on Christmas Eve, we did not consider it feasible to produce an impact assessment this week in advance of the bill being introduced. But the Government will, of course, continue to produce impact assessments for relevant future secondary legislation in the usual way. I was asked about financial services. My Lords, this agreement provides a stable foundation for us to develop our future relationship with the EU and facilitate new arrangements to promote international financial services trade. In addition to the trade negotiations, both sides are carrying out equivalence assessments. Equivalence is an autonomous mechanism by which one jurisdiction can recognise relevant standards in another. Leaving the EU, my Lords, means the Government now has full control over the UK's legal and regulatory regime. As my noble friend Viscount Trenchard noted, it can make the best decisions about what's right for the United Kingdom and for one of its most productive and innovative sectors. And we have agreed a joint declaration on regulatory cooperation that sets out our intention to address shared challenges by discussion, information exchange and wider cooperation. I was asked about Gibraltar and the overseas territories. My Lords, although an agreement has not yet been reached on Gibraltar's future relationship with the EU in line with the conclusion of the UK-EU deal, we are fully committed to continuing to work together with the Government of Gibraltar and Spain to reach a political agreement as soon as practicable. Continuing to work together with Spain and the EU to mitigate the effects of the end of the transition period on Gibraltar and ensure the well-being and prosperity of the people in the region is an absolute priority for the Government. This includes ensuring border fluidity, which is in all parties' best interests. The UK has always been and will remain steadfast in our support for Gibraltar. I was asked about data adequacy. The UK will regain full autonomy over its data protection rules from the 1st of January. Regrettably, the EU left too little time to ratify data adequacy decisions by the end of the year. We've therefore agreed a bridging mechanism for no more than 6 months. It will allow personal data to flow as it does now, whilst EU adequacy decisions are adopted. We are confident of the outcome and do not expect the bridging mechanism to be in place for more than 4 months. I was asked about Erasmus. My Lords, I recognise the attachment of many to this programme, and we will stay, I can confirm, in EU programmes such as Horizon Europe and Copernicus. But we consistently said that we would join Erasmus only if it was in line with UK interests and if we could agree fair terms for participation. Ultimately, the EU could not meet those objectives, and we do not consider participation to be in the interests of the United Kingdom. As has been announced, we will therefore proceed with our own UK-wide programme. This will be a scheme that will be global in outlook, not limited to the EU, and focus on UK priorities such as supporting social mobility. The Turing scheme will be backed by over £100 million, providing funding for around 35,000 students in universities, colleges and schools to go on placements and exchanges overseas starting in September 21. And under the withdrawal agreement, the UK will continue to participate fully in the current Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity programmes. I was asked about fishing. Well, as a descendant of fisher folk, I share the attachment of so many to this harsh, often heroic calling. The deal we have, backed by £100 million of investment to rebuild our industry, may not be as swift as some would wish, though actually it's much swifter than the EU wanted, but it points the way to growth after years of foreign control and ends the injustice of the CFP. From day one, the UK will again be an independent coastal state, manager of our own waters. I was asked about the so-called level playing field. My Lords, there is no dynamic alignment, no role for the ECJ, no block on our divergence from the acquis, although we freely aim for the highest standards on the environment and in the workplace. And I, for one, look forward to an end to the cruel export of live animals, which has been protected by Brussels for far too long. I was asked about the devolved institutions. The UK government respects the devolution settlements, and we're committed to working with the devolved administrations on implementation of the agreements. My Lords, I must report we were disappointed to hear today that the Scottish Parliament voted against granting legislative consent, and that the Northern Ireland Assembly carried a motion amendment that called, among other things, for the Assembly to decline legislative consent. The Welsh Parliament today voted to note the introduction of the bill and regretting that they are not in a position to determine legislative consent. We regret the results of these votes. However, the timing is challenging and the bill must proceed so the UK can meet our international obligations to implement the agreements by the 31st of December and ensure all parts of the UK can benefit from their excellent terms. I was asked about musicians. My Lords, the UK pushed for a more ambitious agreement with the European Union on the temporary movement of business travellers, which would have covered musicians and others, but our proposals were rejected by the European Union. However, obviously I've heard the remarks made by many of your noble lords in this debate. My Lords, will have a further full debate next Friday when I understand the House of Commons will be somewhere else, to engage again with these and other detailed questions, and I've no doubt there'll be many other occasions, and I will welcome that scrutiny, as I know my ministerial colleagues will. But I do plead with your lordships in your wisdom not to impede this bill. This bill will answer, as is our duty, the expectations of the majority of our countrymen and women. I was surprised to read in the name of the official opposition, not the simple word yes, that the British people voted for in last December's election, but 151 words of mudge and fudge, grumble and mumble. The noble Baroness opposite, as always, spoke with great grace and from a personal position which I deeply respect and understand. But I'm afraid that the motion of regret is not the motion of a party that sees opportunity for our country. And how ironic it is, my lords, that a European debate that began in 1975 with a referendum aimed to paper over the cracks in a disunited Labour Party should end with this rambling motion from a disunited Labour Party, fearful of the future, lacking, as the noble Lord Howarth of Newport said, any confidence in the genius of the British people. My lords, you cannot lead a nation forward if you have no faith in the path it has chosen. My lords, the thin deal, we're told, 1,250 pages, too heavy for me to lift up. The Labour motion condemns bureaucracy and regulation. Well, how many more pages of the bureaucracy and regulation this bill enables us to escape from would we need before a deal would be thick enough for the Labour Party, my lords? A thicker deal must be a closer deal, logically. A thicker deal means more institutional ties, not fewer. Are we to hear a promise next election from Sir Keir Starmer, as some have called today, to renegotiate us back closer to Brussels? Get Brexit undone. Is this to be the Labour cry? My lords, I don't know, Lord Adonis is ready to lead the charge, and he's always been honest on that. Well, I don't normally give advice to my opponents, but I don't think that particular trumpet call will bring the blue wall tumbling down in some new miracle of Jericho, my lords. I do think the Labour Party finds itself in a strange position, going that way in a couple of minutes to divide against the deal on second reading, and then sidling this way a few minutes later to vote for it on third. They become more like the Liberal Democrats every day, my lords. Except my Liberal Democrat friends have always remained honourably committed to their eccentric belief that Britain's destiny is as a province of a European superstate. Although I, having heard the noble Lord Newby say today that he would vote for no deal later tonight, I confess I remain a little confused. My lords, I agree with those who say that we should close the book, not as some peers, noble lords, have said today, keep it open, close the book on 47 tempestuous years in which the European question bedevilled British politics and confined our horizons. Years in which the common market, those of us who voted for it in 1975 thought we were joining, morphed into an ever more constricting would-be single state without the British people ever being asked to give their assent. The British people never agreed to that, and when asked in 2016 and in 2019, they said no. And as the noble Lord Austin of Dudley reminded us in a remarkable maiden speech how much I look forward to hearing more of him, recalling something that all too many who have spoken in a negative tone today still seem to have forgotten. Many people, many people, 17.4 million and more, brought us to this place tonight. In reclaiming of our borders, our laws, and our destiny, the true movers are the common man and woman, the extraordinary people of these islands. They were told they mustn't break with the EU, but they determined, yes, we must. They were told in Project Fear they couldn't break with the EU, that house prices would crash, pensions would be slashed and jobs destroyed. But in that quiet British way, with 17.4 million pieces of paper pushed purposefully into ballot boxes in village, church and school halls across the land, they said, yes, we could. And then they were even told, after they had voted, that in fact they hadn't. They hadn't known what they were doing. They hadn't understood what they were doing. And even, the memory of this should shame us all, that they were too stupid to understand. But last December they said again firmly, yes, we had. And I ask you, my lordships, not to doubt or divide against that firmly expressed wish tonight. I will not list all those who worked for this outcome, as it's time to draw to a close, but they were not always so many in your lordship's house. One of them was my noble friend, Lord Cavendish of Furness, whose valedictory speech, so typical in its classical clarity and humanity, we sadly heard tonight. Who will ever forget, however, my lords, the rolling of so many eyes, the shaking of heads, the audible sniggers and groans when a few in this house ventured to speak over the last 4 years of the will of the people? Now let the people's will finally be done. And in saying that, I pay tribute in particular to my noble friend Lord Callanan in leading so much enabling legislation through this House for all he bore and forbore. But above all, the credit in vindicating the will of the people goes to the grit, guile, and negotiating skill of one who has been so often unfairly vilified in this House and was vilified again tonight, the Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, right on this great issue of our time, honourable in keeping his promise to get Brexit done. And those of us on this side are proud to call him our friend. With tens of millions of our fellow citizens, we say, thank you, Boris, you done good. My lords, it's the nature of any compromise that not everyone gets what they wish for, and we've heard that from both sides of the debate. My right honourable friend did stick at it, but he did also compromise, and I too pay tribute to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who played a distinguished role in writing the final chapter of the skilled and dedicated Mr. Barnier's seemingly never-ending roman fleuve. This outcome is good for the UK and it's good for Europe. So let this agreement end the jabbing and parrying that have gone on for too long in Parliament and outside. Let us vote now. I urge all noble lords to vote positively for the future. For a vote against this bill, as the Liberal Democrats propose, is a vote for no deal, for nihilism. A vote for the Labour motion is a vote to prolong uncertainty, a vote for doubt over hope. My lords, every lesson of history is that freedom and free trade are the greatest engines of human happiness and prosperity. To turn our backs on the opportunity in the wider world before us would be an act of folly. To embrace it will redeem your lordships and bring prizes yet untold. This is a bill for freedom and free trade, for opportunity and control of our country's own great destiny. Those are ideals, my lords, that should appeal across all parties and unite all of us after all the old divides. I have no hesitation in commending it and commending the future to this House.
Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town.
I regret the tone of much of that response, which I think actually doesn't become the noble Lord the Minister, and I think doesn't actually fairly respond to the debate that he's heard tonight. I don't know what his history was of 47 tempestuous years within the European Union. As I seem to recall, we started rather as a basket case economically, and it is through the European Union that we grew. However, I'm not going to rehearse that argument. What I do want to say is that he, I think, accused me of denying the referendum. He knows, not only as I gave him my European history today, but that I'm Welsh, and he knows how the Welsh voted. And he knows jolly well, because he's heard all this, I have never questioned the referendum, and I never called for a second one. So I think he knows, and that was perhaps a little unwise of him in some of his words. My lords, our motion is not as described by the Minister. My regret motion, which of course goes along with giving this bill a second reading, which we are going to vote for, it does four things, none of which, despite what the noble lady Baroness Noakes asserts, undermines the decision to take us out of the European Union. It starts by welcoming the deal, that it has avoided a no-deal exit, what I think the noble Lord Ricketts called worse than chaos. So it starts with welcoming that. It regrets that it leaves much to be desired, as I think reflects many of the speeches today. Thirdly, it asks the government to work with Parliament. This is not delaying anything. It asks the government to work with Parliament to ensure the sort of transparency and accountability as outlined by the noble Lord the Earl Canule and also by noble friend Baroness Taylor, and also with regard to secondary legislation as mentioned by the noble Lord Moynihan, and also to answer the points made by the noble and learned Lord Judge. Asking for accountability is not delaying anything. And finally, it asks the government to work speedily to set up the agreed Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, an assembly agreed by the Prime Minister, and we're asking for progress on that. This doesn't in any way deny that we should, as we will want to do, give a second reading to this bill, but it simply asks the government to work with Parliament on how we see the next stage. I beg to move, and I wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that the amendment in the name of Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town be agreed to. As many of that are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The question will be decided by a rote division. I instruct the clerk to start a remote division. Remote voting period is open. Members are now invited to record their votes using the remote voting system. Members will have 10 minutes to record their votes. I will make an announcement when the remote voting period has ended. Clear the bar. Order. The remote voting period has now finished, and I will announce the result as soon as possible. I can now announce the result of the remote division. The question was that Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town's amendment be agreed to. There have voted content 213, not content 312, so the not contents have it. The question is that the motion that this bill be now read a second time be agreed to. As many are as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be not committed.
The question is that this bill be not committed. As many as that are of that opinion shall say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I have it in command from Her Majesty the Queen to acquaint the House that Her Majesty, having been informed of the purport of the European Union Future Relationship Bill, has consented to place her prerogative and interest, so far as they are affected by the bill, at the disposal of Parliament for the purposes of the bill.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill now be read a third time. As many are as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill do now pass. I think many words have been said, and I think is agreed on all sides that this should not be the occasion for a renewed debate. And I do know that the noble Lord Newby, wishes to press a division against the passage of the bill. So the only thing I would like to say, my Lords, is to join with those thanking and paying a tribute to all those, the staff of the House, the clerks of the House, all those who made it possible for us to return and to have this sitting. And also I must, it may seem odd when a bill has been with us for such a short time, to thank the bill team, because in fact this bill has been tracking the negotiations for a long time, and people have been engaged in the very difficult task of getting a bill together in a short time. And they do deserve our thanks also. But with those short thanks, my Lords, I do beg to move the bill do now pass.
The question is that this bill do now pass. Amendment, Lord Newby.
My Lords, as I indicated at second reading and in light of the arguments that I advanced then, I beg leave to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper and attest the opinion of the House.
The original question was that this bill do now pass, since when an amendment has been moved by Lord Newby, as set out on the order paper. So the question I now have to put is that Lord Newby's amendment be agreed to. As many are of that opinion shall say content. The contrary not content.
Not content.
The question will be decided by a remote division, and I instruct the clerk to start a remote division. The remote voting period has now finished, and I will announce the result as soon as possible. I can now announce the result of the remote division. The question was that Lord Newby's amendment be agreed to. There have voted content 101, not content 466. So the not contents have it. The question is that this bill do now pass. As many are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move the House do now adjourn until a time to be shown on the Annunciator to await royal assent.
The question is that the House do now adjourn until a time to be shown on the Annunciator awaiting notification of royal assent. As many are of that opinion shall say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.